One more, you could attack for this, just the best pennies there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep!
From that GM
Close
house.
combat onto a Moongus, is that enough? She did! Jump across, gets the knockout! Defeats Volchula!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit held left? Oh! What HP left? I know it's over.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. We're still here in Milwaukee for the second day of competition in this lovely regional championships event. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm joined here by Sierra John and Joe Brown to kick off this final day of competition and to crown our penultimate regional champion in North America of the season. Good morning, y'all. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Shout outs to the 3 people in the crowd that as soon as they heard your voice started cheering.
I
you
know,
guys are
right?
real ones. Like,
Yeah,
Let's go, cheering!
Let's go!
Let's go! Oh, that's what makes live events the best, Gabby.
Yeah, so much better of a morning now. That was amazing.
I unironically love you all out there. That just made my day.
Only good vibes here in Milwaukee.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Hey, we're starting the day off great.
For sure, and it's been an amazing day. So let's go ahead and recap what happened in day number 1 for those of you just tuning in so far. We had 8 rounds of incredible competition, and let's go ahead and start back with round number 2. James Evans getting some early knockouts here with that critical hit onto the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and then some amazing targeting of attacks here.
Yeah, these are 2 players that did make their way into day 2, but James Evans was somebody that we highlighted going into the weekend as one of the players to watch, especially too, this is the first event of this new regulation, and he was someone who had a lot of success the last time we saw double restricted, winning NAIC 2022, and to see a couple of the parallels with his team to the previous team then, you get the Calyrex Shadow Rider, you get the Koraidon. It's a lot of people that are kind of going into older ideas to bring them out here, and this was a really, really nice game too.
Yeah, I think to me, honestly, James showing off that Raging Bolt really feels like a restricted Pokemon, even when it's not categorized that way. When you use that boost to his Protosynthesis, or thanks to Protosynthesis, it does absolutely so much damage, completely just claiming knockouts left and right in this set.
For sure, and Keanu Inosanto still in the running for top cut. I believe he's playing Joey Pokeaim for his opportunity to make cut, so we'll have to check in with them later to see how that's going. Let's go ahead and look back at round number 6 of Swiss. Now, this was Stefan Mott versus Aditya Subramanian, and that Ursaluna lost its Flame Orb early on in the match, but just kept Earthquaking, and while the Earth was shaking, it did enough damage, even without that Guts boost, to get some incredible knockouts.
This was a 2-0 game, but it took the span of 3 games, maybe even more, especially in a format where there's a lot of really, really powerful restricted Pokemon. Both of these trainers aiming to slow things down. You get to see the Grimmsnarl setting up the screens, mitigating the damage. Stefan even leaving a restricted at home, really playing more into that slow mode. And it was Adi that came out on top, notably too with this Ho-Oh, that it was able to pave the way, but also it just didn't really ever take damage.
Yeah, I mean, Ho-Oh's ability to not only claim KOs right into the Iron Hand, but also this is a Hadron Engine boosted Dazzling Gleam. It did 17 damage. to Ho-Oh. I understand it is resisted. I'm aware. It's still a Choice Specs Miraidon in electric terrain, right? So that it just shows how incredibly bulky that Ho-Oh is. And if Ho-Oh is able to continue to get burns with Sacred Fire, and continue to claim KOs with Brave Bird, and then tank hits from a Miraidon, I think it took like 60% from a Volt Switch, which usually knocks out every other Pokemon if it's super effective. Not Ho-Oh, Gabby.
I know, and I think Ho-Oh actually is making an appearance in our top restricted Pokemon for day 2. So we'll have to check the data later on that one. Finally, let's look back at our final round of Swiss yesterday, round 8. This is Paul Chua versus Nicholas Borghi, both still in contention for top cut, both running Calyrex Ice Rider, and both getting some critical hits here in this matchup.
Yeah, poor little Ogerpon getting crit there, but that's the game we play. You know, this match was very long. There was a lot of turns in this set, and the more turns there are per game, the more you open yourself up to that potential opportunity of critical hits entering the field. That was a double protect as well on this Calyrex Ice Rider, so maybe I'd call it even. It's probably not even, but certainly after the Volt Switch crit, it's definitely not even anymore.
I know. Unfortunately, this is the game we play in Pokemon. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes the luck is used against you, but congratulations again to all of our Day 2 Swiss players. This is only a portion of the players who were competing here today, and a lot of these players are still in contention for top cut. So we do have an updated list of the Swiss standings going into round 11 of Swiss. This is going to be the final round of Swiss for the day. And shout out to Luca Paz, our only undefeated player of the day so far, matched up against Paul Chua for this final round.
Yeah, he just beat Joseph Ugarte, who was previously undefeated as well. Down paired for the very first one of the day, but an opportunity now to, well, you're already in top cut. You're looking great there, but an opportunity to maybe even try and go undefeated into top cut. And of course, we're looking at those X and 2s for being able to make the way, and a lot of really skilled trainers here. Shout out to Riley Fakshura just winning Monterey. You have Wolf Blick here at this 9-1. Joshua Lorsi, someone who we know well in the scene. Like, this is exciting to see this list of players.
Yeah, and we had Giovanni on stream yesterday. Alex Underhill, also a 3-time regional champion. I know Portland is coming up. He's the defending Portland regional champion. Maybe he'll walk into that with another regional title under his belt.
I think it's also a great opportunity to look back at our regional champions so far from this year, because multiple people on this screen right now are still fighting for top cut. We could possibly have a repeat regional champion from this season, which is absolutely insane to think about.
I loved seeing a couple of these players that were relatively unknown to the broadcast end of things that have really came alive during the tail end of that Regulation G, looking at Bezad and Daniel Yu here, and being able to see that they're actually having a really high level of success here in a different format, right? That's kind of one of the things, is when somebody pops up and just takes down an event, is it the one event? Is it, you know, going on forward? But seeing a new format and the continued success, I think is really exciting for the game. And I'm excited to see how they finish up at this event. And hey, it could be someone who is a newer regional champion just getting a second one. Like, no big deal.
No big deal. And I think that's enough from us, honestly. It's been a quick morning because we have round 11 of Swiss ready to go. But before we send you over to our casters, just a quick reminder, if you're at home wondering where you can get information about our next regional broadcast, or maybe even our next future broadcast, that's maybe an IC, an international championship, or the world championships, check out pokemon.com/broadcast for all that information. And of course, if you don't want to check out a website, why don't you just hit that subscribe or follow button on YouTube or on Twitch? You can get notifications on when we go live, and hey, maybe you can check out VODs as well from past regional events to study up, to practice, and get ready for your opportunity to compete and maybe become our next regional champion. But I think that's enough from us here in the lounge. Casters, why don't you kick us off into our final round of Swiss?
Thank you so much, Gabby, Sierra, and Joe, for kicking off this stream in such an amazing way. And to all of the audience members out there that are all ready to cheer on our final top competitors that are in the competition. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Jake Moeller to get our party started for day 2 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. And it's going to be an exciting day. One final round of Swiss for our players to make it into the top cut. And then we've got our final phase of competition with that single elimination top cut bracket.
It all comes down to this one final round. Trainers are trying to secure their spot in that single elimination bracket, which is the only way to then progress on to possibly becoming the Milwaukee Regional Champion. And no matter what happens, I know we're going to have a great set of battles for you guys today. A great champion is going to be crowned, and it all starts with here with round 11.
Round 11 is going to be that final hurdle for our competitors. And as we heard our lovely crewmates talk about at the top of the show with our current regional champions for the 2025 season, we have several of those regional champions here in Milwaukee fighting it out in these win-and-in matches to make it into that top cut bracket. Bezod Muntazir, Daniel Yu, and Carson Confer are all sitting at a record of 8-2, hoping that this is going to be that final win they need to get to that top cut.
Not to mention our favorite Wolf Glick, someone who has won many regionals in the past, already has qualified for that top cut stage, could add a second to his lineup of regional championships this year. But before we jump into the action, we've got a quick little video to describe how we progress throughout our tournaments.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
As you can see, heading into Day 2 of our competition gets you one step closer to these amazing prizes that await our competitors in that top 16 or that top cut bracket. So a lot to play for, $6,000 going to first place, and a lot of TCG booster packs as well.
That is a lot of TCG packs to open. As someone who also enjoys the TCG myself, I can confirm that's a fun little way to get some prizes.
Right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Even down to a couple more places past that, you get some fun cards to open there. But fighting for those prizes will be these trainers. These are all win-and-end matches. So all of these trainers are 8-2, fighting for that 9th win to secure their place in top cut. So many big names here on this list that are just one step away. A lot of regional champions in the past. Andrew Ding, someone that has won, I believe it was the Collinsville Regional Championships a few years ago. Carson Confer, a reigning champ this season. Michael Zhang, Cedric Bernier, all people who have been very successful at these events before.
Yeah, and it's been amazing to be able to watch some of these more up-and-coming players also find their way into these true win-and-in situations. This is where it gets really exciting. The final round of Swiss after following 2 days of competition, and now we get a chance to see who will actually make it to that top cut bracket. So Daniel Yu versus Alex Underhill, 2 previous regional champions. I feel like Alex Underhill has really been the best of the Midwest, winning the Fort Wayne Regional Championships and the Collinsville Regional Championships in 2017. But for Daniel Yu, he's coming off a hot streak, winning the most recent Regional Championship in Atlanta with an incredible team building group who has seen success almost unprecedented, counting out the Tang Gang.
Of course. Daniel wants to repeat that success here in Milwaukee, but Alex looking to maybe secure a spot in Worlds. He is, kind of on the cusp of the 75, top 75 championship point standings, sitting at 68th currently. So a great finish here will put him into a really good spot where, possibly another solid finish in NEIC will lock it up for him. Daniel, though, already secured for Worlds.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Daniel's team. Got the Calyrex Ice Rider alongside that Zamazenta, a combination that we weren't exactly too expecting of heading into this weekend, as it wasn't really considered one of the big 3 restricted duos. But makes a lot of sense. Both Calyrex Ice Rider and Zamazenta have proven to be very strong restricteds in their own right. So put them together. You've also got the Pelipper on here to give yourself a secondary option for wide guard, and also to have that rain to boost up this Rapid Strike Urshifu.
The Zamazenta set is really interesting. You know, you have the Body Press and Wide Guard alongside Protect, all very common moves on Zamazenta, but instead of running a second attack like Heavy Slam or Behemoth Bash, it is running Imprison instead. If you use the Imprison attack, that means that your opponent's Pokemon cannot use any attacks that Pokemon also knows. So in this case, I think in this specifically, you want to be blocking, Pokemon from using Wide Guard or Protect. That gives you a lot more options, a lot more safety in a lot of situations. And it can shut down the mirror pretty well too. If you have your Zamazenta against another Zamazenta and you use Imprison, they're not going to be able to damage you with anything other than possibly a Steel type move, which won't be doing too much at all. So a fun little tech for the mirror there, and also prevents Wide Guard for your Landorus and Calyrex. So a nice way to make sure that your strong attacks are getting, through to the opponent's Pokemon at any given time.
And there were a lot of Zamazenta that actually made an appearance in day 1, and even more so in day number 2. So it makes a lot of sense that you would have a Zamazenta that would be able to withstand that mirror. On the flip side of things, as we take a look at Alex Underhill's team, Calyrex Ice Rider is going to be a familiar face amongst the rest of this Miraidon team. Very much taking another page out of the single restricted Miraidon team's book. And this team is also going to look very familiar if you watched yesterday, because Paul Chua is running these 6 as well.
We didn't get to see Paul use the Volcarona in his match, but I think this might be one of the perfect matches to bring Volcarona in. Daniel is running, again, the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Zamazenta, 2 Pokemon that don't really stack up too well into Volcarona because its Fire typing and Bug typing are very useful to resist Ice and Fighting type attacks. So it could be a nice way to kind of control the flow of the game. You've got the Fiery Dance for some ramping damage, and more importantly, Rage Powder to redirect something like a Body Press away from one of your more vulnerable Pokemon.
And then you have that chance for the burns. We've seen how impactful the burns have really been in day 1 of our competition, so maybe that comes into the fold for this very first match of the day. So let's get excited for this winning in for the Milwaukee Regional Championships between 2 previous regional champions. We've got Alex Underhill kicking things off with both of his restricted Pokemon right out the gates. And for Daniel Yu, it's going to be that Ice Rider Calyrex and Urshifu.
This Urshifu is holding the Choice Scarf item, so we'll be able to attack before the Miraidon on Alex's side of the field, but still in a pretty precarious position. You really don't want to be taking any electric type attacks from that Miraidon. Will almost definitely result in 1-hit KO, but if you do want to possibly U-turn out to something that resists electric like the Landorus, it might just get hit by a Glacial Lance along the way. We do see the Coaching Hover though, which could be a really big option here for Daniel. Coaching will boost the attack and defense of the target, and you're want to be using that on your partner Pokemon instead of the opponents.
Yeah, I love the fact that you'd be able to get those boosts to your attack and your defense, and because you have this Choice Scarf, you are going to be moving first on the field. So you're guaranteed to be able to get that coaching right away. And so even though maybe you would lose your Urshifu to an electric type attack, it's actually going to be that Draco Meteor coming out from this Miraidon that's going to go ahead and go out with a last stand with a ton of damage. A big trade here as Alex loses that Miraidon for about 90% damage to this Ice Rider Calyrex. You can see how this Never Melt Ice on this Calyrex is still putting in that work to make sure it can secure that knockout. But with this additional Glacial Lance following up from Alex's own Calyrex, Daniels hangs on with just a sliver of HP.
That's the benefit of the coaching there. The defense boost allowed it to stick around, and now because it got the KO on that Miraidon, it is at +2 attack. Unfortunately, it is still at 6 HP, so not going to be sticking around too much longer, especially considering, it's not going to be faster than this Volcarona, even though it did outspeed Alex's Calyrex. The nice part about the coaching is that you got that attack and defense boost and allowed the Calyrex to stick around and be a bigger threat. The negative is that you are now locked into coaching, so you cannot switch your moves until you swap out the Urshifu. So Alex hopefully recognizes that and is able to capitalize on what it could possibly switch into this slot. If you leave the Urshifu on the field and go for coaching, it's going to be wasted because the Calyrex almost definitely will be knocked out by Volcarona before it can attack. So you kind of have to switch Urshifu out in order to get anything done this turn, and we'll see how Alex responds.
Yeah, the Urshifu is just going to leave the field, hoping that maybe later, if Trick Room gets set up, it at least is able to bring something else to the table. As Pelipper now makes an appearance, a Pokemon that saw a lot of success in that single restricted format. Maybe a little bit of questions on whether or not it would be able to stand up to the power of 2 restricted Pokemon, but it's here to at least set the reign, really make sure that this Ice Rider Calyrex can stay around, at least with this Protect, but more importantly, you're shutting off the potential of these Fire-type attacks from the Volcarona to be doing maximum damage here.
That's a nice Trick Room, but I think unfortunately for Alex, this Pelipper now has hit the field and has the option to go for those wide guards. If you're Alex, you know that your Calyrex is going to underspeed Daniel, so it should act first in Trick Room, but the Pelipper is threatening a wide guard here, so if you go straight for the Glacial Lance, trying to knock out Calyrex and, get some chip damage on Pelipper before Daniel's Calyrex can attack, you might get blocked by the wide guard, and then maybe maybe you go for the high horsepower instead, trying to predict the wide guard, and then Daniel just doesn't wide guard, and then now you're in a spot where you've actually kind of outplayed yourself by setting up that Trick Room. It's going to be a really tough turn.
Well, now you've confused me, so think about how the players must feel about having to play that wide guard mind game. But Alex does have Terra at his disposal, going to give that over to the Volcarona. It's pretty safe to do that. You know that you're going to give yourself a better defensive typing against these Glacial Lances, as well as these Weather Balls coming through from this Pelipper, as you do see that Pelipper actually lock into the wide guard for this turn, going to deny the Glacial Lance that Alex was trying to send towards both of these Pokemon. But I kind of love that decision, because this Volcarona should be able to withstand a high horsepower here. Even better that it's going to end up being this Glacial Lance, even though it still takes a ton of damage from that. But the Fiery Dance is going to go into the Pelipper instead, at least breaks the Focus Sash. But the fact that you actually raise your special attack here, how much can you actually utilize that when you're the slowest thing in Trick Room?
Probably not too much. You're going to be attacking last. Either Pelipper or Calyrex should be able to knock it out. The Steel Terror there, I think, makes a lot of sense. In the case that Pelipper wants to go for something like a Weather Ball or a Hurricane, you're making sure that you're resisting those attacks. If the high horsepower comes through from Calyrex, you will get knocked out, but you also will knock the Calyrex out in return thanks to the Rocky Helmet. I think that's a trade you're willing to make in that scenario. Now we're in a spot where it's still got to be a little bit of a rough spot for Alex.
There's not really a clear way for you to be able to actually get a clean knockout onto this Pelipper. You had the high horsepower go for a swing and a miss, as the Pelipper just gets to kind of finish off the job here. I mean, the Calyrex, especially with Weather Ball in the rain, is not going to be able to withstand that pressure, and so Alex actually loses a second restricted here in this first game. As Fiery Dance, it continues to do the best that it can, doesn't actually proc that special attack boost this time around, but yeah, Alex is in a tough spot, being down to his final 2 Pokemon in this game, 1 already.
Now, especially with the Ogerpon coming in, this Calyrex is now free to go straight for those Glacial Lances. It will be attacking first before either that Volcarona or Ogerpon. And because that Trick Room is up, Pelipper will be able to finish off the Ogerpon, if the Glacial Lance doesn't do it itself. Alex, recognizing that, will go ahead and forfeit this first game. And that Trick Room setup, while it looked great at the time, it ended up being not super great for Alex, because that Volcarona was just not able to get too much done. The combination of the Pelipper's Wide Guard and Flying typing meant that the Calyrex had a really hard time getting any attacks through, and Daniel got a couple key turns correct.
I think it's tough because with the Volcarona, as you were bringing up before we got into this match, you really want to have that Pokemon in front of something like the Amoonguss or like the Zamazenta. And the fact that you didn't actually have that, it was really tough to make sure that that Volcarona was actually around to do what it needed to do. And even going back to the very first turn of this game, I think Alex took a damage trade that was not super favorable. You lose your Miraidon in the stead of not being able to actually knock out this Calyrex even after 5 subsequent turns. That's tough.
I think it's also crazy that Daniel's Calyrex was down to 6 HP on the first turn of the game and then was around for the rest of the game. It didn't get knocked out at all.
Yeah, exactly.
And as soon as Trick Room went up, Daniel, it was really that Wide Guard turn, right? The turn that Pelipper went for Wide Guard and blocked the Glacial Lance from Alex's Calyrex. That's when it started to fall apart for Alex, despite a damage trade that I thought was pretty okay on that first turn, right? You get the Calyrex down really low, you have the speed advantage, and then you're thinking you're going to get the knockout before Trick Room goes up. It just didn't work out.
But I kind of wonder, I mean, was there ever a world where if you do know that, oh, if you click Wide Guard, well, you're not attacking me, would you want to push that Fiery Dance towards the Calyrex instead?
Right.
Maybe you expected some type of protect. Like, there's a lot of different things at play that make that turn definitely look a little sticky. But I love what you were bringing up in the game itself, where if you know that the Pelipper's clicking wide guard, it's not doing anything else. Usually, sometimes as a player, you are okay with being able to make that trade, because if I'm forcing you to use wide guard, then I know one of your Pokemon isn't attacking.
Exactly. I think the play that Alex went for on that turn was pretty all in on the Pelipper not going for wide guard. You know, the Fiery Dance target into the Pelipper specifically makes me think that he wanted the Pelipper to be knocked out by the combination of Glacial Lance and the Fiery Dance, which is like very reasonable, especially in Trick Room. You want your Pelipper, which is the main thing threatening the Volcarona at that point, to be knocked out and kind of pushed aside for the rest of the match. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out in that first game.
Well, let's get into game number 2 and see if things will turn out any differently as we see a run back of the leads we saw in game number 1 for both Alex and Daniel. This time around, though, are there going to be any different decisions that get made by Alex that would be able to bring him back in this series, as Daniel has that game lead?
It's quite possible. We saw Alex go for the Draco Meteor on the first turn of game 1. The Terra type on Daniel's Calyrex Ice Rider is Grass, so that is most likely why Alex opted for the Draco Meteor instead of the slightly higher damage option of Electro Drift. Now, if Electro Drift is a move of choice and the Calyrex doesn't Terastallize, then you get a clean, maybe even a one-hit KO with the Electro Drift. If not, then that's certainly a range for a Glacial Lance, even at +1 defense. At the same time, I guess if you go for the Electro Drift and the Calyrex Terastallizes, then Glacial Lance becomes super effective. So maybe that's something you opt for instead to maybe get a little bit more damage going.
Well, right now, Daniel's going to play it safe. Also gives you some time to actually fish to see what this Miraidon is going to lock into. And here's an interaction we don't get to see very often. Even though the Calyrex went for Protect, coaching goes through it. So you still get a chance to have that attack and defense boost, despite the fact that your Calyrex is also not going to take any damage or do any damage this turn.
I really like this a lot. The move Coaching, like you said, does go through Protect. So that +1 attack and defense are very much intact. And Urshifu, all that has to do is take a Glacial Lance for its trouble. Now we're in a situation where this Calyrex is probably going to be at +2 in attack and defense after another Coaching from this Urshifu. You have the option to go for that Terastallization to reduce the damage of the Volt Switch. You are going to make Glacial Lance super effective, but at +2 defense, that kind of comes out in the wash. You're taking, you know, neutral damage in theory, because it does cancel out the ×2 and the divide by 2.
Urshifu with a second Coaching. This Ice Rider Calyrex could really start to get out of hand. It's going to be all on this Miraidon to try to break through this defensive wall. As you see the Volt Switch, that's a great way to do that. So much damage going into Daniel's Ice Rider Calyrex, and the Miraidon gets to get out of dodge and bring something in that's going to be able to take a Glacial Lance even better. The Volcarona going to be that Pokemon of choice, and this is a much better situation for it, but you're still having to take a +2 Glacial Lance with that Never Melt Ice. Both Pokemon hanging on, so Alex does get a chance to use his own Ice Rider Calyrex, but look at those defense boosts. Daniel's Calyrex took no damage from that.
I want to point out that is resisted. The Volcarona took about 75% of its HP from a resisted Glacial Lance, and that is the power of the +2 combined with the Never Melt Ice. I like the fact that Alex did not go for Trick Room this time around, especially with all that damage from the Volt Switch. The Calyrex is now in a position where it's probably going to get knocked out by the Miraidon with any different attack that it could use. A Fiery Dance might do the job here as well, unless Pelipper comes in and sets up the rain.
Well, it seems like we are at least going to get a switch, and so here is the Pelipper as you foretold. Maybe if we see maybe we don't see the Trick Room play this time around, though. I think that would have to be the difference maker in this turn. And we're not even going to see an attack. I think Daniel knows this Ice Rider Calyrex has put up such a big threat level that you want to make sure that you can preserve it for a little bit later, as the Fiery Dance now then goes into the Protect instead. Alex still goes on the offensive with this Calyrex, so I think that's the biggest decision that we needed to see change in this game number 2. You're doing so much damage to this Pelipper, and now the Focus Sash is broken, and you still get to play this game of the Wide Guard Mind Games.
Fiery Dance here may not be enough damage into the Calyrex thanks to the rain. That is a very bulky Pokemon, and the Volcarona on Alex's side is likely trained to be a lot bulkier itself as well. So we'll see if that Fiery Dance is enough. Pelipper doesn't have any way to redirect a single target attack. All it can do is block those spread moves, but Wide Guard will come through.
So Wyguard, you know that the Pelipper isn't going to be doing any damage. So how does Alex actually respond? Fiery Dance is going to try its best here into the Calyrex, and it's just barely not enough. But if Alex's Calyrex can hang on to deliver a final blow with Glacial Lance, then at least the Calyrex is going to get removed. But unfortunately, it's got to survive one of its own, and it does. So while Alex loses his Volcarona, his Calyrex Ice Rider can still fire back and actually get rid of this +2 Pokemon. But I say that Wyguard was used so early in that turn, and so you actually can't get the knockout there.
Great turn for Daniel. Again, this Calyrex hangs on with a single-digit amount of hit points remaining, and thanks to that, Wyguard is not finished off by Alex's own Calyrex. Thankfully for Alex, though, Trick Room is not up. Miraidon does have the speed advantage if it does want to hit the field, as does that Ogerpon Wellspring Mask if he opted to bring that as his 4th Pokemon again, which he does. So we do have the option for Ogerpon in the range, should be able to knock out either of these 2 Pokemon with a Ivy Cudgel. But you do kind of have to pick. Like, Ogerpon will outspeed both, but the Alex's Calyrex will underspeed both. If you leave the Glacial Lance, or if you leave the Calyrex Ice Rider on Daniel's side of the field alone, it gets off a Glacial Lance and probably KOs both your Pokemon. If you leave the Pelipper alone, you don't really want to be taking a Hurricane with your own Ogerpon, so you really have to pick your poison here.
It's so tough because how much do you value the Ogerpon heading out into the game later? That Water Absorb looks like it could be quite nice to soak up some of these Rapid Strikes, but the Urshifu later on in the game that you still have to think about being in the back. Alex is actually going to go ahead and forego the Ice Rider Calyrex completely and bring out Miraidon. So we're going to see Miraidon hit the field, but is this also going to be something that gets punished by Glacial Lance later? Well, Ivy Cudgel at least can finally finish the job into the Calyrex. So great thinking from Alex to be able to make that decision to get rid of that big Ice-type threat. But you've got to take this Hurricane, unfortunately. And so Ogerpon, enough bulk to actually survive that, and it is not going to get confused in the process. So you still keep the speed.
I think that's a really smart switch there. If you want to swap them Miraidon in there, that kind of gives away that you did target that Calyrex with the Ivy Cudgel. If you predict the Pelipper to try and go for an attack into the Calyrex, then your Miraidon will resist both of them and have a safer swap. Now this Urshifu hits the field, and because that Ogerpon took so much damage, we're in a position now where Urshifu can knock out the Ogerpon. It can go for some big damage into Miraidon. Wyguard is still pretty useful for blocking a possible Dazzling Gleam as well.
We're going to see now the Ogerpon actually take another rotation out as we see the Calyrex now hit the field. Something that's kind of awkward about this turn, though, is that Alex actually got the Miraidon in and Electric Terrain expired.
Yeah.
You don't have Hadron Engine. And so you have to sacrifice your Ice Rider Calyrex here to be able to preserve the Ogerpon for later. But it gets knocked out to that U-turn, and we still get a chance to see this Urshifu get out. And here's the problem, Miraidon, an electric type Pokemon, would love to be able to hit either of these water types with an electric move, but we have the Landorus that's been sitting and waiting in the back, but a great target selection by Alex to get the Volt Switch onto the Pelipper, get the KO, and now you've got your Miraidon back in to set this electric terrain, and also change your move. You're not locked into Volt Switch for the rest of the game here with those choice specs.
Crucial targeting there from Alex. If that had hit the Landorus, I think the game was probably just over at this point. But because the Volt Switch goes into the Pelipper, like you said, Rosemary, he gets to swap the Miraidon back in, reactivate that electric terrain, and boost his special attack for the next 5 turns, and more importantly, swap those moves up. The Wide Guard is gone. I think this is a perfect instance to lock into that Dazzling Gleam, especially if you want to go for something like the Terra Fairy to maybe remove your ground type weakness. But because the rain is still up, you do kind of have to worry about those Surging Strikes. Thankfully, Ogerpon is still there with the Water Absorb, so you can redirect that. Dazzling Gleam should be enough to knock out the Urshifu, and then you just have to deal with this Landorus, whose Terra type is Water. It is not the Poison, which we see oftentimes, which would resist the Dazzling Gleam.
But is there a way to actually make sure that this Ogerpon can deal with, like, you know, you have to take a close combat from somewhere, I think, from the Urshifu. That's kind of the only move that you can sort of expect in an endgame like this. And the Urshifu is the fastest thing on the field thanks to the Choice Scarf. So how do you actually keep that Ogerpon around, or like how do you stop your Miraidon from actually getting hit by a super effective move from this Landorus? When you go for the Terra Fairy, you still have to be wary of the Sludge Bomb from Landorus.
I think Sludge Bomb may not be enough for a 1-hit KO here. It is very powerful, but it doesn't have that same type attack bonus. Follow Me will come through, so the Urshifu's attack will be directed into that Ogerpon to keep that Miraidon safe. Close combat will finish Ogerpon off.
And so we do see the defense and the special defense fall after Urshifu using that move. Doesn't really matter because you're getting knocked out to the Dazzling Gleam anyway, but then you still have to make sure that you can get that single target damage onto the Landorus. So Dazzling Gleam comes out. Let's see how much it does to the Landorus itself. Ooh. It is actually quite a lot. And so this should be a game 2 that Alex is able to win, but let's see how much this Sludge Bomb is going to do in response. Ooh. It is so close, but with just enough HP for Alex to move into the next turn of this game and bring us to a game number 3.
Really well played by Alex there. He took what was kind of a rough early game in game 1, played it very similarly up to a certain point. I think crucially just did not set up that Trick Room, which allowed his Miraidon to still be faster than Daniel's key threats. Even though the Calyrex did get a few attack boosts with the coaching and with the Chilling Neigh, he was able to mitigate its damage enough, and then be able to knock it out with an attack from that Ogerpon. Ogerpon played a really big role in this match as well, swapping it out on that turn to sacrifice your own Calyrex just to make sure you were able to bring it back in and protect your own Miraidon from that Urshifu was a really big turning point there. And thankfully, Alex probably knows this, but Sludge Bomb was just barely not enough to KO Miraidon, so that Terra Fairy was pretty safe too.
But it's still, you can't help but kind of hold on to the edge of your seat.
Of course.
When you see a super effective move heading in that direction. But we've got a game 3 on our hands for such an exciting final match here before we head into our top cut. Either Daniel or Alex is going to have the honor of moving on to that second and final phase of competition here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships and see if they can add another championship title to their trophy cabinet. Let's take a look back on some of the moments from this game 2, though. I think you're right in identifying that one turn where Alex decided to attack with the Ice Rider Calyrex instead, this is the exact one. We knew that he was in a much better position for the rest of this game.
It's also good to know for both trainers about how much that Fiery Dance does in rain. That exact combination of attacks, the Volt Switch and the Fiery Dance, is something that the Calyrex may have to take in a possible, situations in Game 3 coming up. So knowing that, if you're Daniel, that is a possibility that Calyrex survives that. Of course, if you're Alex, you can think maybe some of those damage rolls are a little bit low. It is certainly possible that those combinations of moves also just knocked out the Calyrex. But it's going to be really tough. It's not something you can really rely on if you're either trainer just because of the way that those damage rolls work. But the Miraidon, again, was the MVP in this case. Able to stick around, especially without that Trick Room going up. Crucially, it was going to be the fastest thing on the field, save for that Choice Scarf Urshifu, and has enough damage to finish off that game.
Ooh. Are we going to see any adjustments here? I feel like Alex has gone all out on the offense, bringing both of those restricteds to Game 1 and Game 2. But does Daniel still feel confident in his game plan to keep bringing the same Pokemon? Is it time to consider bringing Zamazenta? Is it time maybe to say, I might want a Mungus here? Maybe we want a Mungus as a good rage support partner.
It is interesting that Daniel has essentially opted into playing a Regulation G team into a Regulation I team in those first 2 games, not bringing that Zamazenta into this matchup. I think it kind of makes sense. That Zamazenta, I think, is very specifically teched out for the mirror. And when you're playing your own Calyrex Ice Rider, the opposing Zamazenta can be a little bit annoying. I could see it being slightly useful here. You get another option for Wide Guard to block Dazzling Gleam or Glacial Lance. Body Press will be doing a sizable amount of damage to pretty much anything other than that Volcarona. It's the only thing that resists it on Alex's team. But at the same time, I don't know that it has enough, juice to make forward progress instead of just slowing down the game.
But one game separates either Alex or Daniel moving on to top cut. So let's see how it unfolds. Alex is going to run back the Miraidon and Ice Rider Calyrex, but Daniel does make an adjustment, bringing the Landorus out in front next to his Calyrex partner.
Interesting switch up there from Daniel. We're in a spot where, a Glacial Lance could be pretty devastating, especially for that Landorus in particular. If the Landorus allows itself to get hit by a Glacial Lance, that probably means it's getting a big attack off, so maybe you're willing to make that trade for one of your non-restricted Pokemon. But we're seeing 2 big damage threats right off the bat that Alex has to deal with.
But I love Daniel bringing both of these Pokemon because I think it pins the Miraidon. You saw how much the Sludge Bomb did to that Miraidon if it terras to the Fairy type. Otherwise, you've got the Glacial Lance that's going to be a very big amount of damage as well. The last time we saw Miraidon have to take one of those, it was already a +1 thanks to the coaching, but it's still going to do a lot if it's super effective damage regardless. So Daniel being able to have both of these threats on the field, if Alex doesn't keep the Miraidon in, something else is going to have to take a Glacial Lance or a Sludge Bomb, and there's not a whole lot that Alex has shown that would be able to take that comfortably.
Immediately, we do get a terrestrialization from Alex Underhill in the beginning of this third game. It's going to be that Miraidon straight into a fairy type, not wanting to take super effective damage from any ground or ice type moves.
So the Terra Fairy's nice as that defensive typing, and we saw how much it's able to boost up those Dazzling Gleams. And with his Landorus going for Protect, maybe this is a sigh of relief for Alex. You don't have to deal with this Landorus on this turn as the Draco Meteor connects onto Daniel's Calyrex, bringing it down to just a sliver of HP. Alex was ready to go for the gas here. Have to take a Glacial Lance in return, and so Miraidon takes that way better. But this Calyrex, if it does go for the Glacial Lance as well, that is a KO'd Calyrex from Daniel. One restricted down, and 3 more Pokemon that Alex has to get through.
Fantastic first turn for Alex there. That Terra Fairy was a really safe option. And the Glacial Lance is enough to KO Calyrex this time around because unlike game 1 when it took the combination of attacks and it was able to survive, there's no coaching boost to defense. So that Glacial Lance is enough to KO the Calyrex. And if the Landorus had attacked that turn, Alex maybe would have lost the Miraidon, but he would have gotten the Glacial Lance KO on Landorus in return. So a great spot for Alex to be in. Is probably one of the first times he's been leading a game this early on in this set. Now the Miraidon is, of course, at -2 special attack, and you maybe want to consider swapping it out so you're not locking yourself into a -4 after another Draco Meteor. But again, this is still just a nice place to be in. You finally kind of put your best foot forward at the beginning of one of these games, and you're not trying to play catch-up. You're not dealing with a coaching-boosted Calyrex for the rest of the game.
Ooh, Calyrex, yeah, just going for the Protect here. Doesn't want to take a good attack from either of these Pokemon, and also smartly calling that there is going to be that Wide Guard from the Pelipper. So Miraidon just gets to go for another Draco Meteor, and that's going to be a lot of damage into the Landorus. That's even at -2, not a critical hit either, as the Landorus was trying to get some damage down with the Earth Power into Alex's Ice Rider Calyrex. Starting to look much better for Alex. That turn 1 was already giving him an advantage, and this turn number 2 is looking even better.
Really capitalizing on Daniel assuming the Miraidon would swap out there, going for the Earth Power into the Calyrex instead of the Sandsear Storm, because Sandsear Storm has a slightly higher base power, but because of the spread damage reduction, would have done less damage to the Calyrex. Because he went for that option, the Miraidon sticks around, gets to threaten a KO with Draco Meteor once again into this Landorus.
Oh, well, this time around, the Landorus has gotten smart to what has happened. Decides to protect itself as well. And the Pelipper, the reason why it has been so good in these single restricted formats is because it can still dish out damage just like that. Calyrex, a generally very naturally bulky Pokemon, still took quite a bit of damage from that Glacial Lance, or sorry, from that Weather Ball. Glacial Lance to come back is just going to bring that Pelipper down to its Focus Sash.
The great thing about this position for Alex, too, is that he's forced a position where if Daniel goes for Wide Guard on Pelipper, the Landorus gets knocked out by Draco Meteor anyway, so then Daniel gets nothing done on that turn. No damage is dealt. Now you can very freely go for those Glacial Lances with your own Calyrex, not worry about Wide Guard blocking them, because even if Wide Guard does block them, the Landorus still goes down and Pelipper deals no damage in return. Just a really powerful start from Alex here. Maybe sometimes you don't necessarily want to be leading your 2 restricted Pokemon. Maybe you save one in the back to try and clean up a later game, but Alex immediately throwing all this offense at Daniel, and this time around it's been very hard to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like Alex learned a lot from playing out that game 1 and 2, still decided to believe in that combination of the Miraidon and Calyrex. And now Daniel, certainly on the back foot, brings the Landorus back into its Pokeball, decides to change it out for the Urshifu, but that's also so risky. It's still going to have to take so much damage, but not because when you see the Pelipper go for the Wide Guard, you will at least not be taking a Glacial Lance. But Miraidon still gets to keep firing off these Draco Meteors, and that's still a lot of damage into the Urshifu when you're at -4 for that attack.
That is a ton of damage there. Now the Miraidon at -6 and still threatening a KO into that Urshifu is crazy. I really like, I mean, it's a smart play from Daniel either way. This is kind of the only way you guarantee that you don't have a Pokemon get knocked out this turn, but you're still in such a rough spot. It's another turn where you took a lot of damage without dealing any in return, and you're kind of losing time here. HP is one of your resources in this game, and you're giving up a lot of HP to put yourself in positions to maybe start taking KOs. Whereas Alex still has his first 2 Pokemon on the field and 2 unrevealed Pokemon in the back. Probably, again, that Ogerpon and Volcarona like we've seen in those first 2 games, but any combination of Pokemon at this point might be enough to clean up the very little HP that Daniel's Pokemon have remaining.
Ooh, this is so tough, though. I mean, you can see Daniel really thinking critically, what do I do with this Urshifu? Do I go for close combat? Do I try to go for these Surging Strikes? There's still a threat of a Wellspring Ogerpon in the back for Alex, as he has revealed in games 1 and 2, and there it is. With Water Absorb now on the table, you can't really go for Weather Ball or Rapid Strikes from either of these Pokemon from Daniel. It's going to be the selection of the close combat, though, so Daniel thinking better of the threat of the Ogerpon in the back. But now you make your Urshifu even more vulnerable. Weather Ball is also going to get into the protect there by the Calyrex.
And a smart lock into close combat, knowing that Ogerpon is very likely lurking in the back. If you do lock into Surging Strikes, even if you have the Calyrex in that turn, you've put yourself in a spot where now the Ogerpon can pretty freely go for that follow me, redirect to possible Surging Strikes, and to protect the Miraidon that would come in for the Calyrex, and then just take another KO and put yourself, you know, way, way behind. Now the close combat is still throwing damage into Ogerpon, but you have to worry about this Calyrex still. You know, Ogerpon is able to possibly go for some redirection, and of course the Volcarona in the back, now that Urshifu is locked into close combat, has become another safe swap here. If you decide to swap the Volcarona into that close combat, you get the Rocky Helmet chip damage and a possible burn from Flame Body.
That is going to bring the Urshifu down so low. But we do see Alex make another swap, and it is going to be that Volcarona. So I don't know. It's a hard call here. I think, like, yeah, here's the close combat, not doing very much. And so let's see. You do have to take the recoil from the Rocky Helmet, but it would just be insult to injury if you actually get burned from the Flame Body as well. And you don't. So Pelipper at least can try to get the Weather Ball into the Calyrex and get a knockout for Daniel, the first one of this game number 3, but there's still an uphill battle for him to climb. Alex is slowly starting to lose the, kind of like losing that big advantage that he had. The Urshifu is still around and can still go for these close combats.
The nice part, though, is that now that Rain has ended, the Pelipper is doing way less damage. The Weather Ball is no longer a water-type attack, and of course Hurricane is no longer 100% accurate. So, of course, now that this Volcarona is on the field, it is also carrying the Rage Powder attack, so you can redirect a close combat away from Miraidon. Miraidon can take this chance to go for some more damage of its own. Now, whether you want to lock into Dazzling Gleam with Pelipper still around is tempting, but a little bit risky. And of course, the Landorus is still there to block any electric-type attacks. We're at a spot, though, where even if the Miraidon has to go for 3 Draco Meteors and put itself down to -4 before that last one, I think any of Daniel's remaining Pokemon still get knocked out by that -4 Draco Meteor. Maybe that's your safest option, right? You go for that Draco Meteor, assuming you hit, there's 90% accuracy chance there, but assuming you connect 3 Draco Meteors, this game should be pretty much over.
Pelipper just goes for the protect. Like, you know, if you go for Wide Guard and then you try to go for a switch, it still opens you up to getting knocked out even by the Volcarona. Like going for Fiery Dance or, yeah, the Volt Switch in a situation. So Volcarona does go for the Rage Powder and actually takes a little bit more damage this time around thanks to that critical hit. And so Volcarona, easy to clean up in this next turn. But Urshifu, I mean, it still takes more recoil. And Draco Meteor, I think this is what you're hoping for if you're Daniel. One, it targets it into the Pelipper, or later on, Alex misses some to get yourself back into this game.
I think that's the correct target for Draco Meteor on this turn, though. You know the Volcarona is holding the Rocky Helmet. You know that it can survive 2 more close combats. And you know that if Urshifu close combats into Volcarona 2 more times, it knocks itself out with that Rocky Helmet recoil. So Draco Meteoring the Pelipper slot there means that this Urshifu is not touching a Miraidon still. You're guaranteed to have another turn of safety from this Urshifu, and you're knocking out the only thing that can then knock out your Volcarona and eliminate that safety net from your Miraidon.
Oh, but now can this Pelipper actually do any offense here? As you called out, there's no Rain, there's no Water-type Weather Ball. Volcarona is still up to go for 1 more Rage Powder, but does the Pelipper even actually survive the turn? It does not, as the Draco Meteor connects to do a single hit point of damage. And it looks like it's just going to be quick cleanup from here. Daniel, this win and the chance at top cut slowly slipping away from him as Alex continues to snowball this lead.
It is kind of funny to use Draco Meteor deliberately on something with 1 HP, but again, that's kind of your only option because that Landorus is still around to block any electric type damage, and because the Pelipper had access to Wide Guard. If you had locked into an electric type attack or Dazzling Gleam, there's a chance that you're doing 0 damage here, which is kind of the only way you can lose this game. So locking into Draco Meteor is the guaranteed damage option 90% of the time, let's say, and that's the best way you have to make sure this game gets closed out, because now Urshifu essentially has to attack the Volcarona if it goes for Rage Powder and will get knocked out by the Rocky Helmet.
Okay, well, let's find out how the rest of this turn plays out after the Miraidon has switched away. The coaching comes through, but it's going into the Landorus, so you know that Urshifu is actually going to be around. That's funny, though, because we're not really seeing how much value this coaching is actually going to provide as Volcarona actually avoids the Sandseer. That was one of the Pokemon I think you would have loved to be able to take out, but you do get some meaningful damage onto the Ogerpon. But this is at least one way, I guess, if Urshifu sticks around, then the damage isn't single target, but I think as soon as Miraidon comes back in, it's the fastest thing on the field, and it's just going to go for a Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, the Urshifu sticking around is nice and all, but it has locked itself into doing precisely 0 damage for the rest of this game, unfortunately. Coaching buffs aren't even going to be too useful because the Miraidon's using special attacks, as is the Landorus, so those attack and defense boosts won't be too useful at all. As soon as this Volcarona gets knocked out, won't even get knocked out, so maybe a Fiery Dance ends the game here instead. But that Miraidon could have come in and knocked out that Landorus, and with that Dazzling Gleam to seal up the match for Alex.
Yeah, I mean, the Fiery Dance finally puts that Urshifu out of its misery, I think, of just going for coaching into a Landorus, but I love that Daniel is not giving up. You still want to play out the match as the Sandseer Storm finally connects onto both targets, and we've got that 1v1, but with Miraidon having the speed, Alex should be able to seal up that deal with one final Dazzling Gleam and move on. Daniel Yu has been a phenomenal VGC star with that win at the Atlanta Regional Championships, and it's been so exciting to see him get close to yet another regional championship top cut, and especially when the formats were different just a couple of weeks apart.
They really were. A really impressive run by Daniel here, following up a big first regional victory with a fantastic finish here in Milwaukee. But Alex Underhill is going to finish off this match with a Dazzling Gleam and lock his spot in top cut of the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
Another chance here from the best in the Midwest. Alex Underhill, our Portland Regional Championship from 2024, and of course having those 2 regional championship wins in Collinsville and Fort Wayne in 2017. Despite the number of years apart from 2017 to 2024, Alex is still proving that he is one of the absolute best VGC players in the entire world.
It's just always so fun to see Alex play. He always brings teams that are really well constructed. He's known for being a very, very solid team builder. And of course, executing on those teams as well. On top of those regional wins, I know he has a top 8 finish at the US National Championships before it was called NAIC. And so he's someone that is very capable of, making these big finishes. At least one, if not more, journeys into the day 2 of World Championships as well. So it was great to see him put on kind of a masterclass here after what was a rough game 1. He was kind of, outmaneuvered in that first game after that Trick Room went up and after Pelipper was able to threaten some wide guards, but showed that he is able to bounce back from a tough game 1 and put on a really, really strong showing in that second and third game.
Yeah, it was really well played. And also showing that you can put a lot of power in just bringing your double restricteds out in front.
Yeah, true.
Just hit damage, just do damage, win the damage trade. I think Alex also showed really smart preservation of each of his Pokemon.
Yeah.
In that second game, he knew that, like, I can sacrifice my Ice Rider Calyrex here because it's not going to actually get me enough. And the rest of this game, I would much rather be able to have something like the Ogerpon for later. And similarly, for that third game, it felt like Alex was very willing to make sure that he played to a safe win, like safe guaranteed win at the end by giving up some of the HP from the Volcarona as well as the Ogerpon, and just knowing like, yeah, I can play around these threats. Imagine if like I get some HP back because you hit me with a water type attack. Amazing.
Yeah, the double redirection there was really key for that end game. One of them being immune to water type attacks and one of them resisting fighting type attacks with the Rocky Helmet. As soon as Urshifu locked into close combat there, Alex knew that the Volcarona was essentially the key to winning.
Yeah.
You were able to swap it in, redirect those close combats, get the damage you needed with that Rocky Helmet as well, and eventually the Urshifu would have knocked itself out, which then forced it to lock into coaching at the end of the game. In an attempt to maybe, preserve the spread damage aspect of Dazzling Gleam at the very end, but I think at that point it was just too far gone.
I mean, Landorus at that point too just didn't have enough HP that even after we saw the damage roll from the first time, the Miraidon had gone for that in game number 2, I think it was definitely a done deal looking at how much HP that Landorus had left. But regardless, Daniel Yu is... like, I don't know what else to say except that this was still a fantastic regional performance to have back-to-back after just winning a regional championship. And of course, Daniel is hungry for more, but after having that guaranteed invite to the World Championships after winning, feels kind of nice to be like, yeah, you know what? Like, I still got pretty close again.
Of course, Alex putting himself one step closer to the World Championships as well. Unfortunately, does not have that auto invite locked up just yet. Might by the end of the weekend, we'll see, but getting some more crucial championship points for that to get to the World Championships in Anaheim.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from Alex about what he has to say from that last match.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. I'm here with Alex Underhill, who just punched his ticket into our Top Cut here in Milwaukee. The casters called you the best of the Midwest, which is a title that admittedly maybe you earned in, what, 2017? But I feel like you're on your way to reclaim it right now.
I would hope. I'm from around here. I'm like, you know, I grew up in Chicago, so it's kind of a hometown regional. I don't know if they ended up airing the Fun Fact or not, but my mom and dad did come yesterday to kind of check it out. It was fun.
Oh, they did? That's
Yeah.
so sweet. How did it feel having them here to support you?
It was awesome. It was awesome getting to finally show them after all these years what it's like at an event, you know, just so they were having a great time.
Awesome. Well, we've heard a lot about you this weekend, but this is honestly the first time we've seen you. It sounds like you've been quite busy building some teams for Regulation I.
That's true. I've been working at it with coaching, with friends, and so, yeah, there's a lot of teams. I know, like, Colin shouted me out earlier on stream. His team was one I was considering for this before ultimately going with a different route. There's a lot of, you know, my coaching students, as well as, like, other friends like Adi. I worked with him on his Ho-Oh build for a point. You know, ultimately what he ended up using was his own creation, but still, I feel like I got the spark there. I don't know. Anyways, it's just so fun to work with so many different people on the, you know, massive amount of different teams you can use in Regulation I. It's a very diverse format.
Yeah, and that must have given you a really diverse perspective of all the options out there, you know, what people are thinking about. How did that influence your own decision to ultimately lock into the Calyrex Ice Rider Miraidon combo that we just saw?
I just wanted to rock with the restricted that I know the best, Calyrex Ice. I've been using it for most of the formats in Scarlet and Violet, as well as back in Sword and Shield. And so I wanted to figure out what I exactly wanted to partner with it. And it wasn't looking good at the beginning for Calyrex Ice. It was kind of struggling, and so people they were starting to count it out. I was very much scared of Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta coming into this one. And we're kind of seeing the reverse case here. Calyrex Ice is the top horse, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
and,
it is.
I don't know, the Ghost one isn't doing so good.
I know, and that's really interesting to me as well, because I also fell victim to that trap, if you want to call it that. Why do you think that is?
Honestly, I think it's because here in NA, we like to do things differently, sometimes to our own detriment.
Fair enough.
Europe loves to do the boring. They love to do the you know, consistent, proven teams. And so I'm sure once we hop over there, it's going to be a complete reverse.
Fair enough. So tell us about your day yesterday. How did it go?
It was solid. I had to play a couple of friends and ended up finishing 6-2. So I had to win all 3 today to make it. Didn't make things easy. But yeah, I got to play like a pretty diverse set of teams, got to play a bit of Ho-Oh. It's really cool that Ho-Oh's doing so well this time around. Like, who would have thought? That part's so cool. But yeah, I don't know. I would say that it was like a relatively, like, I don't know if I have any crazy games from day one that are like, I'm dying to talk about, I guess.
Fair enough. I do know that you struggled a bit in the past couple regionals you went to.
Right.
Did you feel like that put a little bit of extra pressure on you going into day 2, knowing that you really didn't have any margin for error?
Oh, no, honestly, like, I was starting small. You know, I missed day 2 at my past 3 events, and that was like kind of weighing on me. And so I was like, I got to break this curse, got to break this streak. So even though I made it into day 2 at 6-1 and then lost my last round, but once I made it to day 2, I just, like, a weight was lifted. You know, I was like, we can start here. I'm ultimately going to be going to Portland as well, trying to defend my title.
Fair enough.
And I want to, you know, try to, you know, get in good shape for that one, but why not do well here? I did well at the last Milwaukee, too. Last Milwaukee we had in 23.
Yeah.
I did get top 4, so it would be fun to make another deep run here as well.
All right, well, you're well on your way to that deep run. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Shout-outs to William Brown, Billy. He worked on the team with me. Paul is also using it, so we've got a pretty good crew here. I know Paul made cut. I got to go check on William. I don't know the answer to that yet. And then, of course, shout-out to my wife, Gina. Shout-out to my family for coming. Shout-outs to Tub and, you know, all my friends, of course. Shout-out to AFG.
Well, congratulations, Alex. I'm glad that you were able to break the curse, and best of luck in Top Cut. We'll be back real soon with more Pokemon action after this break. Hey there. there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back. I am here with Jody Azzarelli and Juancho Salderna. I'm Gabby Snyder, and we are all fans of Pokemon TCG Pocket. Jody, you've been having a lot of fun online with your content creation for Pocket. So why don't you tell us a bit about how that's going?
Yeah, it's been going really good. I focus very much on the competitive side, and we just got ranked last month, where Season 1 ended and Season 2 has just begun. I've peaked number 2 global, and I've also finished in the top 100.
Which is insane. Congratulations, by the way. A lot of hard work went into that. Juancho, I hear that you also like Pocket.
I like cards. I love Pokemon cards.
I love Pokemon cards too. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna open up some Pokemon Pocket packs here on stream. I have not opened many packs yet from the latest set. So we're gonna check those cards out. We're gonna have a conversation about the new metagame, the new cards that are introduced. Yep. And the first question I have for y'all is, we have 2 new packs here for Celestial Guardians. We have one themed after Solgaleo and one themed after Lunala. Which one should we start with?
Ooh.
Well, I personally think that Solgaleo is super strong right now. So the competitive player in me is like, go Solgaleo, Solgaleo. But I'm fine with anything.
Okay.
I trust number 2 in the world here.
Okay. You can't argue with that logic. I like this. All right. So we're going to go ahead and open 10 packs here.
So I'm looking for specifically the Oricorio. Can I find the Oricorio in this pack?
You actually, well, there's 4 different Oricorio. You can find the Oricorio that you're looking for, Pom-Pom, in this pack, yes.
So that's what I'm hoping for, because I just want to beat all the EX Pokemon.
Yeah. Personally, for me, like I said, I'm...
Oh,
okay. My gosh.
Right off the bat.
Okay, so I know Alolan Raichu has its niche in the video game.
Yep.
Psychic Terrain makes it do some fun things. Does it have any playability in Pocket?
Yes. So for people who played last month during that metagame, Shining Revelry, everyone will be familiar with Darkrai Garantina and Gyarados. And Raichu, for 3 colorless energy, deals 60 plus 30 for every energy, and that is actually enough to beat every old meta Pokemon when they're fully on board.
Oh yeah, actually you're right.
I like that it's colorless, like the fact that it's then splashable in any deck.
Any deck, it's really cool.
And it's also evolves from Pikachu, which, good Pokemon.
We love cards.
We love cards.
We love Pikachu.
All right, let's keep going here.
Can we repeat that luck? Oh!
All right.
I guess
we got. You can play the deck now.
I was gonna say we can play the Pikachu Raichu deck now. Let's go.
All right, Phone. When I said repeat the luck, I meant maybe get other cards in that same rarity.
All right, so we're gonna do a third Alolan Raichu EX right now. I'm feeling it. Nah, it's just Garbodor.
Okay. Garbodor not any good. I know Garbodor in the regular TCG has historically been such a scary Pokemon.
Not yet.
All right.
Ooh.
Trevenant?
Okay.
I did see a Lily pop by. Is that a trainer that a lot of people are using?
Yes. For those of you, the biggest card or biggest entry has been Rare Candy, which makes you go from a basic to a stage 2, like Sarina.
Okay.
So you can, Lily will be able to heal 60 on a card like Sarina. This card's really good right now as well.
Wait, really? I mean, I see flip 3 coins. This attack does 50 damage for each head.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm that lucky.
I like to flip. That's fun.
That's my tagline in the game. I like to flip coins.
Okay. So then what kind of deck would you run this in? Would you run it like with Celebi EX or something?
No, so you'd actually run this with Meowscarada.
Oh, right, yeah.
The deck famously is really weak going first, and now we have a 1 energy attacker that you can Rare Candy into that can attack as early as your first energy attachment. So that's where our Queenly Majesty goes.
All right.
The fact that it's grass too, that means you can also heal it with Erica potentially.
Yes.
So what, Lily and Erica, it's just never going down.
We're just built in the meta decks right now. Let's go. I try not to be one of those bling players, but I think I'm going to be one of those bling players.
All right, now we need one of those immersive cards, and then we'll get a second one, right?
I mean, let's do it. Maybe not in this 10-pack, but I think all things considered, this was really good.
A really good
Not
one.
too bad. We built a deck together there.
I know, right?
Yeah.
All
All right.
I mentioned immersive cards. Is there a specific immersive you guys would like to pull?
Oh my gosh, they both look so amazing. This set actually has the first immersive supporters in Lily and Guzma.
Okay.
They're both really, really pretty art. They outdid themselves, honestly.
I really, really hope we pull one and we just get to play it
I
on stream.
know.
Gabby, no pressure, but
No
you
pressure.
need to do
I mean,
that.
technically, I already pulled the Lily one, so we couldn't play it if we, but
But
I'm gonna try a 10-pack of Lunala now
Okay,
because I
okay.
do know you can only pull Lily in Solgaleo and Guzma's only in Lunala.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I feel like we need to try and balance things out a little bit.
let's do it.
I like it. I like it. To be fair, I always like Lunala more than Solgaleo.
Really?
I took Pokemon.
So it's interesting because in VG right now, Lunala is way better than
Yeah.
Solgaleo.
Yeah.
But in the past, it's always been like Solgaleo's
Oh,
game. Okay, it's shiny! Actually, isn't Executor sort of playable too?
This is actually one of the most
Yeah.
playable. It actually has the same ability as that Alolan Raichu that we just
Yeah.
rolled.
Ooh.
But you do need 1 grass energy in addition to the 3 colorless, so it's a bit higher energy cost.
Do you pair this though with the Executor EX?
So you can, but it also pairs with the Mythical Islands Execute, which has a bit way to attach energy to itself, so it has its
Oh.
own acceleration.
Oh,
Okay,
I like
okay.
that. Speaking of Executor, we got the tall one, we got the short one, we got a Pyukumuku, we got all the Pokemon here.
Heck yeah.
Oh, Decidueye.
Decidueye.
Okay. So for 2 colorless, we can do 100 damage to one of your Pokemon or one of your opponent's Pokemon that has damage on it. That seems pretty good.
That is really good.
I wish there was a way to put damage on the board.
Wow, well, we actually have 2 main ways of doing that.
Really?
Actually, there's Darkrai, whose ability, when you attach dark energies, you can do ping. But one that's getting really popular right now is Greninja.
Okay, I did.
Okay.
Greninja's ability is to deal 20 anywhere, and it's the perfect combo for this Decidueye.
All right. Well, good to know. There was a Conkeldurr there. I might have clicked too quickly past it.
What does Ilima do?
Ooh.
Put one of your normal or colorless Pokemon that has damage on it into your hand. So could get some playability.
Yeah.
Maybe heal up an Arceus?
Yeah, I was trying to think of a good colorless Pokemon and I forgot about Arceus. I don't know how that happened. But you're absolutely right. Primarina had an ability that could heal. Alolan Vulpix, you can summon energy out of your energy zone. I'm seeing a lot of really really interesting abilities in this set, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But no immersive yet. Come on.
No
Something.
immersives yet. I'm trying not to go too fast because I don't want to skip any cards.
Yeah.
Fishing net.
Yes.
Trainer, what does that do?
So this allows you to pick up a basic water type Pokemon, and it is going to be pivotal in the new Wishy-Washy deck.
Oh, okay. What does Wishy-Washy do?
So Wishy-Washy, for 1 water energy, allows you to put a Wishy-Washy or Wishy-Washy EX from your deck to your bench, and then Wishy-Washy EX.
Oh, perfect timing.
Perfect. Oh my gosh.
I love this for us. Anyways, continue, please.
Wishy-Washy EX does School Storm, which does 30 plus 40 for every Wishy-Washy or Wishy-Washy EX on your bench. That gets to 150 damage.
Okay, that's pretty good.
It has a lot of HP too for a basic.
Very chunky.
All right, Jody, what does immersive Guzma do?
Specifically the immersive, not just any Guzma.
Oh, looks like
I think we unlucked out, unfortunately, on the Guzma here, but we could try again, or we could go for Solgaleo.
Yeah.
We can go.
We can do both.
Yeah. We'll get
All
it
right,
later.
We'll go back to Solgaleo then. Oh, this is so cool. I love seeing all the new cards in the set as well, because not only is it a great opportunity to sort of consider all of these new strategies and new play styles. As someone who really only comes to the TCG for art, I just love seeing all the artwork on all the new cards and getting to appreciate Pokemon in ways that you don't necessarily get to see when you're playing the video game, you know?
100% agree with you.
Yeah.
And I'm from the video game, so I feel the same way.
Oh, we're slowly getting you here to the TCG, though. You're already playing the TCG pocket. Just a small step into TCG real life.
All right. Nothing in that pack, but we'll keep going. Getting a lot of Torracat.
Yeah.
Oh, Comfey.
Comfey, okay.
Sorry, as a TCG person, this Pokemon scares me, but is it good in pocket?
It's okay in pocket. It will be.
Oh! We got it!
Yes!
All right.
Do it!
So let's talk about this card. I mean, obviously, it has one of the, I think, best immersive artworks
Oh
I've
my
seen.
god, I love it.
As someone who loved the Alola storyline, like this just pulls at my heartstrings.
Oh, it's Lana.
But also, it's very playable.
Extremely playable.
This is the first time I've seen it. I'm getting
Really?
goosebumps here. Look at all my friends.
Everyone.
Oh man, Gladian. Let's go.
All under the Alolan sun.
Oh, I got goosebumps. I got goosebumps. that was really
It's
nice.
a beautiful card. Like I love it. I'm glad that we got it here for everyone back at home.
Ooh, what is that? Your third one now, Gabby?
No, second. I remember I had one immersive and one just normal.
Now you can bling it out.
I told you I'm becoming a bling player.
I want to see that immersive Guzma next. I haven't seen the animation for that either yet.
Unfortunately, I think this is our last 10-pack that we have time for, but I mean, we're just getting the hits left and right. I don't think Magearna is maybe as playable as some of these other cards, but being able to deal more damage to Pokemon with an ability does sound kind of nice.
Yeah, it specifically is able to one-shot Oricorio Pom Pom, which is going to be a card that we can maybe Oricorio Pom Pom. No, we lost our.
All right, I will hope that we get one. Big Malasada, that was a card in the TCG at one point, right?
I don't think it was any good. Any good though, not as good as Buddy Poffin or something. It's the superior bread.
Well, unfortunately, I think that is all the time that we have right now to open packs in Pokemon TCG Pocket. But if you want to get in on this lovely pack opening action, make sure to download Pokemon TCG Pocket from your phone's app store today. You can get those packs. You can play on the competitive ladder. Jody, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Oh my gosh. Well, my mom, of course. All of my lovely viewers, and honestly, the Pokemon Pocket community. It's been so amazing. It's like my second home now, and honestly, I'm glad that a game like this exists.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming back here, opening some packs with us, and giving us a little peek into the new metagame. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action from Milwaukee soon. Welcome back to the 2025 Milwaukee Regional Championships. You are watching the video game stream, and you are waiting for us to enter in our top cut segment of the broadcast. And I don't know about y'all at home, but I cannot wait to see who's going to be walking home our 2025 Milwaukee Regional Champion.
Yeah, this has been a really exciting tournament so far. We knew that going into it, new regulation, it's the Worlds format. We're prepared for all the hype, and the tournament has definitely over-delivered, which is so exciting, especially too gearing up for the top cut. It's stacked. Some of these trainers, some of these storylines. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's always fun jitters when you start a new regulation. Day one's always fun. Oh, what's gonna perform well? What's gonna over-represent? What's gonna under-represent? But this is the moment we've all been waiting for, Gabby. We're finally into cut.
I know, and honestly, I've been up and down and all around this regional championship this weekend, and this is the first time I'm checking in on the top cut. So why don't we go ahead and start talking about Luca Paz, who is our first trainer who made top cut. Do you guys want to fill me in on what happened with Luca?
Well, Luca's the only undefeated player remaining in the tournament, so
all right, so he was literally the first trainer who made top cut.
Yes, and faced off against Paul Chua on stream. Or excuse me, Paul was on stream yesterday. I restate the statement. Beat Paul Chua in the final round of Swiss to end up at 11-0 currently in the tournament. You look at that team, it looks very familiar to the Miraidon Whimsicott core of Regulation G, except this time around, you can add Lunala, which really helps in the mirror match against by having access to that wide guard.
And this is a team, too, that we got to see a little bit yesterday, not from Luca, but from other players, where you have a fast mode with the team, with the Whimsicott, to really be able to enable a couple of those Pokemon, specifically looking at that speed tier of the Ursaluna. But you can also instead go for something a little bit more Trick Room to make sure that Bear is a little bit slower to then outspeed. And I think the Ursaluna just matches up so well into a couple of things into this format. So it's no wonder he was able to go undefeated.
But you also have that Whimsicott there as well. I mean, when I look at this team, I feel like the first thing you have to break down in team preview is, well, Is the Lunala going to Trick Room, or am I looking at a Tailwind with the Whimsicott? Is it one of those light screen Encore variants where you have to worry about getting locked into the wrong move in front of it? It's a very flexible team at appearance, and I'd love to see how a trainer with as many accomplishments as Luca would pilot it, because with that many options, it makes it that much harder to read into team preview, into game 2, or maybe even game 3.
Yeah, and as we've seen, Gabby, the ability to predict turn 0, as we like to call it in VGC, the opening leads for every game, is oh so relevant in a double restricted format. So if Luca at 11-0 has probably put his opponents into some very difficult positions on turn 0.
Especially too, like highlighting that turn 0 and getting that right, so that first turn to be explosive. Talking about the speed with the Whimsicott, talking about the Lunala to slow things down. But Miraidon's also a Pokemon you have to respect so much in that team preview because of the amount of damage that it does. So all of a sudden, if you over-respect, hey, there could be a Trick Room, oh, there could be something supportive, and there's just a Miraidon staring you down, just waiting to click that Draco Meteor button or Electro Drift, like, you could just lose right there on the spot.
For sure, and that's one thing about Regulation I that we've seen time and time again. You lose one of those restricted Pokemon, and then you're on your back foot, and it's really hard to get, your balance back.
Yeah.
All right, so the next trainer that I think we need to talk about is someone who may have caught a lot of us off guard, not gonna lie, Wolfglick. I didn't realize he was coming to this regional. I'll be honest with you, it's great to see him here for sure, and certainly one of the most accomplished players of all time, with his buddy Incineroar even there right next to him, but I wasn't expecting him to compete this weekend, given that he just won EUIC, has his Worlds invite locked up. I was assuming he was gonna give himself a bit of a break.
I think you forgot a couple of achievements there. You just won
course.
Toronto, then you just won the Global Challenge 2, then you just won EUIs. You just adding on to the list.
How could I forget? I mean, it's not like he has these achievements left and right?
Hey, but you know what? No Paris song, no problem, apparently, for him to just walk into Milwaukee and top cut the event. He still has the trusty Fluttermane, which I feel like we got to, the Fluttermane and Amoonguss make the squad as often as his trusty Incineroar does at this point. I feel like it's a bit of a tag team. It's not just Incineroar and Wolf. You got to add Fluttermane, who is pretty much consistently on every one of these championship teams that Wolf runs.
So are you strategically asking chat to stop tagging him in just Incineroar memes, but now also add Fluttermane and Amoonguss on top of that?
Chat can get creative. I'm sure they'll figure something out.
He's never going to get a break.
Should stop winning then, I guess. Like, what do you expect the people to do?
With this Koraidon on this team, and we've talked a lot this weekend about Koraidon Lunala, the new version of Lunadon, with Koraidon being the Sunsetter instead of Groudon. Like, it's very similar strategy to the EUIC run where he won with Koraidon. You have your Sunsetter, you have your restricted Koraidon, and a bunch of other Paradox Pokemon with Fluttermane and the Raging Bolt. We've seen how much damage Raging Bolt does with that photosynthesis boost. I think it's an understanding, elevation of his Regulation G team into Regulation I now.
Also has the Raging Bolt, which is just like the third restricted apparently right now. We got to see a lot of strong things yesterday with it. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see Raging Bolt make his way into Top Cut.
I was just about to say, I've seen people call Raging Bolt a second restricted in Regulation G, which makes it a third restricted in this format. And who knows, maybe when we have 3 restricteds, it'll be a 4th restricted.
Spoilers!
Or maybe we'll just actually make it a restricted Pokemon someday. Who knows? But moving on, we also have Riley Factura in Top Cut, and he also just won a regional championship. Monterey Regionals, which was what, like 2-3 weeks ago now?
Very recently.
Very recently. It was still Regulation G, but if you want to talk about Riley Factura's Regulation G team, it also had that Miraidon and the Iron Crown on it. So still sticking with those trusted partners.
And I think that's something that we've really gotten to see heading into this format, is accomplished trainers having good results with these Regulation G teams and kind of just swapping out one of the Pokemon for another restricted. We've seen it across the board, and Riley, of course, has so many reps in with this Iron Crown. Taking out a regional championship is crazy. Though there is also another change. Riley is notoriously known for no inaccurate moves. and all of a sudden has a Draco Meteor and a Dragon Pulse onto this Miraidon. So I don't, because you just win yet another regional championship and it just changes you, I guess. I guess that was the threshold, but.
I mean, you still have the accurate move alongside of it, right? Maybe it's a, in case of emergency, break accuracy option.
Right. Well, I think really that is a part of it is, you can test the waters in a lower powered format, like when Riley won Pittsburgh a couple of years ago over Wolf in the finals, and use your Ice Beams, use your Psychics, 100% accurate attacks. But when the tough treading comes in and you got to start hitting these restricted Pokemon for massive amounts of damage, you might need the Draco Meteor where Dragon Pulse was not going to get the job done before.
I will say, though, it's very curious to see the Terapagos as the Miraidon partner. You know, I think so far in this tournament, we've seen the Ho-Oh take the bulky partner spot for the Miraidon, so I'd be really curious to see how Terapagos has been filling that role. Terra Shell is a great ability, so it certainly does have access to bulk.
Yeah, and I feel too, when you're looking specifically at the Terapagos, a kind of pain point for it was how it paired up into a couple of the restricted Pokemon. So I think as a second restricted on the team, I still found success regardless of that, but I think as the second restricted on the team, it should be even nicer because you can kind of pair it with Pokemon that can kind of deal with those problems for you, right? And then the Terapagos, you can have that as a later game option. Or we've gotten to see people just leave one restricted at home and only bring one into the match, which with those Pokemon, I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe games where that's kind of more so the vibe.
Yeah, and I do believe, Gabby, I'm fairly certain Riley, with that Monterey win, is now tied with Paul Chua for the second most regionals at 6 apiece. Both of those trainers in the finals. Maybe they have to run into Wolf on their way to get title number 7. Could be an interesting storyline.
Yeah, I'd love to see how that's going to work out, and we'll just have to wait to see who's on what side of the bracket for that. Moving on, we're talking about trainers using their tried and true partners. How about a trainer who just honestly cooks? Michael Zhang? I honestly don't know how else to describe it. I mean, talk about a trainer who's known for just coming up with these wild ideas and also apparently using their medal as a phone.
No, that's the
No, he's biting it like the Olympics.
Oh, okay, okay. That makes more sense. But his team, honestly, I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. You have Ho-Oh and the Koraidon, which
you're looking at
Sun
peak,
and Fire. But then that's a Rhydon, that's a Toxapex, that's a Comfey. You don't normally see these Pokemon in regulation, whatever this is.
In any capacity.
Yeah.
But let's just put it out that, like, the understanding now. One, Michael Zhang is on a completely different stratosphere than the rest of the field when it comes to team building and always fun things. If you look at Toxapex with Regenerator, Ho-Oh with Regenerator, Comfey with Healing, there's a lot of survivability on this team for the Walking Wake to stick around, for Koraidon to heal itself after a Flare Blitz, for this Swords Dance Rhydon to stick on the field after getting set up. There's so much survivability on this team that it seems like Michael is just able to outlast his opponents, even if the Pokemon might be considered wonky.
I think what's really interesting too is there was the conversation, especially going into a new format yesterday, of do you try and stick to something comfortable that you know is going to be good into the field, or are you going to try and really early on break a meta that hasn't truly fully formed yet, and Michael going completely up against everyone. And I think that in a lot of cases, when you look at a mismatch of Pokemon like this, a lot of it can't work, right? But I think that there is a lot of strategy when you're looking inherently into the builds of things, right? Even with the Ho-Oh, that survivability, but that Rhydon, you're looking at it countering some of these really powerful picks in the meta. You're looking at Lightning Rod, all of this stuff, right? So that's where I think a lot of this inherent value comes from for the team. And man, following his journey yesterday was just such a ride, because I'm like, I really hope this team makes it, because this is, I think, one of the coolest teams, if not the coolest successful team that we have here in the tournament.
It was funny too how word got out that he was running this, because I feel like it started as whispers and then it got bigger and bigger, and all of a sudden we were like, wait, what? So I'm really happy that he made cut. I hope we get to see him play in cut, as I would love to see, honestly, Rhydon shutting down a Miraidon lead would be
I would
really
love
amazing.
if he faces a Miraidon, just because clearly that Rhydon pick is it could potentially, Michael could have a 5 Pokemon team, and then in a Miraidon matchup, okay, now you break out the Rhydon.
It kind of reminds me of what Station Park tried to do at Worlds when you were looking at the Pachirisu and then looking at like a fairy terastallization and seeing that there too. This is literally, I do not like Miraidon
But it's even
one-on-one.
better because it's Lightning Rod instead of Volt Absorb.
Yeah, exactly.
I've had conversation with some of our friends in production before throughout the season. Terra, Fairy, Rhyperior, or in this case for Michael, Rhydon, you are immune to Draco Meteor, and you're immune to all the electric attacks as a Lightning Rod. So
Yeah, and you get Eviolite, I guess, too, right?
Right, you get even more defenses.
And then Rock Slide is such a good like offensive typing too, right? So
And in Trick Room, you're probably slower. Yeah, okay. I see it. I'm convincing
Give
myself.
this guy a
Gabby's
Michelin.
gonna cook next.
No. Give this guy a Michelin star for how much he's cooking. This is just
Get him the
incredible.
chef's hat and the Michelin star.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Finally, for this preview segment at least, we have Carson Confer, who, again, no stranger to winning Pokemon tournaments, is a previous LAIC champion, won the World Championships back in 2016 in the Seniors Division, and is also running that Miraidon Lunala core, but also has a Grimmsnarl alongside of it, which I think is the unique adaptation that Carson brought into this tournament.
Grimmsnarl has been actually quite successful. So it's unique on this team when you're looking at it in comparison to something like a Tailwind setter. But this being able to have a little bit more of that survivability and like set up the team for that, I think is really, really nice. And Grimmsnarl, there's a lot of different ways that it can be built out. We got to see a couple different versions yesterday. Thunderwave seems to be the most popular one. So you can kind of just manually slow down a Pokemon for the rest of the match, which is nice. But this is something that little differences of the team with such a powerful core can really catch someone off guard.
And I think the big misunderstanding a lot of times with a Grimmsnarl or say Klefki, Sableye, like Pokemon that just have light clay and they click light screen and reflect and then they just sit on the field and they're wasting a spot. Well, one, you can have parting shot if you want on it, but two, the real big difference is it allows you to train your Pokemon differently. Carson is now able, people think, because I have screens up, now I can be more defensive and I can survive, or I can train my Pokemon to just tank every hit. No, it actually allows you to be offensive. It allows you to invest offensively in Lunala and Miraidon and Urshifu stats because the defensive utility is inherently coming from the screen. So it lets your team be actually well-rounded, doing solid damage, like we saw the Ho-Oh behind screens yesterday on Adi's team, doing damage and then not taking much in response.
But the downside to that, though, is the longer you're on the field, the more likely some of those random happenstances are. You're going to get crit more, and that just puts more risk into the situation.
Well, that's where the Grimmsnarl comes back around, because the longer you're on the field and everything on your opponent's side is paralyzed thanks to Thunderwave, the longer that they have the opportunity to just not move. So it's kind of a little give and take, which I think I really like with this team too. And Parting Shot, I think, is really nice to have that switch-out capability with the Grimmsnarl, but that's why the Thunderwave's still my favorite.
That's fair. I mean, you know, VGC has many universal truths. You know, Incineroar will always be good in a format where it's allowed. Yeah. Thunderwave will always be good with the Prankster Pokemon, and Rock Slide Flinch will always flinch when it's most
Gabby,
convenient
also,
for you.
I just wanted to throw out in that last point. Apologies.
Sorry.
It's kind of hard sometimes with the announcements, but I just want to let you know. Very interesting storyline developing. Michael Zhang and Carson Confer are facing each other in Top Cut. The two latest Sacramento Regional Champions are facing one-on-one with their two really creative teams.
All right, so we'll just have to check in with that matchup later in the bracket, as I don't believe that's the one we're featuring on stream. What are we featuring on stream? I don't know. Let's go ask our casters and find out for ourselves, as let's get Top Cut started.
Well, Gabby, we're so excited to tell you who we're featuring on stream for our very first match in our Top Cut. My name is Rosemary Kelly. I'm joined once again by Jake Muller to bring you through our asymmetrical Top Cut round. Trying to think about it. Yeah, that's right?
Yeah, it's essentially the play-in into top 16. So the trainers we're about to feature are in the top 32, they're the ones that have made it into the Top Cut bracket, but they have to win one match to make that top 16 threshold.
But it's exciting because we're in Top Cut.
Yeah,
so with the match that we have featured this round, we are so excited to be able to bring you one of the players that comes in as a singles competitive player, now trying his hand at doubles for the very first time and finds himself in the Top Cut bracket. That's right, we've got Joey Pokeaim that's going to be facing off against Louis in our very first match for Top Cut.
I'm really excited for this one. Joey is someone that a lot of people are familiar with from his experience in the singles community, and Lou is someone that I'm quite familiar with. One of my Dallas area locals, I always gotta shout them out. But this season has been on a tear of day 2s. This is Lu's 6th day 2 finish in a row at a major, and he is someone that has been a regional finalist before. I believe back in 2019, got to the very finals of a championship and only lost to the Titan Riley Factura. So looking to replicate that success here. Hasn't had a super deep run in Top Cut just yet, but trying to make this his first of the season.
That is some amazing consistency when you take a look at just how many day 2 conversions, but now maybe you have a chance to go even further than that. But I'm excited to talk about Joey's team because I think this is one of the duos that maybe has started to show up in a bigger way in this Top Cut. We've got 3 Miraidon Ho-Oh players, which Joey is one of. And I know he was talking a little bit about how the Ho-Oh has been used in this particular tournament, saying it has been doing what he needs it to, which is getting knocked out every time he brings it in.
It's cool to see that team too, because a lot of the Ho-Oh Miraidon teams kind of index more into like the slower, like balance aspects play style. But this is a triple Quark Drive team. We've got Iron Bundle and Iron Treads. I'm very willing to bet this is the only Iron Bundle and Iron Treads we have in Top Cut today. And they fill like pretty cool roles on this team. Iron Bundle is a really unique option that saw a lot of play earlier on in Scarlet and Violet, but has slightly fallen off a little bit. But now that you can use the Miraidon's ability to activate Quark Drive and you don't need the booster energy, you can also use the Focus Sash on that Pokemon. It gives it a lot of survivability, and Icy Wind and Encore are both really great options as well.
Iron Bundle is just going to be so fast when you take a look at the rest of these Pokemon. As on Lu's team, we do have this Koraidon Lunala. Ended up being actually one of the more popular restricted duos to make it into that Top Cut. Blue is only one of 5, but you have this Brute Bonnet as well as the Fluttermane who are going to be getting those photosynthesis boosts. So interesting. We've got the future versus the past for both of these teams.
That's a great point. We got a lot of the photosynthesis versus the Quark Drive activations going on in this game. They are able to be activated at the same time. A lot of the times that you have these kind of competing abilities, they will cancel each other out, but Electric Terrain and Sun can both be active. So we might see a lot of explosive turns with these superpowering abilities across these Pokemon. I really love the increase in Brute Bonnet usage lately. It's been something that kind of fell to the wayside a lot of the times in early Scarlet and Violet. Mungus was often a better option on a lot of teams. But the ability to use that photosynthesis, most of them are going for defense boosting, stat setups with that photosynthesis. You're able to stack up against a lot of the physical, restricted Pokemon. Even an Ice Rider isn't doing a ton to Brute Bonnet with a super effective Glacial Lance. That allows you to, let it stick around, get some spores off, support its team with Rage Powder, and even get some damage out as well.
All right, well, we are going to get into this match between Joey and Lu, so let's find out what both of them have decided to bring to this very first game in the best of 3 series. As you see them both exchange these good lucks. Let's see what they got. We've got Brute Bonnet and Lunala for Lu, and for Joey, it's going to be the Miraidon and the Iron Bundle.
Right off the bat, we got that Iron Bundle's Quark Drive activating. It's going to be the fastest thing on the field, thanks to what is presumably a speed boost. We're going to see it right now, but I imagine it's got to be that speed just to make sure you have that speed advantage for some possible Icy Winds. Not going to need that speed buff just yet, but you have the option to break Shadow Shield with an Iron Bundle because it will outspeed Miraidon, and then you have the option to damage it with something like a super-powered Electro Drift. Brute Bonnet here is a nice way to protect that Lunala from any strong attacks from the Miraidon. It is very useful for redirecting those electric-type attacks. You gotta worry about a possible Dazzling Gleam, but I think in this case you're making sure that Lunala doesn't take an Electro Drift right off the bat.
I think that is something that maybe Joey can capitalize on. I mean, Iron Bundle is going to be so fast. It does have some great options in terms of just being able to go for like freeze dry into the Brute Bonnet as well. But I think also just a way to be able to break the Shadow Shield so that this Miraidon can actually get even more damage through. As we see the Brute Bonnet go for the Rage Powder, it's going to redirect away any of that attention from this Lunala, but Joey was aiming for the Brute Bonnet regardless, as we do see not just that freeze dry, but also the Volt Switch to follow up. That is a quick knockout Joey has secured in this first game as Brute Bonnet gets taken off the field.
It is a nice KO, but this Shadow Shield is still intact for Lu, which is a really important thing to keep in mind. The Lunala still hasn't attacked yet either, so we might get to see something like a Meteor Beam come through, as it is that Meteor Beam power herb set to boost special attack. Iron Hands takes the field in place of Miraidon, and it might have to take an attack for its trouble here.
It does, but I feel like actually with something like the Assault Vest, it's not going to be taking too much damage, and the Lunala ends up actually setting up the Trick Room anyway. So while we saw the group on it get knocked out, Lou actually has the option to bring in this Ursaluna or something under Trick Room conditions, where your Ursaluna is going to be able to take full advantage of that. Maybe without having the Flame Orb activated right away, but you still are able to have that on a secondary turn because this Ursaluna does have Protect.
It's true, the Protect is an option, and of course, Terrestrialization an option as well. It is that Ghost typing, so you're going to be able to dodge either a Fake Out or a Fighting type move from this Iron Hands. You know, setting up Trick Room for an Iron Hands, maybe not the best thing you can possibly do, but given that the Ursaluna is there, I think it's a really great option. Looking at Joey's team, there's not a ton that can really take a great attack from that Ursaluna. Of course, the access to both Facade and a ground type move like the Headlong Rush threatens really heavy damage into a lot of Joey's Pokemon. Again, lucky for him though, much like the Shadow Shield for Lunala, the Iron Bundle's Focus Sash is still intact, so both of those Pokemon will require a double up if they want to be KO'd this turn. Iron Bundle, I think, is in a kind of a rough spot, a little bit of a sitting duck, because it is very, very fast, which is usually good, just not in Trick Room.
Sitting duck or sitting penguin? I think you had an opportunity there.
Sitting chrome bird.
Sitting on the field, that's for sure. But Terrestrialization now in this game goes over to the Ursaluna. So Ursaluna is going to be taking that Ghost typing, which is going to make it a little bit less susceptible to these Ice type attacks. But we still have the option to, with the Wild Charge now, because you called it, there's no ground type anymore for that Ursaluna, so Iron Hands just gets to hit with the Wild Charge. Even though it has to take a Facade back, Iron Hands is so naturally bulky, there is no Guts activated on this Ursaluna just yet. We have the Meteor Beam now for the Lunala. It gets that special attack boost with that Power Herb. It's able to utilize this attack right away, and it does actually hit its mark into the Iron Hands, but with the Assault Vest, and it's not super effective, you're going to be able to hang on no problem. Freeze Dry does break the Shadow Shield on the Lunala as well, but I think Joey got away with a lot that turn with that Ursaluna going over to the Ghost type to try to get away from something like a Fake Out.
Can we talk about how Joey went for an Electric type attack into a ground type Pokemon and did over half of its HP to it at the same time? That is a huge read for Joey there to get a lot of damage into that Ursaluna, which was poised to be a really big threat to his team. Not only that, the Iron Bundle's Focus Sash is still there. You still gotta do 2 attacks to it to be able to knock it out. And the Meteor Beam went into the Iron Hands, which was not threatening too much damage at all. I think if you're Lou, you were trying to call the Ho-Oh swapping in there, which would have been a pretty good swap. Of course, immune to ground type attacks, and wouldn't take too much from Moongeist Beam either, given its naturally high special defense. But Joey did not allow that to happen and got a huge turnoff instead.
And he still has that Ho-Oh available, which you're going to see right now to be able to switch in, either take one of those ground type attacks, or even just, you know, just be present on the field. As we see the Ursaluna go for the Protect, it knows that it's in danger of getting knocked out in this next turn to an additional Wild Charge, which is where that Iron Hands wanted to direct that damage. So we see the Lunala now with that special attack boost get a chance to go for a Moongeist Beam, but this Iron Hands gets crit.
Ooh.
That Assault Vest would have saved it, but now because of the critical hit, that Iron Hands gets knocked out.
I think that would have been a really close, you know, with the +1 special attack, maybe there's a chance that KOs, but guaranteed is it with that critical hit. And now Lou's back in a spot where he has a lot more momentum on his side. The slower option in the Iron Hands has been knocked out, so now the Lunala should be attacking before either of Joey's Pokemon for the rest of this game, as long as Trick Room remains active. And of course, this Ursaluna is now threatening very powerful Facades with that Guts boost. Lunala still at +1 special attack, but can no longer use the Meteor Beam because it did consume its Power Herb. So despite the fact that it's got a Rock-type move, the Ho-Oh really doesn't have to worry about that Lunala too much right now.
Joey is considering how to get out of this Trick Room, though. With 2 turns remaining, you have some options to try to go for Protect, or you can try to capitalize on the fact that you've got this Focus Sash on the Iron Bundle. And no, Lou's got to hit into the Iron Bundle twice to knock it out. Maybe that means that this Ho-Oh is a little bit safer. You can always go for the double Protect on the next turn to make sure you get out of Trick Room. But right now, you've got to get some damage down on the board. So this Iron Bundle is just going to have to take the Headlong Rush, activate its Focus Sash so it can potentially stick around depending on what this Lunala decides to do. This Ursaluna also has its defenses dropped, so maybe it makes it a little bit easier to actually pick up, as the Ho-Oh is going to be what moves next in Trick Room. That is a knockout onto this powerful Ursaluna. So Lou now goes down to his final 2 Pokemon in this first game, as Lunala still gets a chance to actually make a move, and it's going to be that Moongeist Beam. with that additional attack, this Iron Bundle is now going to get knocked out, but the fact that Ho-Oh is still around is a big deal here as we see both trainers now go down to just 2 Pokemon apiece.
Really good to know that Ho-Oh is actually slower than Lunala. I might have expected that since Lou is running Trick Room and Joey's not, you maybe train your Lunala to be a little bit slower, but not the case this time around. Both trainers send out their final restricted Pokemon. It's going to be that Koraidon for Lou and the Miraidon for Joey. Trick Room is still up, and I like the idea of making sure you get rid of one of these Pokemon so you have at least one turn to attack this Miraidon freely in Trick Room. You know, this, I believe, is going to be the last turn of Trick Room, and so that means that this Miraidon does not have Protect. It is that choice spec set that we often see. So Lou does have the option to fire 2 attacks into that slot, make sure that you can get some big damage, if not knock out this Miraidon before Trick Room ends, then he's still to deal with this Ho-Oh.
But what's really nice about this is, you know, because that Ho-Oh is faster, you've got the ability to just go for Brave Bird right away into Koraidon because Terastallization has been used. Koraidon has to stay as a fighting and dragon-type Pokemon for the rest of this game. So now maybe does Lou try to use that information against Joey? How are these Miraidon and Koraidon actually trained? Because outside of Trick Room, which one would be faster?
We gotta find out. Brave Bird comes through and it is able to KO this Koraidon in 1 hit.
1-hit knockout onto the Koraidon leaves Lou with just this Lunala left to get through this first game. And it might be difficult to try to get through this Ho-Oh, but Lunala is not going to go down without a fight as it goes for the Moongeist Beam into the Miraidon, and even its +1 special attack, this Miraidon is able to hang on, use this electric terrain with that Hadron Engine to deal a decisive blow to this Lunala, and Joey wins at game number 1 in this best-of-3 Top Cut series.
Really well played game by Joey there. The Wild Charge into the Ursaluna was a massive swing in his favor. You know, getting all that damage into the Ursaluna when you could have done nothing with a fighting type attack into a ghost type meant that Lou had a lot less safe options going through that Trick Room. It looked like a really solid Trick Room setup. You got your Ursaluna in, you're going for that Ghost Terra, which is usually pretty good defensively, but losing so much HP right off the bat made it difficult to use those offensive tools.
With a Wild Charge. That is amazing to have to think about there. But walking back through some of the highlights of the series, I think also just losing the Brute Bonnet right away and then going in like with all of that damage onto the Ursaluna, it really did feel like Lou was already back against the wall with a lot of these Trick Room turns. Kind of got a good KO onto the Iron Hands with that critical hit from the Moongeist Beam. So like not 100% sure whether or not that was a critical hit that mattered, but it feels like it with Assault Vest.
It very well could have. You know, that Assault Vest is a very powerful item on an already bulky Pokemon like Iron Hands. We also saw Lou having, you know, despite having that Trick Room set up and getting in a good spot, that Wild Charge damage meant that he had to take some more risks throughout that Trick Room, like going for that Facade plus Meteor Beam into the Iron Hands that didn't swap out, trying to catch a possible Ho-Oh. Maybe if you're in a position where, you know, you didn't take that much damage, you have, you know, a little bit safer of plays in that Trick Room to guarantee more damage coming out and making a better use of that Trick Room setup. So I think that game could have gone a very different way, given like maybe 1 or 2 turns of different choices from either player. But Joey immediately, with the really strong reads, putting his foot directly on that gas pedal in that first game, we get to see how Lou tries to adjust. You know, how do you take all that offense into consideration, especially when Joey's already shown that he's willing to make these big plays and try and punish some more safer options on your end.
And how safe do you feel to try to run back the Trick Room strategy because of the speed tier that Ho-Oh sits?
True. That is really good information.
Right? Like, the Ho-Oh was actually faster in Trick Room than the Lunala, and I think that that's not normally an interaction that we would see between those 2 Pokemon. I know you called that out as well with your own Ho-Oh experience, so I'm just kind of interested to see how Lou decides to take that knowledge into the second game. So we're going to get ready for that very shortly as our trainers have locked their Pokemon for the second game. Joey Poke-Aim is up 1-0 in this series and 1 game away from moving on further into our Top Gut. Can Lou come back with this Lunala and Brute Bonnet combo? It's going to be the Iron Treads and Miraidon here for Joey as he leaves that Iron Bundle on the bench for now.
I am so excited for this Iron Treads. I think it's a really cool option in this metagame. That typing is really, really great, especially in the Miraidon mirror, but just in general, you're doing a lot of damage with that Life Orb. You have the Quark Drive boost to speed as well, which means you're going to get to attack before a lot of the entire metagame. In this case, the knockoff is a really big threat here. This Iron Treads is not running Protect. It's got 4 attacks and a Life Orb. So you're threatening a big knockoff into that Lunala, not only for the damage, but for removing the Power Herb, which takes away your ability to use Meteor Beam and boost your special attack. Might see another turn of Rage Powder here from the Brute Bonnet just to make sure that Lunala doesn't lose its Power Herb, take a lot of damage in return. But what does the Lunala do after that?
Could just go for Trick Room again. I think with the Iron Treads, you're feeling maybe a little bit more confident in this Brute Bonnet sticking around for another turn. Joey even doesn't even leave the Treads on the field, decides to switch in the Iron Hands instead. Maybe even just to prepare for these next couple of Trick Room turns. Rage Powder comes through to keep this Lunala safe, but it's just the Dazzling Gleam to try to get around that Rage Powder as well to get that Spread type damage and break the Shadow Shield on the Lunala as it does go for Trick Room once again.
Trick Room goes right back up, and Iron Hands comes right back in, just like we saw in that first game. So Trick Room is nice to make sure that Miraidon, and in this case Iron Treads, aren't attacking first, but now you just got to deal with this Iron Hands. You know, you don't have your boosted Lunala, you don't have those Moongeist Beams doing the maximum damage, and you've also kind of set up Trick Room for Iron Hands, which is a slower Pokemon. You do have the benefit of the Covert Cloak on Brute Bonnet, so it's not going to be faked out this turn, but depending on how these Pokemon are trained, it might just get knocked out by a fighting type move instead. I don't know if that's a trade you're willing to make this early on into the game. The electric terrain also kind of stymieing some of Lu's plans here because one of Brute Bonnet's strengths is its access to Spore, which will put a Pokemon to sleep, but electric terrain does not allow any Pokemon touching the ground to be put to sleep.
Well, Lunala is going to get out of there. It's Ursaluna's time to hit the field. Maybe Brute Bonnet is enough of a threat that this Ursaluna gets a chance to come in without taking too much damage. Sucker Punch into Miraidon actually does quite a bit to this Pokemon, but unfortunately Brute Bonnet going to get knocked out for its troubles as the Drain Punch is going to be the attack that finishes the job. Lu now has to take this Dazzling Gleam on the Ursaluna, and it's going to do half damage to this Pokemon as it switches in.
It's a lot of damage coming in, but you're in a spot where it's less than you took in the Wild Charge in game 1, right? So you're in a slightly better position here. Now Ursaluna's at the field and is able to start threatening some big damage with those Guts boosted attacks. We've seen earlier on in this tournament the combination of Ursaluna and Lunala being a great way to get guaranteed Earthquake damage. You have 2 Pokemon weak to ground type attacks along with that Iron Treads in the back. One Earthquake should be able to knock out Miraidon, but probably not Iron Hands thanks to it being so bulky. And as you can kind of see there, the access to the Water Terra as well to possibly remove that weakness. But the Wide Guard on Lunala could protect it from its partner's Earthquake while also protecting the Ursaluna from the Dazzling Gleam, which that Miraidon has locked into. We're still in a spot as well where Ursaluna could terrestrialize into a Ghost type. We've seen Joey willing to punish that before earlier on in this set. But it's going to be a tough call for Lu here to see if that also happens again.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could try to go for it again. Maybe thinking, oh, if you're Lu, surely he doesn't go for this a second time. But Joey thinks better of it, decides to bring in the Iron Treads. Maybe it's going to at least help Joey to reset some positioning here as Lunala does go for the Wide Guard, keeping this Ursaluna safe from an incoming Dazzling Gleam. Ursaluna can also just go for Earthquake here, which is going to be stopped from hitting this Lunala with the Wide Guard, but it's going to hit everything else. So a double KO secured here for Lu very early on in this game too.
I really like that play a lot from Lu. You're kind of saying, I bet you're not gonna, try and go for that, Wild Charge play or maybe you are. But either way, I'm getting this guaranteed damage out. Your Ursaluna is attacking before the Iron Hands and Trick Room, so worst case scenario, if you get hit with a Drain Punch or a Low Kick, you're still getting damage off in the first place. And going for Earthquake instead of a Headlong Rush guarantees that if Joey swaps in the Ho-Oh, you're still getting damage into one slot. While at the same time, if the Miraidon hadn't been knocked out, it wasn't doing any damage because Wide Guard would have blocked that Dazzling Gleam as well. Now Lu's put himself at a 3-2 Pokemon advantage. With a few turns left of Trick Room, you do have access to that Terra Ghost to guarantee that you can't get faked out with your Ursaluna, and then you can start trying to pump out some damage as well. And of course, Lunala still has access to Meteor Beam. If you get that Meteor Beam off into the Ho-Oh, despite it having a very high special defense stat, that is a double super effective +1 very powerful rock type move that probably will just clear out Ho-Oh in one hit.
But I kind of wonder, Joey's Iron Hands is going to be one of the faster things in Trick Room. Do you try to go after the Lunala, knowing that the Ho-Oh maybe can finish the job on the Ursaluna? It's a really tough call here, but I think Joey's going to try to go for the risky play again. Oh, gotta go quickly here with the lock-ins.
This is a really tough call here. It looks like he might have timed out. We do get the terrestrialization anyway. Looks like it's going to be from Lu's end. Probably going to be that Ursaluna turning into a ghost type.
And so, did Joey actually walk into the wild charge here? Because if it happens again, I would have 2 nickels, which would be actually a lot in this particular situation. Ursaluna gets to move first, though, with the Facade, and Iron Hands tanky enough to actually take it with the wild charge to go back. The Ursaluna gets knocked out, but I think the recoil from the Iron Hands is also going to look quite tight if this Iron Hands is going to get knocked out as well. It looks like it's barely going to be able to survive this turn as Ho-Oh goes for the Sacred Fires. Good damage into Lunala, but now with the burn, you know, not going to help too much because it's Lunala with special attack, but just goes right for the Moongeist Beam. Going to take care of this Iron Hands. Not even trying to go for the Meteor Beam play. With the Trick Room turns expiring, Lunala might get a chance to do that later.
It might have a chance, but you know, this Ho-Oh we've seen attack before Lunala in Trick Room, and if Koraidon is Lu's last Pokemon, it might still be a tough game to win for him because, you know, Koraidon is a very, very powerful Pokemon, just unfortunately doesn't have too many attacks that can hit Ho-Oh for neutral damage. The flying typing and the fire typing on Ho-Oh makes it resist the fire and fighting attacks coming out from Koraidon, and Lunala doesn't have Protect either. Ho-Oh has the chance to go straight for an attack into Lunala here and maybe knock it out. The Terra Grass hover there is a little bit risky. You would reduce damage coming through from the Meteor Beam, but if Koraidon gets a Flare Blitz off, you just go 1-hit KO'd.
Well, you've got to make a big call here because maybe Lu's out is just to get the knockout onto the Ho-Oh, but this can all get derailed. If Lu decides to go for a Protect on the Koraidon, and then the Lunala still gets to do some damage regardless, let's see how this turn plays out. This could be one play away from Joey moving on to another round of our top cut as this Ho-Oh gets that Grass Terra to keep itself a little bit safer from a Meteor Beam. What did Lu lock into for the rest of this turn? Ho-Oh just gets to go for the Brave Bird. There's no Protect on the Koraidon, so it's a one-hit knockout. But does the Lunala do enough damage where Lu can actually win the 1v1 between these 2 Pokemon? The Lunala can still dish out some damage with the Meteor Beam. You're gonna get that +1 to your special attack as well. But Lunala is on so much less HP than what you would be comfortable with. With the power of it charges up, it does actually hit into the Ho-Oh, but it's gonna be close, Jake.
It's going to be very close. The Trick Room might decide it here. Lunala takes a little bit more chip damage from the burn, and the Twisted Dimensions do return to normal. So Lu, knowing that, is very comfortable going for that play that he did. Knowing that if Lunala gets knocked out, he gets at least 2 attacks off with Koraidon, and despite the resistances, that might be enough. But since the Koraidon was the target of the Ho-Oh, got knocked out by the Brave Bird, the combination of Brave Bird recoil, the Meteor Beam, and now a +1 Moongeist Beam might be enough for the KO on Ho-Oh. Now I think Joey might be going for maybe a 5 Protects in a row to try and have the Lunala knock itself out with the burn. Maybe one of the best ways here. I think the +1 Moongeist Beam is probably going to be enough, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, 5 Protects in a row might just do it, but I think you've got to try to play to the out. You see the out, you may as well try to go for it. Oh, get the second Protect! So 2 out of 5. You can see Lu trying to count him out with Joey here. If you get 3 more, then maybe that will do the job. The probability of that is so slim to none.
I think it might be like 2 or 3 more Protects, maybe even 4.
You could hear the crowd chanting for it.
Funny. I think it's going to happen. Give me 5 in a row.
Oh my gosh, could you imagine? Ho does not get it for the 3rd time. So the Moongeist Beam from Lu's Lunala is going to try to get this final KO, and that it does. We go to a game 3 between Joey and Lu.
What an exciting set so far. We've had some incredible plays from Joey throughout this set. Wild charging into a terrestrializing Ursaluna twice, I believe we saw it, which is not an easy play to make. In the second game, it made a lot more sense. I think it was even more likely that Lu went for that terrestrialization because he wanted to dodge the possible fake out as well. But Lu was able to get enough damage out with that Ursaluna, especially after I think the crucial turn there was the Earthquake into the Miraidon and the swapped in Iron Shreds for those 2 KOs. It just meant that Joey had a lot less flexible of options going throughout the rest of that game, and Lou timed that Trick Room perfectly. Went for that Meteor Beam at the very last chance to make sure Hoa was in range for a +1 Moongeist Beam to finish off the match.
Yeah, like the Wide Guard and Earthquake interaction is just so interesting to watch play out. Lunala being able to click that not just to deny the Dazzling Gleam, but to also be able to protect itself from the side Earthquake. And Lou securing that double KO really did put him into an excellent position for the rest of the game. But Joey sure did bring that down to the wire with the triple to quintuple protect option to actually win it out. But we go to a very decisive game 3.
If that actually happened,
I think
the venue would have erupted. I think
so.
We would have had the loudest cheer from any crowd in Pokemon history if that had ever come
I think
through.
that might be like maybe the first quintuple protect in a series for a Top Cut match too. So very exciting way to try to end things, but let's jump into it. Both trainers really looking forward to moving on to yet another round of this Top Cut, and one game is going to decide it all. Is it going to be Lou Millage, or is it going to be Joey Pokegame that gets the win and moves forward? For Lou, it's going to be that Lunala and Brute Bonnet, and Joey's running back those same leads from game number 1 with the Iron Bundle making a reappearance.
As cool as the Iron Treads is, I think Bundle is a little bit more useful in this matchup. Access to that Ice-type damage to threaten damage into Brute Bonnet's always nice. And of course, the Iron Treads is a little bit of liability against that Ursaluna. We saw it just get 1-hit KO'd by that Earthquake, so not necessarily something that you want to be leaving on the field.
Ooh. Well, Brute Bonnet is just going to leave and immediately go for the Ursaluna, which has to take a freeze dry as it comes in. It already gets so low as the Volt Switch goes into the Lunala, but could you imagine how devastating that could have possibly been? But the Miraidon getting out of there with full HP is great when you have the immediate switch into the Iron Hands, and Lunala probably setting up Trick Room as you see this Ursaluna hit.
It's got to be a Trick Room coming through here, and this is a bit of a dream scenario. Again, you want that Ursaluna to swap in, activate the Guts as Trick Room goes up. It did unfortunately have to take that freeze dry coming in, and Lou is definitely trying to catch another electric type attack into that slot. If he was able to lock that Miraidon on the field as it was unable to use Volt Switch, this would have been a very, very good position for him. Unfortunately, he doesn't get as good of a turn as he might wanted, but do get the Trick Room set up still. Again, we're in this position where do you go straight for the Wild Charge into the Ursaluna? Do you, try and play it safe? Do you want to Terastallize that Ursaluna? Now we've seen 2 Wild Charges into a row. It's going to be really tough.
I think it's actually quite safe to do what Joey is going for. You know that this Lunala has actually taken a lot more damage than it probably would have liked. You still have your Terastallization to be able to survive something like an Earthquake combo. And if you do see the Lunala go for Wide Guard, then that's not 2 attacks that's going towards the Iron Bundle. So the Focus Sash would be able to keep it safe. As Ursaluna goes for a Protect. So Lou knows, Ursaluna is definitely in a dangerous territory, but that leaves Lunala wide open to get knocked out to the Wild Charge. And so Lou, just like that, loses the restricted Pokemon right away.
A really safe play from Joey there, as you mentioned, going for that Wild Charge into Lunala. Because the Shadow Shield was broken by the Volt Switch, the combination of the Electric Terrain boosting the power of Wild Charge and the Quark Drive ability boosting the attack of Iron Hands should have been more than enough to KO that Lunala, which ensures that your Iron Bundle doesn't get hit by 2 attacks this turn, which then ensures that you can go for that Freeze Dry into the Ursaluna. Brute Bonnet comes in here now. You do have the option to kind of protect that Ursaluna from any attacks. The Iron Bundle does have Icy Wind, which often isn't something you want to use in Trick Room, but will bypass the Rage Powder from Brute Bonnet. So because of that Ice-type weakness, and because Iron Bundle has a pretty respectable special attack stat, this Rage Powder can't protect the Ursaluna from the Iron Bundle anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of tough when you know that the Brute Bonnet does have that Water Terra as well. At least that would be a defensive choice for Lou to lock into, but he has opted to go for the Ghost Terra onto the Ursaluna in these other games and decides to go for a 3rd time in a row here during the set. So this Brute Bonnet is stuck as a Dark type and a Grass type, which is very susceptible to what could be coming next. Rage Powder as the Brute Bonnet wants to protect this Ursaluna as its partner, but that's going to mean that the Iron Hands gets a chance to send that Drain Punch right in its direction. Gonna bring this Iron Hands back up to full as well, as the Iron Bundle also gets a chance to move. But that HP recovery is enough to make sure that this Iron Hand survives comes to the end of the turn as Icy Wind finishes off the Brute Bonnet and brings that Ursaluna low enough that I wonder how much more time this Ursaluna has left when it's going to be taking that burn damage at the end of this turn. Very close.
Barely hangs on after that burn recoil, but the Drain Punch there being just enough recovery to get that Iron Hands back up to full, such that Facade is not able to win it, KO it. And again, Iron Bundle's Focus Sash still very much intact. Crucial bit of evidence there, of a point there for the Iron Bundle, because it can't be knocked out unless you double target it.
Right, but we also saw the speed drop come through from the Icy Wind. Since it didn't actually finish off the Ursaluna, it is now going to be the fastest Pokemon in Trick Room. Typically would have looked at the Iron Hands and said, well, you definitely have enough here with another Wild Charge, but you can't do that anymore. Joey knows, though, that the Trick Room turns are starting to expire. You gotta start thinking about what you're going to do once those are over. Lou is stuck with this Ursaluna that only has one more turn left in this game because of the burn damage that will knock it out at the end of the turn, and you have this Koraidon as well.
I do think this is looking really good for Joey. As long as you are able to protect this Iron Bundle this turn, the Ursaluna will go down to the burn at the end of the turn, and Lou will just have this Koraidon left. And we've seen Joey bring that Ho-Oh the first few games. There's no reason to believe he wouldn't this third game, and Ho-Oh with one Brave Bird will likely be able to lock it up.
Oh, the low kick into the Koraidon. That is apparently a very heavy Pokemon. I mean, Koraidon takes so much damage from that. And with a double target into this Iron Bundle, Ursaluna goes down without putting up a fight on this turn. And Koraidon is so low. Lou is down to just one Pokemon, which is going to be the only thing that stands in Joey's way from moving on further into this top cut. What incredible run Joey has had so far at this event. His first ever VGC Pokemon Regional, and he's putting on an incredible performance.
Congrats to Joey jumping into top 16 here in Milwaukee. With all that singles experience, it's not surprising at all to see him translate that so well into doubles. We've seen plenty of players, win the first regional they've attended, and maybe Joey adds his name to that list, Rosemary.
You can hear the crowd going wild for him. Oh my goodness. Everybody that has had different forms of competitive experience, being able to play with multiple different types of Pokemon, you can see, Justin Tang is one of those players. Michael Kelsch is also another one of those players that comes in with so much additional competitive experience for Pokemon, and then tries out their first VGC event and does that well. Yeah, that's the formula, I guess.
It's awesome to see. And, with so much competitive experience, I'm sure that Joey's thrilled to make it this far in the tournament. You can also kind of see there on his face, he's very happy to have won that match. And as the crowd was cheering for him, you can also tell he knows it's not nearly done. So he's made it to top 16 now, which is a fantastic result for anyone, much less someone entering a new format for the first time. But he's going to win 4 more matches to make it to that championship. And I think he's very familiar with that and is ready to lock in for the remainder of this top cut.
Well, I mean, I feel like he navigated that match beautifully, and I think looking back on it, maybe this was a little tough for Lou to have to run this Trick Room option into the Pokemon that Joey has. One of the reasons why Ho-Oh really has looked very good in this tournament is because it has a fantastic matchup into a lot of the top restricted Pokemon that were used. I think Lou has quite a few of them on the team, where you got Iron Hands as well as the Ho-Oh that's going to be putting in a lot of work against what Lou has just in general on the team.
The Iron Hands in particular was a huge part of this match for Joey. The Trick Room was pretty easy to guarantee set up with Lou there. There was really no way to prevent that Trick Room from going up, especially next to that Brute Bonnet with the Rage Powder support. But the Iron Hands being there to make sure that, I actually have something very slow as well. I'm going to be attacking first and Trick Room with this Iron Hands. I'm also setting up the Electric Terrain to boost the Quark Drive, so I know you want the Trick Room up, but actually I'm going to use it to my advantage at the same time. Without the Iron Hands, I think Trick Room goes up and Lou just kind of wins the match. So Joey very expertly recognized, I need this Iron Hands to be my main focus here.
Yeah.
It's kind of his restricted Pokemon, right? I don't know if the Miraidon did much damage. Of course, Ho-Oh was very important in taking out the Koraidon, but I think it was more of a Ho-Oh Iron Hands restricted duo in this case.
Well, what Miraidon did is what everybody thought it would do very well. Set up Electric Terrain and let those Quark Drive boosts really do their thing. But major credit to Lou Milich. I feel like this is just another great performance back to back to back to back to back-to-back.
Back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah, like 7 times in a row making a day 2 is just incredible, and being able to have so many conversions over to top cuts. I know it once again gets stopped short, but I believe we'll be seeing Lou at the World Championships with a record like that.
Surely at this point, he's put himself in a spot where he's very well inside that top 75 requirement to make the World Championships, and even beyond that, I'm sure that he's going to make another big top cut run, sometime in his future. You don't go 6 for 6 and making day 2s without the capability of going even further. And sometimes you just hit these stumbling blocks where, I got wild charged into my ground type and then took half of my HP without recognizing it. So it's going to happen for him eventually, but unfortunately not going to be here as Joey moves on to top 16.
Maybe it's going to be the next event. And sometimes it just takes that one victory, that one path to make yourself a regional champion. For Joey, that journey does get a chance to continue, and that's after, even he was saying before this event, like, I'm the 0-8 won't, I'm about to go 0-8 at this tournament. And then every single win under his belt, he's like, okay, well, time to lose the rest of them, I guess. And then now he finds himself in a top cut and going even further. It's honestly just been incredible to watch his journey playing VGC for the first time and now going to an IRL competitive tournament. So let's see just how much farther he can go.
It's inspiring too, if you have any experience with Pokemon, whether it's a different competitive format, whether it's, just playing the main game, collecting all your favorite Pokemon, maybe do some shiny hunting, there's always a way to jump into the VGC action, and anyone that, is capable of making that competitive jump can find success.
Well, maybe Gabby can get some thoughts out of Joey about that match and also how he got started on his competitive journey as we head over to an interview.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. Before I get thoughts from Joey here, I just want to get some reactions from the crowd, because I think this is the guy y'all came here to see, right? Y'all were going absolutely nuts for him in that match. I mean, when you got that double protect and we're going for the triple, I kept hearing everybody chant 3, 3, 3. They were on your side.
I was actually going for 6.
You were going for 6.
That was the win con there, 6, and my opponent's DS switch turned off, but
I mean, to be fair, if their DS turned off and that was your win condition, that'd be quite the game for sure.
Hey, it's been mine in the past, so I understand.
So, I mean, you made it to Top Cut. When we spoke yesterday in our interview, you were just here having a good time, seeing where things led you. How does it feel?
Yesterday was crazy. I didn't think anything would happen. Today, I do want to win. That's what I'm here for.
So does that mean you're feeling a little bit more pressure? Are you feeling a little bit more motivation, excitement? Like, what's the emotional switch?
I just want to have fun. I'll be honest, that last game was so fire. And there were 50-50s the whole time. And I hope that every game I have is like that, win or lose. I do want to have a good time, but like I said, I'm going for the top. There's a lot of good matchups coming up too. I hope they all knock each other out. And nothing really changed, I would say. It's just, now I'm really feeling it.
All right. So tell me about your matches to get here to this point today. How did they go?
So I had some pretty solid matches. You're talking about Swiss today, right?
Yeah, Swiss today.
I had some pretty solid matchups. My last game itself was versus Keanu.
Okay.
And he's a really accomplished player, very good, very nice guy as well. Like, he deals with my yapping. I talk the entire game, I'll be on when we play. So he deals with it. He was really nice answering my questions, even during pivotal turns, which I guess was on my fault. But I had a really good matchup into Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta, I felt anyway. And it kind of just played really well because he has to get turns right. And on top of that, he has to win speed ties between Chien-Pao and Miraidon. And if they don't go well, like, I can beat it with like Iron Hands.
Yeah, yeah.
And then my first game, so our Uber driver pulled up and left us 3 blocks away. And I had 3 minutes to get here for my game 1. So I ran up to get here, and luckily my opponent was such a kind person. They waited for me. I was like, it's been a minute since I ran. I don't run no track no more. It's been a minute since I did some cardio like that. But they were so kind, had some phenomenal games into them as well. My round 2 opponent was a very great person as well, had a mirror as well. And yeah, I'm so hyped to be here. I've never, ever won on a VGC stream, whether it be a PC, a mid-season showdown, and I don't think I've ever been on a stream in the region. I bubbled out the last region I went to 9 years ago. So it's just a great time.
I'm so glad to hear that you're having a great time. And I want to ask, going into this matchup in particular, turn 0, game 1, what was your game plan? What was your strategy?
Basically, I wanted to punish if my opponent didn't go for Rage Powder. So,
Okay.
But I figured they would. So I was like, okay, let me just double attack Bonnet, get rid of it. Iron Bundle's Focus Dash this game, like obviously it's the fastest Pokemon out of every single person.
Oh, yeah.
Every single, except for like Choice Scarf, Chi-Yu with no Terrain up.
Yep.
So its Sash was like pivotal in winning this game in my opinion. So I wanted to get rid of Blue Bonnet immediately.
Yep.
That way I could bring in Iron Hands because there's a speed tie between Ursaluna plus Iron Hands. And obviously there's also the mental game where they can tear a Ghost versus stay regular. I was very lucky throughout the entire set to get all those calls right. Those were all 50-50s. That was all luck, but I'm happy it worked out, obviously. And I loved game 2 as well, where I got the call right with the Terra Grass, so I lived the Meteor Beam.
Yeah.
But my win con was still my opponent missing Meteor Beam or getting 6 protects in a row. I would have been okay with either, but I would have felt worse about the first. I think the second would have been VGC history.
Yeah, it would have been history for sure, and definitely a lot of luck on your side, and maybe a couple of Paldean sandwiches for the whole afterwards.
Sure.
So I do want to ask you one more question before I let you go prepare for your next match. Looking back on this weekend so far, what has been the highlight for you?
Oh, meeting everybody. That's
really?
It's insane. I'm walking around and people will stop me, Joey, Joey. I do think going on stage and people saying Joey, Joey, and like the first, so the Pokemon hadn't even happened on our screen, but everybody was like, woo, and I was like, what happened? Nothing. And then I knocked out the Pokemon, and I was like, oh, cool. That was a lot of fun. It has been such a great time to be here. I'm so happy to have come here, even if my subscribers did force me to come. It ended up being a great thing, and I'm doing way better than I thought I would. 0-8 turning into top cut is ridiculously wild, and I'm very grateful to all my friends, my friend Daniel, Auntie, my friend Tony, Roses, as well as Blunder, and just like everybody all around, and my wife, of course. Have to shout out my wife. Could not do this without her. She's back at home, missing me. And I'll be so happy to get there, but I'm so happy to be here. So thank you so much. I truly appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much, Joey. I'm glad that your subs forced you to be here and that it's turned out to work out all right, let's say.
Yeah, it's working well. Thank you so much, and keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, thank you. Best of luck in top 16. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our next match. So please stay tuned. Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with Philip Miller, who has locked his way into day 2 of the competition here in Milwaukee for the first time. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a thrill. I wasn't expecting this at all today.
I mean, the fact that you weren't expecting it makes it that much better, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've done better than all my expectations today. So.
All right. Well, tell me about the team that you're running this weekend.
It's Cali Rider, it's Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it is Zamazenta, like a lot of people do. But I guess the other 4 is kind of catching some people off guard. It's got like a Sucker Punch Grimmsnarl. It's got Ditto. It's got a Whimsicott. It's got Rapid Strike Urshifu, who's pretty typical. But the rest, it's got, I guess, I've been hearing a lot of people come in and say, "Oh, I thought I knew how to handle that team, and I realized I don't know what I'm doing against this one." So I think I've kind of gotten lucky. I think I kind of found something that is working really early on in Reg I.
I mean, you say it's luck, but honestly, I think that's the trait of a good team builder. What led you to build this team?
I've been years of doing it. I wanted to be doing these tournaments forever. 10 plus years ago was trying, and I've been doing lots of team building and stuff with a lot of friends. Shout out to Team Most Bread for helping me with the team, all of that. Yeah, it's just been a culmination of all sorts of learning plus fighting Ghosts is just a no-brainer. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, a lot of it's just like, yep, that's going to work. So you are 6-0. Tell me about your battles that have gotten you here so far.
I actually came in pretty tired from a hard week. I just kind of had the attitude of like, let's just have some fun, and played against some really stellar opponents. I'm not going to say names because I won, so I don't want to like make anybody feel bad. But yeah, some stellar opponents. Had some really lucky moves in terms of just, I guess, lucky, half luck, half prediction. You know, winning the 50-50 mind games, and just yeah, it's just been a lot of them have just come right down white knuckle. You know, all 3 matches, everybody just having a good time and going like, oh, at the end. You know.
Do you have any advice for anybody out there who's looking to secure their first 6-0 day 2?
Keep trying. Luck is a big part of it. I've had lots of times where I have felt just exactly this good, and luck has derailed me. I've had good finishes, but luck keeps me out of day 2. So just keep trying, because sometimes it's just it's a game of numbers, and sometimes you're just getting unlucky with those misses, and it's just right around the corner.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Philip. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, I'm going to shout out the entire Cincinnati VGC community. They're absolutely great, have helped me grow. I'm going to shout out, obviously, like I said, Team Mo Spread. I'm going to shout out all of my coworkers at the zoo. I'm going to shout out my girlfriend who's standing off to the side, and I'll shout out my parents as well. And if I've missed anybody, truly sorry, but I love you too, I promise.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations again on your accomplishment. Can't wait to see you competing tomorrow here in Milwaukee.
I'm so excited. So excited.
All right. We'll be back with more Pokemon action real soon.
It's been amazing to see Nicholas Morales' journey throughout the Baltimore Regional Championships.
My name is Nicholas Morales. Currently, I live in Georgia. What Pokemon typing would I be? I want to say the poison typing. I think the poison typing has a really good defensive toolkit. I think they have a bad rep for being kind of bad, but I think there's a lot of amazing poison types out there. I first got into competitive Pokemon when I was around middle school, actually. I found it on the internet pretty much, just like competitive Pokemon videos during the Platinum days. That was my first step into it. I actually skipped Gen 6 and 7, but I really picked up during Double Restricted. In Swish, I really liked that VGC format. The overall strategy was just playing towards rain. Archaludon, it's almost impossible to one-hit. You have Basket Legion 2, who's a massive threat. So multiple threats, multiple big number guys. The first time I was on stream, I felt like the crowd was kind of rooting against me. I could kind of hear them. He was doing really well for most of the match. I was sitting there like, I don't know, I gotta focus. Like, what are you doing?
3 HP and a dream.
The second time on stream, it was over pretty quickly. It's really nerve-wracking. I can keep my cool during like a high-stress situation, right? When I was playing up on stage, I didn't really let it get to me too much. Maybe my leg was shaking, but like everyone has that, right?
It's gonna be the newcomer, Nicholas Morales.
Finals, I could tell when I heard the crowd counting down the population bomb hits, I was like, okay, they're rooting for me. That's really cool.
Can it do it? Another one. Give me 2 more. Oh my goodness. This is his first tournament ever, and he wins it all.
I've never been to locals before, so this is my first one ever. Feels surreal. I didn't even think I would day 2, let alone win the whole thing. My friends really kept pushing me along the way. My good friend Ming, he's really into the VGC scene. I would never have known what EV spreads to use, common lines, team comps, or whatever. I would never know any of that without him. The power of friendship, right? But honestly, they help you push that goalpost so much more, and then you all push the goalpost together. If I don't have fun with it, I'm just not gonna play. I did a lot better than I expected to. Qualify for Worlds is great. I still don't think it's real. If I would win my first regional ever into winning my first World ever, I would permanently retire.
It's time to kick off our Pokemon North America International Championships. And we're about to kick things off across Pokemon GO,
The dreamers, and we dream bold. Unknowns and heroes among us, going for the ultimate goal.
Pokemon UNITE.
They came from all over, every one of us with a different story. Competition unites us. Now it's time to claim your glory.
The Pokemon trading card game.
We have the same mission, so let the games begin.
And the Pokemon video game.
Gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Let's go. Come on.
We came to win. We came.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO.
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win. Patrick
Through the paralysis and with a critical hit takes the win.
Hundreds of trainers walked into Milwaukee Regional Championships this weekend, one of our final regionals here in North America of the season, yet only 16 remain in the Masters division. By the end of our day here, we will crown our latest regional champion in North America. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Sierra Dawn, and it's been a great day so far. We've had some fun matches to get us started, and it's only going to get better.
You're really channeling your inner Wolf Glick there, like this many people entered, only this many remain. Like, I like it.
Well, I listen. Wolf is inspiring. He teaches me things. He teaches me how to get better at VGC. He teaches me different things. Maybe it's good for commentary, you know?
Hey, we're learning, but it has been such a fun weekend. I cannot believe we're already at the top 16.
Day two really, for those who've watched the streams for many years, day two really flies by now in comparison to prior seasons with more Swiss rounds.
Yeah, it's actually just unbelievable. But we've been having a blast here. The last match was a lot of fun. Even like the top of day, like people are out in the crowd cheering and everything else. I think it's just been it's been a really great atmosphere, which is something I really appreciate about these events every single time.
Absolutely. I do want to take a somber moment for our friend Toxapex and Michael Zhang. Carson Confer won that matchup, so we will not see Toxapex or Rhydon walking away with the regional championship. And there's one way to make me happier, and that's to celebrate some social media posts. That's going to lift my spirits from this sad moment here. So we have Bootleg Flanders with us, and remember, use hashtag #PlayPokemon. You can be featured on our stream here. My favorite Play Pokemon moment so far is my homeboy Toxapex making day two in a double restricted format at a regional. I really did not know what post was coming up. I just happened to be talking about Toxapex.
The fact that it made day two and made its way into Top Cut is still something to be celebrated, because we've gotten to see a lot of, you know, the same Pokemon that kind of paved their way through the competition, maybe a little tweaks here and there to a couple of the more popular set. But Toxapex hasn't really been popular in a while.
It's pretty strong. It's pretty strong in Pokemon GO, and you know, it's pretty frustrating in some other formats of the Pokemon video games, but certainly not in VGC. It's not a namesake.
So big accomplishment to make it a Top Cut. Like,
Michael is just an incredible team builder.
Crazy.
So I feel like nobody else could have made that work. It was only Michael that had that chance. We have our next social media post here. Oh, let's get excited. Talon Master J. Juno is locked and loaded to watch the Play Pokemon Milwaukee Regional Championships Day 2. He's excited to see who wins the first double restricted event in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Thank you, Juno. Very happy you're watching us here.
So cute. Just so cute. Please hashtag #PlayPokemon. More pictures of the pets, please and thank you.
Oh yes, we should make a whole pets channel at this point. I love when everyone's watching with their pets, because we think they're not knowing what's going on, but in Juno's head, he'd be like, should have clicked protect, you know?
They have the lock. They have the lock. That's
Juno
all I'm saying.
knows.
Juno knows.
Yeah, that's always fun time. Shout out, thank you for that social media post. So we can move on to our next one. Hey, this is from Pokegame. Is there a limit per Pokemon rules to how many plushies can be next to me? It's a very important question for our Top Cut member Pokegame to be asking.
Yeah, and I feel like I know where the follow-up is going for this tweet, considering what we got to see afterwards, which, amazing. There was
the gang's all here.
Also, so I saw this, and this was already amazing. You got the whole Kricketune gang, amazing. That must be so loud and obnoxious, considering the sound that the Kricketoons make, which not once will I ever dare to try and say on broadcast. The iconic, right? Yeah. But there is a guy that just has a bunch of Kricketoons that's handing them out, just like a suitcase of Kricketoons. There's a Kricketoon guy out there.
Hey, wait, I saw you with a Kricketoon yesterday.
Garte got the Kricketoon and then told me the legend of Kricketoon guy.
Kricketoon guy.
I just hope that I get the opportunity to meet him to see the suitcase of Kricketoons. Where do you get all these Kricketoons?
The Kricketoon prophecy shall be fulfilled.
I have so many questions.
I mean, hey, it could be the luck that Pokemon needs to win this championship. He might need every one of those those Kricketune on his side. But we are ready for our bracket here. Top 16, these are 16 trainers remaining in the tournament in Milwaukee, and that #1 spot is gonna be where we're gonna focus on Luca Paz, the only undefeated trainer remaining in the tournament, versus James Evans.
There was kind of the little bit of a superstition that if you went undefeated at an event, that you were not winning a said event. So for Luca, I mean, it's whether you believe in the curses or not, but making your way into top 16, of course, getting that bye would be great, but definitely the competition is not going to get any easier from there.
Definitely some major names as well in the other spots. Riley Factura just hot off the trails, winning the Monterey Regional Championships. Carson Confer knocking out Michael Zhang. Alex Underhill and Paul Chua. Absolutely staggering matchup there between two of the Titans within the game. Joe Garte, Andrew Ding, Adi with that incredible Ho-Oh performances. Potentially moving on in this tournament, I think. I wish we could watch all of these. I wish I had as many eyes as I could to watch all top 16 matchups. But let's hyper-focus on this one, Sierra, with Luca Paz and James Evans.
Yeah, and this will be such a fun match. Of course, Luca, you have the extra eyes on him having been that undefeated player and is definitely not someone who is shy when you're looking at these accomplishments. Previous regional champion when you're looking back at Liverpool and has been able to get a bunch of different top cuts since then and piloting such a strong team into the event. But James, especially when you're looking at that 2022 Columbus, a lot of experience here in this double restricted as well. Very recent regional championship last year, Vancouver.
Yeah, as we like to call it, the reverse Benjamin Button with James Evans. 2018 senior world champion into NAIC champion into a regional champion. He went the hard road compared to everybody else, but James is certainly no slouch, especially in a familiar format to him, as familiar as it can be since there are new Pokemon. But he won that IC with the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the team, so and a Sunsetter and Groudon, so definitely feels comfortable with this squad.
Looking over at Luca's teams, we get to dive into the team sheets and everything else. This is something that we got to talk about a little bit earlier on Top of Day. You have a lot of really strong Pokemon and two different ways to be able to enable them. You have the Tailwind with the Whimsicott as well as Trick Room on this Lunala. And Pokemon that could really thrive in either one of the environments depending on what team your opponent is playing. Things like Miraidon is really just a huge damage press button, and Lunala has a little bit more of that longevity on the field thanks to that Shadow Shield and that Electric Seed. One of the really interesting changes though, Miraidon, we've come really accustomed to seeing this more Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam set. Instead, we're getting the Terra Electric, so you're really looking for that maximum damage with the Electro Drift and Volt Switch. But Snarl is an adaptation that we haven't really gotten to see come out from a lot of people, and I think this is actually really well poised into a lot of these different restricted threats going on.
Yeah, I think the Miraidon's kind of on the Lucas team doing a bit of a Raging Bolt cosplay, right? Usually you'll see Raging Bolt with Terra Electric and Assault Vest and Snarl to handle these Pokemon, but instead it's a bulkier Miraidon set here.
It's nice too with the Assault Vest because you're not locked in with the choice spec, so that actually gives so much staying power for that Miraidon.
And let's look at James Evans' teams. There is, speaking of the Raging Bolt, absolute menace on the stream yesterday in round 2, claiming KOs left and right. This is a Terra Fairy Assault Vest Raging Bolt, but you have access to the Sun with Koraidon, so not only do you get a special defense boost from the Assault Vest, but you're gonna get a special attack increase as well when the Sun is up.
And even if this team doesn't inherently have a way to set up a Tailwind, set up a slow mode for the team, anything else, you do have a little bit of still speed control options if you're eyeing up something like that Electro Web, which is going to deal a nice little amount of damage considering the typing and everything, and slow the game down a little bit. And when the Raging Bolt is so inherently difficult to get rid of, that could be key in this match.
All right, so let's get into it. Top 16 up here, Milwaukee Regional Championships. James Evans and Luca Paz. Will Luca break the streak of the undefeated player losing in the top cut here, or will James Evans find his way in top 8? It's Koraidon and Galarian Weezing versus Lunala Miraidon.
And yesterday we got to feature James Evans on stream, and this Galarian Weezing, which we didn't even get the opportunity to talk about in team preview, wasn't necessarily seen. And we haven't really gotten to see too much. What's really nice about this is it completely shuts down your opponent's abilities, but when you look at your Koraidon, having that ability shield means that you can still take advantage of the sunlight that you're setting up. So already great momentum onto this first turn up against this lead that Luca has.
Especially because so much of Miraidon's power comes from those damage multipliers, setting up electric terrain, using a choice specs, in this case, Luca only having the assault vest. So it seems like Weezing is in a really solid spot to stick around on the field. And James not swapping around, just wants to hop right in, terastallizing Koraidon into a fire type. Gonna do more damage in the sun with his fire attack. So let's see how Luca will adjust here. Will be the Flare Blitz right here in turn 1. But if it goes towards that Lunala, what it was, it's now gonna be in I was going to call that resisted, but that is pretty strong damage. Half of Incineroar's HP. You don't see Incineroar taking too much damage on the switch in like that very often. Here's the Draco Meteor, and the help from the recoil. Flare Blitz into Draco is enough to knock out James's terastallized Koraidon.
And that's terastallization spent. You got half of the damage on the Incineroar, even if that was a lot of damage, all things considered. The combination of that recoil and the Rocky Helmet, you lose your restricted right away. It's going to be what these other Pokemon in the back can really provide for James. Now that they are in a situation that once this Galarian Weezing leaves the field, they'll be able to take advantage of that sunlight that the Koraidon stuck around that won't be able to be overridden at any point in this match. But now you do have the opportunity to attack with the Miraidon. You aren't locked into that move, so now you can pivot out.
Yeah, Volt Switch will go into the Brute Bonnet. They're doing just a little bit of damage as a resisted attack. We do get to reveal the information that Luca does have Ursaluna as his 4th Pokemon in the back right now. Spore from Brute Bonnet is going to put Incineroar to sleep, meaning that Incineroar is guaranteed to stay asleep this turn. Dazzling Gleam into both of these two, but even as neutral hit's not doing a lot. Important to note with how these speed tiers are trained that the Brute Bonnet definitely has some speed investment to be outspeeding this Incineroar.
Shutting down that Incineroar going on forward, especially on this turn, is nice. You're not going to be on the wrong end of a Flare Blitz into something like that Brute Bonnet. The Ursaluna, though, looking at that Volt Switch and the Ursaluna now getting in, you instantly get that Flame Orb activation into that burn. So you have the status for that Guts boost and for a lot of damage going on forward. This Galarian Weezing on the other end, you haven't really been able to do the most amount of damage. The most staying power is the fact that you've just turned off abilities. And if you leave the field to try and bring another attacker on in, that's where this Ursaluna can really start to go nuts.
Yeah, the Ursaluna is kind of sitting in the waiting room right now, waiting for Galarian Weezing to either switch out or be knocked out. The Seed Bomb into Ursaluna brings it down pretty low here. Follow-up with the Dazzling Gleam is not going to be enough. Incineroar hangs on with 2 HP as well, but it doesn't wake up. Luca has not been able to attack, and he doesn't care anyway. He's going to knock out his own Incineroar anyway with that low damage Earthquake.
At this point, get that Incineroar out of here. That is a sleepy kitty. It is not providing much health. It would have been nice to get an attack on the way out, but hey, get out of here. Let's make way for better things. And this is where we can see one of those restricteds hit the field. Lunala could be good into these ones right now. Miraidon could have provided some value with something like a powerful attack, but notably when you don't have that Dazzling Gleam thanks to Snarl, that's not going to be as effective into something like that Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, and at this point, the Weezing is just such a problem that you'd probably have to target into the Weezing. You get into a scary spot if Weezing is going to, protect itself. You don't want to over-index into that slot. But you have a very healthy Brute Bonnet, very healthy Weezing at this point. Lunala doesn't really have access to the Shadow Shield as of right now since the Galarian Weezing's on the field.
Yeah, the Galarian Weezing, despite not really doing much damage, just the power that it's had with this neutralizing gas has been absolutely crucial. But if you are looking at Pokemon that on this turn can maybe try and hit into it and take care of it, if there isn't something like the Protect, then abilities can be back on the board for Luca. Terastallization, though, at this point in the match, and Lunala is going to be turning into that Fairy type.
James nodding his head, anticipating Lunala to Terastallize here, get rid of that 4 times darkness weakness here, and now turn it into a resistance as a Fairy type. Weezing does protect, as we were having a conversation about, so Lunala with the Moonblast doesn't go into that slot. It will target the Brute Bonnet with the Terra Fairy. It's super effective, and Brute Bonnet is down.
And that's going to be nice. You can make sure that this Ursaluna sticks around on this turn, and maybe you don't get the KO onto the Weezing on the other end, but I think that's going to be just fine. You are on a little bit of a timer with that Ursaluna, so next turn it is going to go down regardless of getting hit or not. But at this point, James Evans is down to final 2 Pokemon. It's going to be a very fast one, Calyrex Shadow Rider on the field.
And that Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to be the fastest Pokemon. However, the Lunala is incredibly healthy, right? Full HP at this point, even without the Shadow Shield. You're no longer weak to Astro Barrage, so Lunala feels like it's in a pretty comfortable position. Lucas still has Miraidon in the back for at the end of this turn when Ursaluna gets knocked out from Flame Orb.
Yeah, and even just looking at this Ursaluna, I'd be worried about maybe even taking a hit and giving over a Grimne. If you just get perished at the end of the turn because of that burn, then you can just get that swap, not give over a special attack boost. And when you're looking at that Miraidon in the back with the Assault Vest, that could be big. But now look at the damage into the Lunala, and Lunala's gonna stick around for a moment or two.
Yeah, gonna take that like a champ. Moongeist Beam from Lunala into James's Calyrex Shadow Rider, activating that Focus Sash, making sure it sticks around with 1 HP if it's hit while at full health. Now you have the Galarian Weezing go for the Dazzling Gleam, not gonna hit Ursaluna, will do hardly any damage to Lunala. And finally, Ursaluna, as the sunlight fades, Ursaluna will knock itself out from that held item Flame Orb.
Again, another Pokemon on Luca's end that's kind of just overstayed its welcome. You've done what you had to do, and let's make way for better Pokemon. And now double restricted.
For faster Pokemon,
for faster
too, yeah.
and stronger Pokemon. So Miraidon, Lunala on the field, and Miraidon here, you're looking at a Calyrex that's so fast on the other end, but you do have that Assault Vest, and the Calyrex doesn't have any boost, and it is down to the Focus Sash, so the survivability is going to be the key part to then deal with that final restricted on James's end. And once the Weezing is by itself, it's going to be hard-pressed to find a way to be closing out the match.
Yeah, I mean, the Weezing, at this point, James effectively has one hit point remaining, right? It's only the Calyrex that matters. If it's Weezing clicking Dazzling Gleam every turn, you're not going to take down an Assault Vest Miraidon and a super bulky Lunala.
Was it interesting going for something like the Snarl? It might not be the most accurate if you're looking at needing to take care of the Pokemon that could be big, but that's going to be the first hit survived.
No critical hits either. Miraidon does connect on the Snarl there, knocking out James's Calyrex Shadow Rider, lowering the special attack on the Weezing as well. So with 2 restricted Pokemon versus a poor little Galarian Weezing in this spot, should be wrapped up. There's the Moongeist Beam. Lunala putting in work in this game 1, and that's going to go to our undefeated Luca Paz.
Staying undefeated so far and 1 more game away from being secured in top 8. And really well-played match, even down to those little decisions. You're okay KOing your own Incineroar. It's a sleeping, it's not helping out. That Protect on the Ursaluna, so you're not giving over a special attack boost onto the Calyrex Shadow Rider, is really nice when you know that there's the outspeed. And when you're looking at that final decision too, you could have had the option of the wide guard, but then that could have been tricky if the Calyrex Shadow Rider does go for something like the Psychic. So at this point, since you know that you hadn't given boosts over, you're good there. But I want to highlight the Galarian Weezing because it was something to shut down the abilities on Luca's end, but in the end, you're just able to take care of all of these partner Pokemon. Losing the ability is okay at this point. You still had the damage, you lived the hits, you didn't need them, and you just isolated this Pokemon, and it couldn't do anything at the end.
Yeah, it's kind of just about the raw stat value that these restricted Pokemon and Ursaluna provide. Like, okay, fine. You might as well assume that with their ability is pressure. It doesn't matter, right? It's just not going to matter. Well, Miraidon's still incredibly strong. Lunala, incredibly bulky. Ursaluna can hit like a truck, even with the Flame Orb hurting itself there without its ability active. So at a certain point, James, in making an adjustment in game 2 here, Galarian Weezing, it feels like it can help. It turns off Electric Terrain. It gets rid of Shadow Shield, but just they have so many stats available with such high special attack anyway that it might not even matter.
That was a really tough one, though, because you're not wrong at all. It is going to shut down things that would really enable Luca's team, but then you weren't able to really get anything done with it. But then also, if you leave the Galarian Weezing at home, look at what Luca was able to do without abilities. You can only imagine what he's able to do with them.
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult spot for James, but obviously as a regional champion here in Scarlet and Violet, as a IC champion in a double restricted format, if anybody can come back in the set against our #1 trainer in the field, it would be James Evans. We'll see if we can force a game 3 here, or if Luca is going to move on to top 8. Miraidon, Lunala for Luca, and again, it is Galarian Weezing and Koraidon for James.
So this is where we're going to look at those adjustments being made. Yet again, it's going to be Koraidon with Ability Shield to still set up the Sun. That very first turn, we saw a Flare Blitz into a Incineroar that swapped in. You took Rocky Helmet, you took Recoil, and then, well, instantly you just lost the Koraidon on the spot. So does James opt for a different type of move into this turn so you're not taking all that recoil damage? Or maybe looking at a swap? Because even if you're not taking the recoil, something like a Draco Meteor from the Miraidon would really hurt. But since it doesn't have that choice specs, you're going to maybe take that hit a little better, as long as you commit the Terrestrialization, of course.
Lunala switching out into Incineroar, so things are feeling a little similar at the start of game 2, at least on Luca's end. James deciding he will go for the Terrestrialization yet again, turning into a fire type. You do not want to be weak to a Draco Meteor coming out from the Miraidon, to get to change that typing around to get rid of that weakness. Now, the Flare Blitz from this last time went into the Incineroar. It goes into Incineroar again, 2 turns in a row. It does even less damage than it did in game 1. We'll take Rocky Helmet recoil, we'll take Flare Blitz recoil, and then the Draco Meteor, it connects into Koraidon. James opts into the exact same play turn 1 and loses Koraidon again.
So now you have to wonder what the final 2 Pokemon are in the back for James and what the game plan is here going on forward. Do you value that amount of damage that you're able to do, which was lessened than that first game? How do you switch things up? Because already, if we go down this road, that was a strong victory for Luca. And now this Miraidon has taken not really much damage. You had an Incineroar that's awake, still at 1/3 health. And even when you bring that Brute, if you have the Brute Bond, if you bring it in and put something to sleep, that's still going to be a rough time. Instead, adjustment right away. Calyrex Shadow Rider. We're not preserving this Pokemon for the end. We're going to bring it out here right now. And I think that this is going to provide a lot more offensive pressure on this turn. You still have to watch out for the Incineroar, but it's not having something like that knockoff. So it is going to be a little bit better poised in face of this cat.
And currently, if you stay with the Ghost, or well, you will stay with the Ghost typing after already Terrestrializing, can't get faked out on Calyrex Shadow Rider either. So kind of a tough spot for the Incineroar to go with which attack he wants to lock into. Shadow Rider will protect, but that's okay for Luca because the Volt Switch goes towards the Weezing. So now you can either go back into the Lunala or reveal your 4th Pokemon, which, as we have the benefit of seeing, is the Ursaluna.
James won't have to wait long to get confirmation either, because that's going to be the one hitting the field here. So Calyrex, sure, it's going to stay safe. It has the Focus Sash still intact, and you'll get to have a little bit of damage with this Dazzling Gleam. U-turn, though, interesting, is positioned into that Calyrex Shadow Rider, so Incineroar has to stick around.
And yeah, Incineroar wanted to go not only to switch out to maybe get Miraidon back on the field with a full special attack, but also wanted to break that Focus Sash. So hugely for James, Calyrex's Focus Sash is still intact right now. However, you're facing a normal type Ursaluna on the other end and a dark type Incineroar, so Astral Barrage, without the help of a helping hand or something, might not be doing as much damage as James wants.
Yeah, and that's going to be something that's also to be looking out for in this match. So I'm just really eyeing up what this Calyrex Shadow Rider will be able to do in face of these Pokemon. The Ursaluna, even if it's not going to do the most amount of damage, but still, again, this Weezing has been sticking around the field for as long as we can remember at this point. You do not have the benefit of having these abilities, and the Psychic is not going to be that same amount of damage. So Astral Barrage, of course, nothing into the Ursaluna. Doesn't do enough to the other slot, though.
It isn't a resistant hit into Incineroar, but it's already low enough, so it does get the knockout. It's no Assault Vest on Incineroar. It's the Rocky Helmet, so no boost in special defense. However, that will boost Calyrex's special attack by 1 stage. Dazzling Gleam, single target into Ursaluna. Now we have the Headlong Rush hitting Calyrex, but remember, no Guts ability helping out Ursaluna here.
At least you've broken the Focus Sash, which is going to be one of the nice things, but we're still looking at a Calyrex Shadow Rider that is the fastest of all of these Pokemon. You have a special attack boost, which is nice, but you're still contending with a Miraidon that has that Assault Vest on the other end, the build that we don't normally get to see as much. Lunala onto the field now. Terrestrialization hasn't been used for Luca, so on this turn, we can't see something like that Fairy Terrestrialization to still furthermore make sure that you're not taking the most amount of damage from the Calyrex. It should be a good chunk, but especially since your Shadow Shield isn't intact at this point because of that Galarian Weezing. But still, this is not going to be maybe the most amount.
Last game, the Lunala terrestrialized into a Fairy type because obviously you don't want to be getting hit with a boosted Astral Barrage this time around. We'll see that Luca is probably going to go for that same thing here. So Lunala is such a bulky Pokemon that even without the Shadow Shield ability being inactive right now, thanks to Galarian Weezing, it's still going to be able to take these hits relatively well, especially losing or getting rid of that that ghost weakness. Calyrex not even opting to be aggressive here. Instead, will protect itself from a Moongeist Beam that was targeted into the Calyrex Shadow Rider slot. So no damage from Lunala. And now Weezing goes for the taunt. So Lunala is no longer able to click Trick Room if that was Luca's game plan on future turns. Here's the Headlong Rush. It's super effective, but it's still not enough for the KO.
Shuts down the Trick Room, also shuts down something like the Wide Guard if you are looking to go for Earthquake, if you do anticipate an Astral Barrage. So now this Lunala is offense only. Since you did go for the Moongeist Beam and you are looking at a Calyrex that has that Sash broken, you'll be fine on that turn, but something to keep an eye on for maybe the follow-up going on forward.
Yeah, now pretty quick lock-ins for Luca there, because at this point you don't have as many options to decide between. You only have Miraidon in the back. You don't want that to take any damage on the switch, and especially from a +1 Astral Barrage. You can't click Wide Guard, you can't click Trick Room, so pretty much the best option is just try to get those attacks in. Ursaluna is kind of causing a little bit more trouble or more of a headache for Luca in this game too than it did in game 1 when it stuck around. It's been on the field for too long, not doing enough damage. Here is the Astral Barrage into the Fairy type Lunala. It is +1, so it does pretty much exactly half of Lunala's HP. And Luca will respond with a Moongeist Beam into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, knocking it out. James only having his Galarian Weezing and his 4th Pokemon in this game has not been revealed yet. There is the Dazzling Gleam. Does actually a little bit more to the Ursaluna than I thought. There's the Facade to finally get rid of Weezing, and James is down 1v3. It's back against the wall here in Top Cut.
Abilities are back. It's a 3-to-1 situation. And sure, the Lunala can't go for a Wide Guard. It can't go for a Trick Room, but the Sash is broken. Again, all this Calyrex Shadow Rider. The only thing you need to do is Moongeist Beam. Since you have that Terastallization, nothing can be done. And now the final Pokemon, Brute Bonnet, it's definitely had the glow up, but these are odds completely stacked against you. You have a Terra Fairy Lunala on the other end. It's going to be clicking some buttons, getting the damage, taking the win.
Yeah, Lunala with the super effective Fairy attack into Brute Bonnet. Not going to be enough for the one-hit KO. Little nice moment for the Brute Bonnet to survive that hit, but the Facade will surely handle the rest, and Luca Paz remains undefeated here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, moving on to top 8.
The only player with 11-0 record going into cut, and is going to be making his way on to the next part of competition. And with such a strong team and playing that so well, not being afraid to be making a little bit of risk, making calculated risk, and coming out ahead. And yeah, even in the face of Pokemon that were trying to shut down Luca's team, he never really stuttered in the face of all of that. Yeah. So Luca's going to be a tough one to take down.
Hey, as long as the Draco Meteors connect, those first.
Why do you even say that?
No. I'm saying I give him credit that as they connected, they're able to take out Koraidon. Koraidon was so important to James's strategy. You have these past Paradox Pokemon. You have extra damage with the sun being up, right? That as long as Koraidon's out, the Calyrex Shadow Rider had a tough time into Incineroar, has a tough time into normal typing Ursaluna as well. I think that was so crucial, those turn ones for Luca every game.
They were. That is a little stressful thinking about that, because there has been games that have been just lost on the spot with missing those Draco Meteors.
Yeah.
I don't know if you put the bad energy out in the universe now for Luca, but if he's made it this far in the competition, knock on wood, hopefully he'll be fine. But yeah, both games being able to take care of the restricted Pokemon, not only just taking care of the restricted Pokemon, but Koraidon is a Pokemon that's notoriously known for having to Terastallize early on into the match, so that you're not taking that super effective damage, but still the amount of recoil that you took, the Rocky Helmet, you still got KO'd, and that just set the momentum for the entirety of the match.
I think it's just really well, very impressive how well constructed Luca's team is, because you're using a Lunala without Shadow Shield. You're using a Miraidon. One, it doesn't have choice specs, right? You're not boosting yourself. It has Assault Vest, but it doesn't even have access to electric terrain. And because there's no electric terrain, there's no electric seed for Lunala. And it's just like, no problem. Didn't care that I didn't have abilities. Yeah. I'm just going to hit you with Moongeist. I'm going to hit you with Moonblast. Even just the Volt switches were still doing a really solid amount of damage without the terrain active. So it seems like Luca was completely undeterred by Galarian Weezing turning off his abilities.
The real throwback to Generation 1 before abilities were around. He's like, abilities, I don't need them. Absolutely no problem. And hey, if your own Pokemon aren't really getting KO'd, if you have to take an extra turn or two to really be able to put the pressure on, that's fine. That's what we've gotten to see yesterday. The Lunala didn't get KO'd, even if there's a boosted Calyrex Shadow Rider on the other end. The Ursaluna was able to go for a few attacks before it eventually met its demise. Like, it just worked out. And even the preservation of the Miraidon, you have it for early pressure in the match, you take your 1 KO, and then you hide in the back. Let the rest of the Pokemon do the work. Then you're like, okay, I'll make my reappearance at the end, take the final KO, look at me go.
Yeah, exactly. Really, really strong display from Luca here. And as we, kind of anticipate how the rest of the bracket is going to fall out here, Sierra, like there's so many storylines, right? We have so many other regional champions that are in this top cut, like Alex Underhill and Paul Chua. But Luca, we can never forget that huge victory and having a regional championship. He is not only just proving that he's on the level of all these other regional champions. Riley's also in top cut, right? Wolf was here, James Evans, but at the undefeated spot, he's here to stay. He's here to, to stake his claim on this format.
Yeah, and since he went undefeated in Swiss, if he's going to win the event, he will have won just a huge tournament in this era, undefeated, which is one of the craziest accomplishments. It's already crazy enough to win a regional championship. So, like, I could never, frankly. But to do that undefeated is just next level.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the bracket. For the information we have available to us right now, and remember, not every game has ended yet in top 16, so we can see that Darsh Patel has knocked out Joe Ugarte. Andrew Ding with the victory over Adi. So Adi, I believe, is number 2 seed going into cut. He loses that match against Darsh. Joel is with the victory over Carl, so he's going to be in the top 8. Get excited for that. And Luca with the victory over James. Still waiting on Colin Heyer and Jonathan. That Carson Confer matchup against Zachary Weed certainly should be exciting, but I believe we are ready in our lounge with Gabby for an interview with Luca. So Gabby, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe. I'm here with Luca Paz, who is still undefeated in this Milwaukee Regional Championships. Luca, congratulations on making it to top 8. How do you feel?
Thank you. It's really insane. I never really expected to go undefeated this far, and yeah, I want to go further.
All right, well, I'm very curious. You're undefeated in sets, but how many games have you won and how many games have you lost within those sets?
So I've won, I think, 12 rounds, or 13 including this one. So it's like 24 games won, and I think I dropped 4 games. And 3 of those games were in day 2 today, which, because, it's tougher opponents. So yeah, but I'm really proud of how I've been playing.
So I gotta ask, what kind of preparation went into this run? I mean, those results is absolutely phenomenal.
So I picked up this team pretty recently, I think at the start of this past week, and I thought it was really, really strong. It had good modes with Ursaluna and Trick Room, and I started playing online ladder, and I had a really good streak of games. So I was pretty confident, and I just decided this is my best team that I have at the moment, so I may as well go with it.
Well, you certainly made the right decision. How did day 1 of the competition go for you? What was the toughest battle that you had to play through?
That's a good question. I think I've played a couple of Miraidon and Iron Hand combos, especially one with Grimmsnarl, which becomes really tough because behind screens it's kind of hard to take down. But positioning Ursaluna correctly really is the key there, and it helped me win those 2 matchups I think I faced.
All right, well, let's talk about that set with James Evans that you just played through. What was your game plan going into game number 1?
So we played day 1 Swiss, round 3, I think, and I won 2-0. But his main objective, I think, for that against my team was Terra Flare Blitzing the Lunala because Weezing gets rid of Shadow Shield, and he had gone for it on me both those games in day 1, but I lived. I'm pretty sure it was a damage roll though, so I decided to play it safe, and I thought that was pretty much his only out because removing Lunala is a really huge piece. So I thought instant switch in was pretty safe, and the Weezing isn't really doing much damage, so I can always safely Draco Meteor that slot.
Yeah, and that game plan worked out very well for you. I mean, from behind the desk, obviously, it looked like a very comfortable game plan. Were you nervous at all in that set?
I think so, yeah, but I was confident I could win.
Are you nervous now going into top 8?
A little bit. I don't know who I'm facing, so.
I would give you an update, but unfortunately I don't know either unless the producer wants to jump in my ear in a moment. But all right, unfortunately we don't know yet either, so only time will tell. But I do have to ask, how does it feel? I mean, this has been an incredible run. Are you happy? Do you feel like you could have done better?
No, I think this is obviously like the best I could do, being undefeated. I never really expected to go undefeated this far. I don't know. It's a first.
For sure. Well, congratulations, Luca. I can't wait to see more of you playing here in Top Cut. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Shout outs to Team Z for always being there, supporting Momo Nation, Apron specifically for helping me prep. I did steal this team from Justin Tang, so there's that. Thanks. And Kakunaka, shout outs to you as well.
All right, Luca, best of luck in Top Cut here in Milwaukee, and we'll be back after a short break. Please stay tuned. Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with Luke, who is your 2025 Milwaukee Juniors Video Game Regional Champion. Luke, congratulations. How does it feel?
It feels amazing.
Now, this is your first regional championship win. Did you feel like you were going to win this weekend?
I felt that I had a good chance to win, but I didn't know if I was guaranteed going to win or not.
What made you feel like you had a good chance to win?
Well, I got a bye for round 1 of Top Cut, so that meant I had to prepare less, and so I could play more easily.
All right, so we were talking earlier, and you said Miraidon was your favorite Pokemon, and you also got to use it on your team. What other Pokemon did you play with this weekend?
Well, Miraidon isn't actually my favorite Pokemon.
That's my mistake. I'm sorry.
But what was your question again?
So Hisuian Goodra is your favorite Pokemon, but there's no Hisuian Goodra on your team. What were the 6 Pokemon on your team this weekend?
I used Miraidon, Zalvazenta, Chenpao, Iron Hands, Farigiraf, and Whimsicott.
And out of those 6 Pokemon, who was the most valuable Pokemon on the team?
I mean, Miraidon is the most valuable Pokemon on my team, but Chenpao did put in a lot of work for the team this weekend.
Nice. You mentioned that you had some very tough battles to win this championship. What was your toughest battle to win the championship?
My toughest battle was against my finals opponent, Brooks, back in day 1 when I didn't know his team yet.
And then when you played him again in finals, did you feel like you knew what to do to win?
Yes, I did.
Awesome. Well, Luke, are you ready and excited to compete at the World Championships this year?
Yes.
Amazing. I can't wait to see you there. Do you have anybody at home you'd like to give a shout out or a hello to?
I'd want to give a shout out to my mom for always believing in me.
Oh, that's really sweet. Well, Luke, congratulations. Thank you so much for talking with me today. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon. Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with your 2025 Milwaukee Seniors Regional Champion in the video game division, Ian Larson. Ian, congratulations. How does it feel?
Feels great. Both me and my friends did really well at this tournament, and I feel like I prepped really well.
So obviously you're the winner. Congratulations. But how did your friends do, and were they running the same team?
2 of my friends were running the same team. One of them got top 8, the other one got top 4. And then I have another friend who was running a different team that I played against in top 4.
Oh, wow. So you had to unfortunately beat a couple friends to make your way to the top, huh?
Yeah, sadly. I felt kind of bad kicking them out, but I think everyone had secured their Worlds invite by making top 8, so I wasn't at least stealing that from them.
And that means you're all going to celebrate in Anaheim, which is, I guess, the end goal, right?
Yeah. Hopefully can win that one.
All right, so let's talk about the team itself, because you mentioned earlier that you had some pretty unique techs on it.
So I had Calyrex Shadow Rider, Koraidon, Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet, Indeedee, and Chiyu. And I think it actually wasn't like that unique of moves. Probably like the most unique thing is that I had Thunderwave on Fluttermane, mainly because it made like the matchup against some of the Koraidon Tornadus teams a little easier. And it was like, it was speed control. It was more speed control. And it wasn't blocked by like Wide Guard or anything. So it was pretty nice.
I mean, you say that, but then you also had Psychic Terrain and Expanding Force on Calyrex Shadow Rider, which, as of the time of this interview, I will say, we haven't seen yet on the Masters stream. So that seems pretty clutch.
Oh, I didn't know it had like no results on Masters. I haven't really been keeping up, but yeah, it's really nice because it gives me like 2 moves that like are just really strong, can do a ton of damage with like Life Orb. And yeah, it's just been really helpful.
Nice. Well, tell me about the battles. What has been your hardest battle to get to the top of the tournament?
I've had a lot of really close matches. I've played against, I think the closest one I played against Kevin Hahn in Swiss. And it was an endgame where the Calyrex had its attack boosted 3 times, its defense boosted twice, and I had Koraidon and Fluttermane out, and they were both in range of Glacial Lance, and I had Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back that would also just get one-shotted by Glacial Lance. So I just had to Thunderwave the Calyrex and just hope that I got like one of 2 paras, and I got it, and it was in game 3. So it was like super close.
That does sound really nerve-wracking. I have to ask, you know, you came into this tournament as the reigning EUIC champion. Did that change your mindset at all when you were preparing to compete?
Yeah, it definitely did, because like after Regulation H, like I had done bad at a lot of the tournaments. I really thought I was like completely screwed out of like doing well. But then UIC kind of gave me hope that I wasn't just like, that I didn't just completely fall off. So that felt really great. And going into this tournament, I felt like I could win. I didn't think I was like definitely going to, but I felt like I had the team, I had the prep that would allow me to win.
Awesome. Well, Ian, thank you so much for your time. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
I want to shout out my parents, specifically my dad who brought me here. I want to shout out my coach, Alex Arand. My friends that did well, Francesco and Declan. Declan helped a lot of us to assemble the team in game, so that was really helpful. And then Sam, who wasn't running the same team, but still did really well and helped us with prep. So, and also shout out to the Minnesota Mammothwines, and one more. Shout out Brute Bonnet. Our slogan was "In Bonnet We Trust." So, Bonnet put in some work in the finals, especially.
In Bonnet we trust. I like that slogan. Ian, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it, and congratulations. We'll be back with more Pokemon action soon. Thanks for watching.
We're back right now with more Pokemon action, Gabby. Get excited! Top 8 of Milwaukee Regional Championships is officially underway. What a weekend it's been. It's been a fantastic time. Everyone's having fun in the side events, fun in the main tournament, and let's keep the high vibes rolling here. Joe Brown's here. It's on here for our first top 8 matchup. Should be an exciting time. We'll get to them on stage, but it will be Paul Chua and Carson Confer, 2 regional, or very time regional champions, 2 international champions in the Masters division as well. So absolutely exciting matchup.
Yeah, like the top 10 that we have for this event has just been fully stacked. So to see such stacked matchups is really just like not surprising at all. We got to see Paul yesterday. Carson, we haven't gotten to see quite yet, but second at Monterey, we'll get more into that in a moment. But this one will be a lot of fun. If you don't already have a snack, you have some water, have juice, anything, this is your opportunity to get it now because you will not want to miss this match.
Absolutely. And if you're ever interested in playing Pokemon, you're watching the streams, you have a great time, and you want to learn more, we actually have our new YouTube channel giving a lot of information, a lot of videos available from our live streams here at Play Pokemon. So we have the main YouTube channel of Pokemon account, right? But all things competitive, all the live streams, all the videos you know and love for Pokemon video games, TCG, Pokemon GO, UNITE, all our streams can be on that Play Pokemon YouTube account.
My flex is that I was like the 30th subscriber to this channel because I was going back to watch a VOD and it was on this channel. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah.
So make sure that you are following, you are subscribed because yeah, whether it's this current tournament or a past one that you maybe just want to get brushed on, like brushed up on, you know, sometimes like the matches are so good you have to go back. Like you want to make sure you're tuned in.
Yeah, absolutely. If you missed any matches today, you go over to that Play Pokemon YouTube account and watch it after the stream is over. But be focused right now, and I think we can have a fun conversation right now, Sierra, about our usage data, as we love statistics here at Pokemon. We're looking at our top 4 restricted duos in day 2 specifically. So these numbers are pretty different from yesterday, as Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider was the #1 duo yesterday at roughly 13%. They've fallen down to 8.4. Now, yes, there are less players in it, so that does affect the percentages, but what we have seen is it really is about the Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon as the #1 pair right now.
Oh no, it's happening again. This is the biggest throwback to Regulation G when Calyrex Shadow Rider was so feared going into the very first event, Indianapolis, and it was Miraidon that won in the end, and Calyrex Shadow Rider was kind of, you know, lacking a little bit after that. And again, into this regulation, this pairing, this Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta was probably one of the most anticipated pairings of, oh no, this is going to be very dominant. And again, it's just not having the greatest conversion rate into this day 2. But I think what we've gotten to see, especially with some of these restricteds and how they've just been tweaked a little bit, stuff like the Miraidon having a little bit more survivability based on the set, whether you are going for Assault Vest or just the amount of damage that it does with a Choice Specs, I think that is just so well done. And yeah, something like that Koraidon and Lunala, the new Lunadon, 15%, right. Like that's respectable.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's what's really interesting because we've seen from some grassroots events a lot of people, you're kind of just putting Ice Rider and Miraidon on the same team because they're 2 very strong restricted Pokemon. They don't have as much inherent synergy as maybe some other things like the Shadow Rider Zamazenta do, or this Koraidon and Lunala, kind of like the buffed version of Lunadon from 2019 winning the World Championships, because you have so much utility. You're able to protect your Koraidon with the wide guard access on Lunala. You're able to, you know, click Trick Room, get out of Trick Room against these Trick Room teams that have Ice Rider on them, or you just take advantage of all the super fast Pokemon. Think of the Fluttermanes and Koraidon and Chien-Pao, right? And even Miraidon, Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, so many fast Pokemon that even the Lunala, who's really not slow when you think about it, you just click Trick Room and you're going to be attacking first already, even without any investment.
And when you're looking at, too, something like Shadow Shield, that's just going to be so nice in a format where you have really heavy hitter Pokemon. And being able to, it always has to be a double up. And even if you have something to turn off the Shadow Shield, like a Galarian Weezing, it probably still has to be a double up because of this inherent bulk it has. So it's no wonder that this Pokemon has been being able to see even more of a glow up. I mean, from the one regional championship that it won, now that we are in the silver restricted format.
Yeah, and so these are how they pair up together, but how about just individually the amount of trainers that brought one of these restricteds as their pairs? And you can see now the numbers are buffed up, obviously, right, because you can use 2 Pokemon on the same team, but 42% of the trainers in day 2 have at least brought Miraidon as one of their 2 paired restricteds.
Again, the downfall of Calyrex Shadow Rider,
Right.
only half of the amount of this Miraidon. The Miraidon just makes so much sense, though, and really in the Scarlet and Violet era, being able to see both of those box legendaries as that #1 and #2 spot just makes a lot of sense here. I'd love to see that Ho-Oh makes a graphic as well when we talk about glow-ups. That is going to be the biggest glow-up of all time, but Yeah, I think this one's a really interesting one. Miraidon, it was a mainstay through Regulation G and never really slowed down. And I believe it's something like 7 out of 8 top cut spots are actually with Miraidon. So not even just looking at that conversion rate into day 2, but like that top cut rate isn't so impressive.
Right, because for those who were watching during the 2022 season, that Series 12 format where it felt like so many trainers had, restricted plus Zacian, because just Zacian inherently, you did double damage to Dynamax Pokemon that everybody Dynamaxed in every game, right? It was just such a strong attacker on its own, regardless of utility or synergy with the other restricted, that Miraidon is kind of in that boat right now. That yes, there is synergy. You can make sure your other Pokemon don't go to sleep by setting the terrain. You can give a Lunala an electric seed boost, defense boost, thanks to setting up the terrain. So there is inherent value to help the rest of it, but it's just so good on its own that there's no reason to not run the Miraidon.
It's cool to see how the Miraidon is like the most valuable partner, and even with 7 out of 8 of these top 8 spots being held by Miraidon, that there's still a lot of variety to the teams themselves. You have Joey, PokeAim, who has that Miraidon and Ho-Oh. Carson has more of this Miraidon and the Lunala, being able to see Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider. So even if you're like, oh no, a centralized meta, 7 out of 8 is Miraidon, there's actually so much to each one of these individual teams that makes it really interesting. Like, this is just more so an enabler for all these other Pokemon, all of these other teams.
So let's see some of these restricteds in action as we look at our bracket going into the top 8 Milwaukee Regional Championships. There's 8 trainers remaining, a lot of great names, I think, with Luca, Carson, Paul, and Andrew. That would be 4 regional champions here out of our 8 players remaining.
This is an insane bracket. Every single part of this is nice. I will give the shout out, since we keep saying like the 7 out of 8 Miraidon players. Jonathan, congratulations on not being the Miraidon player in Top Cut. Looking at the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Terapagos, the synergy with those 2 Pokemon, trying to pilot that. I think it might be a tough ride ahead considering everything else, but yeah, back to the players themselves. When we are going to be looking at Paul versus Carson next, it's crazy. This could be a finals match, and one of them is about to knock the other out of the tournament.
I mean, yeah, if we think about how many great players there are in North America, that this match of Paul Chua and Carson Confer, it could happen round 5, it could happen round 8 yesterday, it could happen round 10 earlier this morning, but it's happening right now in top 8. Let's get excited. The reigning Sacramento regional champion for Carson Confer versus last season's EUIC, or 2023 EUIC champion Paul Chua. 2 of the top trainers in the country for sure.
And Paul Chua as well, the 2-times Madison Regional Championship. So when you're looking at Wisconsin, you're looking at title defense. That's essentially Milwaukee at this point. This is where we've adapted to with the game becoming bigger. So there's definitely going to be a little extra chip on your shoulder there.
Yes, Paul Chua using the same team as Alex Underhill, so I'm sure that was a very stressful matchup in top 16, since they both know how these teams work so well. And if we look at Carson's team here, we look in specifics, I think it's always nice to have the comparisons to the formats as they evolve, right, and how the decisions are changing. Well, one, if you remember Sacramento, he won that regional with Ursaluna Blood Moon holding an Assault Vest. Now you swap it for regular Assault, or a regular Ursaluna, and you throw that Assault Vest onto the Miraidon. So there still is strategies that Carson is comfortable with, and you just adapt them over time through different regulations.
And this Miraidon and Lunala, the Miraidon being that Assault Vest and the Snarl, it's actually made a lot of sense on why you've switched that off. We talked about the utility of Snarl and the longevity of the Assault Vest, but when you're looking at the Lunala, where a lot of times you will see the Terastallization into the Fairy type and that Moonblast, this makes sense to kind of not be running too much of the same Terastallization. You kind of spread out what you're doing. You already have a Pokemon that can Terra Fairy and Moonblast. You don't need the Miraidon too as well, which is nice. Sometimes with this Ursaluna though, we get to see it on teams that have the Trick Room and more of a faster mode. This team doesn't have an inherent fast mode. The only thing would be, I'm going to make the other players' team slower. That's where the Grimmsnarl comes in. You have that Thunder Wave to really be able to punish anyone who's playing slower, anyone who leaves a Pokemon exposed, and also screens for your Pokemon to have a little bit more staying power on the field.
Yeah, screens plus Snarl can be absolutely disastrous for special attackers out there on Paul Chua's side. But let's take a look at Paul's team here. And as we've seen before with him on stream yesterday, with Alex Underhill earlier today, Ogerpon Wellspring Mask making an appearance back into this format. We have not seen Wellspring in quite a while.
Yeah, it got to like 62% usage once and then fell off the face of the earth. which was one of the craziest drop-offs from grades that we've seen. In this matchup, I think it could be quite interesting because I think this dissuades this Urshifu Rapid Strike from the other end a little bit, and you do have that follow me to really be able to keep your other Pokemon safe, especially when you're eyeing up something like that Calyrex Ice Rider. Looking at this team, again, you have the fast restricted, you got the slow restricted, but what I really like is actually this Volcarona set, because this is going to be something that if you hit into the Volcarona, there's a chance for you to get burned with that flame body, and you're going to be taking damage from that rocky helmet, and things like that Morning Sun is going to be adding back its HP to make it a little bit difficult to be taking it down.
Yeah, Volcarona definitely puts in a lot of work. That Terra Steel can potentially change this matchup here, as you might want to go into that Steel typing. We saw that in Alex Underhill's set, terrestrializing the Volcarona as well. But Ice Rider has just really been synonymous with Paul Chua ever since it came out in Sword and Shield. That entire double restricted format, we used that. Paul was obviously known for that Paul Kia, as you put the U in Paul Kia's name, and Calyrex Ice Rider Trick Room team. So certainly comfortable area for Paul in this format.
Yeah, and looking how these teams match up, I see a lot of strengths in Paul's teams, but also wait from Carson to really be able to stop that in its tracks. Wide guard from the Lunala is going to be one of the most pivotal, so it's going to be then maybe single target moves to really try and get around that, or just take care of that Lunala, but here it is.
Here we go. Top 8 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Paul Chua on the top of your screen with both restricted, Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider, versus Carson Comfort, bottom of the screen, Miraidon and Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl can set up the screens, but the question, you got a physical attacker and a special attacker on the other side. You can only click one.
That's going to be the big thing here. So what do you value? The damage coming out from this Miraidon, which when we look at Paul's team, this is still going to be that choice spec. So this is still the older Miraidon set. That could be a lot of damage threatened in both of these Pokemon, and neither one of them appreciate something like a Dazzling Gleam. And Calyrex Ice Rider, it could be something that maybe if you're thinking that there is a potential Thunder Wave to kind of chop you on that turn, it could be like a Protect, it could be a swap out. Whereas you know with the choice specs Miraidon for Paul, that's a Pokemon that's going to have to either switch out or be exposed here on this turn.
Now we're going to get into our first turn. No switches in this moment, just a terrestrialization right away from this Miraidon into the electric typing for Carson. So wanting to drop that dragon typing, that would have been making Carson weak to a Glacial Lance. Now it would just be a neutral hit, also be weak to a Draco, so you get rid of it. Reflect is the choice for Carson, negating some of the damage from physical attacks for the next 8 turns. Here's an Electro Drift from Paul into the Grimmsnarl, and because there's no light screen, that is a complete one-hit KO. Grimmsnarl goes down with only setting 1 screen in this game. Miraidon for Carson will respond in kind with Electro Drift of his own. That's going to go towards the Calyrex Ice Rider, and it's not enough for a KO. It's just going to bring it down into the red. Now a single target Glacial Lance into the full HP Miraidon on Carson's end. Going to take a solid chunk of damage.
So much respect for this Calyrex Ice Rider. You only get 1 attack with this Grimmsnarl due to that Electro Drift, and you set up the Reflect. So you would have survived probably past it, considering the amount of damage that's done into the Miraidon, and maybe thinking too, if there is going to be something like a special attack, you have the Assault Vest, that's going to be helping out. Going on forward, yeah, you are going to be taking a lot of damage. The one thing is you are going to be locked into this Electro Drift, so you're not looking at maybe the most amount of damage into the Miraidon. And now that the Ursaluna is out on the field, that is actually going to be an immunity. And since Paul is locked into this move, do you want this Miraidon to stick around and just hit an attack into the opposing Miraidon that has that Assault Vest, or do you want to hard pivot out? Because that is where Carson can try and maybe take a little bit more advantage into this match, especially with the Calyrex for Paul being on such amount of low health.
And the one thing we talked about last round with Luca, with the Assault Vest Miraidon for Carson, is the ability to switch around. You don't have to click Electro Drift again. You might be able to click for a Volt Switch to have some switching utility. Click a Snarl for a spread attack. We'll see what Carson wanted to opt in for. It will be Ogerpon Wellspring Mask swapping into that Miraidon slot, but Calyrex Ice Rider is going to have to take this, and he can. So not only does Carson get the KO, but he'll be able to swap out and keep the Miraidon safe.
You could not risk one of those hits into something like that Ursaluna. So you get rid of one of the restricted, and with the Volt Switch, you knew that it was such low health, you get the switch. Now Lunala hits the field. This is going to be something that's a little bit more built on that bulky end of things, and when you're eyeing up something like that Wellspring Ogerpon on the other end, and you have that Reflect up, and now the Electric Seed. Again, not the most damage, but Headlong Rush, you talk about not much damage.
Yeah, Ursaluna does not have the Flame Orb activated yet on this turn. Will have it now for the following turn, so thanks to that Guts ability will increase the damage while it is burned. Lunala with an Electric Seed and the Reflect setup means that it's pretty much not going to take any physical damage at this point, barring a critical hit from this Ogerpon, who does like to crit with Ivy Cudgel, but Ursaluna has the lower defenses as well. That could be a scary position for this Ursaluna.
Well, even this Ursaluna, not only does it have that lower defense and special defense, which is going to be a little bit rough, but Terastallization has already been spent on that very first turn by the Miraidon. When you look at this Wellspring Ogerpon on the other end of the field, you do have the Reflect up, but there also is that increased chance of a critical hit. You have the lower defense now, so there's a lot kind of stacked up against you. Miraidon is now back on the field as well. This is going to be allowed Paul to go into, well, any move of choice, and it is still at full health. Lunala does have the Shadow Shield intact, so you are going to be sticking through one attack, and Ursaluna, wanting to make sure it makes it past this turn, will protect.
Yeah, trying to bait an attack into the Ursaluna, but for now, Paul will not fall for it, instead just Volt switching into Carson's Lunala on the other side of the field. And this is a tendency we love to see Paul on stream, always able to pivot, always trying to put himself in the best position to win. So the slow and steady wins the race kind of mentality is what helps Paul succeed here. The attack does go into Ursaluna's Protect, so he keeps himself safe. And now Moongeist Beam into Ogerpon Wellspring Mask. It's about 70% HP, and it's not enough for a KO. Relatively bulky on that Ogerpon to keep it around for the next turn.
And Volt Switch into the Lunala. Now you're talking about staying power. Lunala has lost a little bit of that now that the Shadow Shield is broken. And Ursaluna, having gone for Protect on that last turn, you would have to go for the double if you want to make it past this turn, which then may lose you a lot of momentum. What is at least nice is that this the Ogerpon has already taken a lot of damage, so it's just one hit away. We'll actually see the swap to reserve that Ursaluna instead.
Carson kind of valuing Ursaluna more than the restricted Miraidon at this point, and understandably so, as it can be so strong. Horn Leech from Paul's Ogerpon, only going to get a little bit of recovery there, so not too helpful. But there's the Fiery Dance follow-up into Carson's Miraidon. It's not enough for the KO. Miraidon will stick around in the red. Carson does set up Trick Room, but you almost have to argue Carson was maybe hoping a Miraidon got knocked out there so Ursaluna could come in for free.
I still think this could be fine. With the Miraidon on this turn, you are going to be the slowest thing. So you either get KO'd and you bring the Ursaluna in on the next turn. There's still so many turns of Trick Room ahead of you and you're good. Or you could even just Volt Switch and then be able to, since it'll go last, the Ursaluna gets out on the field freely. But you now have that Ursaluna to really be able to sweep through. This Miraidon, if you don't get taken care of, will be threatening a lot. And since that Horn Leech didn't go into a super effective hit, it did not get that recovery needed to hold on through the turn.
That's right, Ogerpon Wellspring is KO'd by the Moongeist Beam. Here's a Fiery Dance from Volcarona into the Miraidon, and even through the Assault Vest, that is enough for the KO. So now Carson down to his final two Pokemon, going to be the Lunala and Ursaluna under Trick Room, as well as Paul has his Miraidon in the back. But Miraidon is such a speedy Pokemon, you don't want to be in against the ground type in Trick Room as Miraidon.
Yeah, and it's of course when you have the choice specs, sure it has full health, but it has not. It cannot protect. We have a lot of turns of Trick Room ahead of us, and now there is an Ursaluna on the field that just cannot wait to hit a ground-type move into those Pokemon, and relatively full health as well. I don't really think that there is the possibility of this Volcarona really doing the most into it, especially with the move pool that it has. So it'd be just really safe here if you want to hit into both of these Pokemon. Wide Guard, your Lunala is safe from something like an Earthquake, and you can just hit into both of these Pokemon. Again, even if you don't KO the Miraidon, it would then have to lock into something that, you know, like this Draco Meteor, which can get tricky, and then it's locked into that, and then you would never be able to damage the Lunala.
Yeah, the Ursaluna is in a really good spot right now, and even with Lunala, if you're just clicking Wide Guard every turn, protecting yourself from the Earthquake damage, I mean, at this point, Lunala has done its job. It is set up the Trick Room for Ursaluna to try to sweep through the rest of game 1. Now it's time for Paltua to terrestrialize this Miraidon into a fairy type. No longer weak to earthquakes that might change up this matchup. However, Miraidon will surely be the last Pokemon to attack on this turn. There's the Wide Guard from Lunala, stopping spread attacks, also keeping itself safe from its teammates' Earthquake. Carson will not damage his own Lunala. The Rage Powder redirects the Facade into the Volcarona, and that is a one-hit KO. You'll take a little bit of Rocky Helmet damage, but now Paul is down to his last Pokemon. Miraidon's made it through the turn without taking damage and can drop a Draco onto the Ursaluna, trading that special attack to get rid of its biggest offender on the other end.
So now it is this Miraidon locked into this move up against a Lunala that can't terrestrialize into the fairy type, with that having been spared so early on in the match. And yes, it's a lowered special attack. It'll still do a lot of damage, but the Lunala is going to be underspeeding, so Moongeist Beams goes first.
That's going to hit first into this Terra Fairy Miraidon. It doesn't even do half to Paul. Now it's a -2 Draco Meteor. It does connect again. Brings Lunala down into the red. -4 special attack Miraidon on the other end. There is still another turn of Trick Room, so Lunala going to attack first. The first Moongeist Beam was not enough to make it a 2-hit KO, and it doesn't get this one. Now with Paul lands the Draco, and he does! 90% accurate, hits 3 of them in a row, and steals game 1.
That might have been the lowest roll of the first Moongeist Beam ever, with the amount of damage that would happen on the next one. And that redirection from the Volcarona, sure, the Volcarona in that endgame could not do the damage, but all it needed to do was redirect one hit.
It was a decoy.
It was a decoy. And with that Rage Powder as well, with the Wide Guard, there was this opportunity. Yes, the Facade, you'd get the most amount of damage. If you anticipate something like the Terrestrialization is great. You take a KO. But when you look at the slimmest of margins that Miraidon lived on in the very end game, if you had gone for something like an Earthquake, the Volcarona didn't hit you anyways. You would have done some damage into this Miraidon, and that maybe could have been something to find you the victory, but instead you take care of the Volcarona that's just trying to keep the partner Pokemon safe, and it succeeds in doing so. And this Miraidon, that's just... you know, it's love. It connects all the Draco Meteors. You're good. And the fact that you couldn't terrestrialization at the very end because you'd use it so early on, it was just so safe to click. That is such a low amount of health. That's insane.
Credit to Paltua. Never finds himself out of any situation, able to come back from the brink of what felt like, with so many turns of Trick Room remaining, and with just a Miraidon lowering his special attack every turn with that Draco Meteor, felt as if Carson had secured the first game, but by knocking out Ursaluna, it put Paul in the position that as long as those Draco Meteors land, you're able to come back. And now Carson, who played so confidently, who played so comfortably in game 1, is still on the back foot going into game 2.
I mean, you can never count Miraidon out, and it's in a Trick Room situation, but had the opportunity to attack, and that is all that you needed. But I'd be curious then, with how slim of a margin that was in that game number 1, how you want to then look at this game number 2, because realistically, if, hey, you just had maybe a little bit of a higher roll, if you had done a different attack at the end, it was still very possible. So how much do you want to change knowing that going into this, and how much do you think is going to be changed?
Grimmsnarl and Miraidon for Carson here yet again in game 2. Paltua with the lead is going to go with Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider. Last time around, Carson decided, I get one attack, I get one chance at setting up a Light Screen or Reflect, and he opted for the Reflect. And that surely cost him against the big Choice Specs Miraidon.
That is such a difficult decision to make, though, too, because, yeah, you lost the Grimmsnarl after that because you took full amount of damage. But again, it was still a Calyrex Ice Rider that was able to go for the Glacial Lance, and it was maybe not as much damage, but it's a really tough decision. Do you anticipate you're going to be maybe losing the Grimmsnarl again after this turn? That's going to be the big question.
Yeah, because if Paul just goes for the Electro Drift again into a reflecting Grimmsnarl, we're going to see the same result of a one-hit KO, but it may be an adjustment from Carson this time around, terrestrializing Miraidon on turn 1. That means Lunala will not have access to terrestrializing later in this game. What does the Grimmsnarl go for? It is Reflect yet again. So the strategy did work for Carson. Choosing Reflect last time around, for the most part, did help out. And now the Volt Switch does not secure the one-hit KO. meaning that this Miraidon's able to switch out, and if the Calyrex Ice Rider clicked the Glacial Lance, that would give the attack boost, the Chilling Neigh boost, I should say, to this Ice Rider. An adjustment of Paul's end, bringing Iron Hands this time around. The Draco Meteor into that slot doesn't even do 50%. Remember, there's no choice specs. This is an Assault Vest Miraidon. There's the KO onto Grimmsnarl. He still only gets one screen up in game 2.
Looking at the interaction between the Miraidons, that one actually could have been terrifying, because looking at these restricteds, especially the faster ones, there's the assumption a lot of them are going to be around the same speed, if not speed tying in this match. And Carson, with respect to that, terastallizing, so you're not taking as much from Glacial Lance, and if there is the Draco Meteor headed your way, it's not going to be super effective. Paul does not go for the terastallization and a Draco Meteor into that slot. So Paul, having Volt switched out, if he had Electro Drift to get the KO instantly on the Grimmsnarl, it would have been done. But if you had also just been the slower Miraidon in that instance, if it is a speed tie, assumingly slow, you'd also have lost your restricted on the very first turn. So Paul still has terastallization and maybe just got it out of there by the skin of his teeth.
Maybe Paul feeling confident that he would outspeed, or maybe even if it didn't work out, the adjustment of Iron Hands with its Quark Drive increasing his attack stat. That's going to be negated by the Electric Seed on Lunala and the Reflect that's set up against these two physical attackers. So even though Carson lost the Grimmsnarl with only setting up one screen here, you do feel really strong with Reflect and Electric Seed on this Lunala. Here's the Electro Drift from Miraidon into the Electric typing on this Iron Hands that does hardly any damage at all. Gonna be followed up by the Moon Blast, and it's still not enough. Paul Chua has trained his Pokemon expertly to endure these two hits from two restricted Pokemon. Now, with the Ice Rider protecting itself, it doesn't even take any damage. It's still full health and has a Chill Neigh boost.
This is just the slimmest emergence for some of the survivals in these games, and Iron Hands barely holding on. Yes, there was that special attack drop, and going for something that's a little bit more accurate. You have the terastallization boost, but just not enough for that double up. Iron Hands now so low, Miraidon will switch back in.
Yeah, Miraidon is at full HP. This is a -2 special attack from Miraidon, as you did mention. So it's going to be doing even less damage this time around into the Calyrex Ice Rider, who does not protect, has to tank that damage. Still pretty solid amount considering it was -2. The Lunala with a follow-up Moongeist Beam targeting into the Ice Rider, and that will get the KO. That's what Carson wanted to see last turn, a double-up attack to get the knockout. Miraidon does get to swap onto the field for free, though, for Paul, and he can bring Iron Hands in with access to that fake out in the following turn. Or reveal the Ogerpon Wellspring as the 4th Pokemon.
Yeah, either Pokemon having some sort of way to kind of protect the Miraidon a little bit. The Iron Hand, you could get a fake out onto the Miraidon on the opposing end, or the Wellspring Ogerpon, you have a Follow Me and can redirect these hits. So it's going to be the Wellspring Ogerpon onto the field. Volcarona left at home, but essentially still going for the same thing. You have some sort of redirection. Now Miraidon is at full health. You do have this opportunity, whether you want to go for a Dazzling Gleam to do as most into both of these Pokemon as possible. But I would be wondering if this is when you want to use the terastallization, even if you are going to go for the Follow Me. But no, again, holding onto it like your lifeline and just getting out of there.
Waiting for the last possible second, Paul Chua does not want to use the terastallization yet. Will Volt switch into the Lunala, breaking the Shadow Shield and switching into this Iron Hands. Gonna have that Quark Drive, but it's already in the red health, so might not be able to survive even past this turn. Here's the Electro Drift from Miraidon, targeting towards the Ogerpon here. Gonna be a neutral hit and a lowered special attack, and it still does massive damage, bringing Ogerpon Wellspring down to under half HP. The Horn Leech, as we saw in game 1, really does not have a lot of offensive investment, so does not recover much HP. It looks like another Electro Drift would get the KO there, but Lunala does get to twist the dimensions, and now the slower Pokemon will move fast first for the next 4 turns.
So bringing in the Iron Hands here, you now have one of these quote-unquote slower Pokemon, but if you're looking at some sort of recovery with the Drain Punch, you've already done so much damage into the Miraidon, you're really not going to get much, so you could be taking it down. Lunala will have a kind of pick of choice, but can't really target into both of these Pokemon, so you will be still taking a hit, but you do still have to screen up. Drain Punch, though, for that bit of recovery.
There you go. Iron Hand's the slowest Pokemon on the field. You just go for the attack right into Miraidon, never allowing Carson to get another attack with this terrestrialized Miraidon. So Carson going to be down to his final 2 Pokemon next turn. For now, it's just Lunala on the field with the Moongeist Beam into the low HP Iron Hands. That's going to be enough for the knockout here. So Paul, losing the Iron Hands, definitely worthy of that trade. I'll sacrifice my Iron Hands for your Miraidon any day of the week. There's the Hornleaf doing absolutely minimal damage to Lunala. So really, it's the next turn that matters. We know it is the Ogerpon and Miraidon remaining on Paul's end. As Electric Terrain disappears, you can bring your Miraidon back to reset it up.
This Wellspring Ogerpon really going for more of that recovery than anything to try and make it through the rest of this game, especially now being in Trick Room. Miraidon has to hit the field, and there is an Ursaluna on the other end. So now you got as much HP as possible as opposed to trying to maybe go for a critical hit on the last turn. But now you're in a situation where this Ursaluna, it doesn't have the Guts boost yet. It hasn't been burned, but it's still something that can threaten a lot of damage. And do you want to then protect to do more damage next turn, or do you want to take advantage of the speed position while you still have it? There is still 3 turns, but if you're not doing enough damage and you're not taking care of these Pokemon on the other end, do you really want to give this Miraidon another opportunity to attack?
Yeah, I think it's a really tough call for Carson right now because Ursaluna does not have the Flame Orb activated. You will attack first, but you will not have that additional damage. So a full health Miraidon or even a follow me redirection Ogerpon Wellspring on the other end can just kind of thwart your plans of whatever Ursaluna wants to go for. Now it's time for Paul Chua to terrestrialize here in game 2 with the Terra Fairy yet again on Miraidon, dropping that ground weakness so the Ursaluna cannot hit it super effectively. Carson gonna play it safe. Let's protect. Let's activate the Flame Orb, and get the Guts boosted damage next turn. Spiky Shield from Ogerpon means that there's not going to be an attack from the Ogerpon this turn, just protecting. But Lunala does not go to Spiky Shield. It hits into the Miraidon, this time doing roughly 50%, and the Draco Meteor goes towards Ursaluna's Protect.
Both players prioritizing protecting one of their Pokemon here, but Carson targeting into the Miraidon, whereas the Miraidon was trying to get this Draco Meteor into the Ursaluna to just finish off the match and hitting into the Protect. Now you're at less than half of your health here. 2 turns of Trick Room remaining. Ursaluna is now online. There is a lot of damage potential here on this turn. And if you want to go for something like the Earthquake, it wouldn't be redirected. There is also the Facade if you want to just be safe. But again, this can be a redirected hit. But instead...
Paul's just going to forfeit. He knows what was going to happen there on that turn. Surely a double KO was on the horizon. So Carson has successfully found his way into Game 3. The hopes of moving on to top 4 in Milwaukee are still alive.
And going on into this match, we got to see a lot of things kind of remain the same, specifically looking at kind of more so the leads, a couple of these Pokemon on Carson's end. Paul switching from the Volcarona into the Iron Hands, and it was definitely something that I didn't dislike. This Iron Hands quite a bit in tanking these hits and everything else. But it was how Carson was able to kind of adjust and play this out that made it a little bit more difficult. And being able to have a little bit more staying power with that Ursaluna being brought onto the field a little later on into the match when you already had Trick Room, you had so many turns you could protect, then pressure, was really, really nice.
I think it's such a tough spot for Paul also as we see the Calyrex getting knocked out. By having that Terra Water on Calyrex Ice Rider, you essentially can never terrestrialize it as long as Miraidon is on the other side of the field. So it would help you against the Moongeist Beams, but it would definitely hurt against the Electro Drift. So kind of saving the terrestrialization for later for this for the Miraidon. Same as Ogerpon Wellspring. If you wanted to terrestrialize for a special defense boost, well then now you're just a water type into the Electro Drifts and it's not going to help you at all. It helps against Moongeist, but it seems like that's how well constructed Carson's team is. If you have a counterpoint for Lunala, Miraidon's going to check it. If you have an answer into Miraidon, Lunala's got it covered.
And I think Grimmsnarl might be like the most I'm only around for 1 turn MVP award of all time, because both games, the only thing that it did was set up a Reflect. But when you look at Paul's team and all of these Pokemon, especially with that adaptation into the Iron Hands, Reflect actually does a lot of work. Sure, the Calyrex Ice Rider, you eliminate it on the first turn. You don't really have to worry about it. But stuff like this Wellspring Ogerpon, the Horn Leeches were not doing much damage. The Iron Hands can't really threaten quite as much. So there's still a lot of value into that, even if there is really strong, powerful special attackers. So I'm curious if Paul is going to adjust to maybe try and take advantage of the fact he knows it's going to be a Reflect, or again, if he thinks he has the best Pokemon here.
It's almost like no matter what, that fourth Pokemon on Paul's side, either Ogerpon or Fergaraf or the Volcarona, is just not doing enough damage in this set. So we'll see what Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider can do in Game 3 versus the Grimmsnarl and Miraidon on Carson's end. The winner of this match moves on to top 4.
Two stacked players at such a stacked event, and the same lead going on into this match. Every single game, we have seen Carson right off the gate go for the Terastallization on this first turn. And a game where last game, if it was something like he did go for the Draco Meteor, and if he had outsped Ball, he could have lost that Miraidon on the very first turn of the match. So I'm curious if this is where Carson readjusts, knowing that A, maybe I can't get away with that, or if Paul finally decides to go for the Terastallization button a little sooner rather than later. Here is one of them Terastallizing. Again, Carson.
Gonna be Carson. With that Assault Vest, it does allow Carson the flexibility of changing his moves every turn, so that's why you can opt for a Draco Meteor and then into the Volt Switch to reset that special attack drop. Grimmsnarl with the Reflect to negate physical damage, having it for the next 8 turns. There's the Volt Switch yet again from Paul too. So are we going to see the exact same turn 1 play out every single time in this game? Going to switch into the Iron Hands for Paul. So, or actually, excuse me, it's the Ogerpon Wellspring, not the Iron Hands. I was anticipating off of last game how it went. Instead, revealing Ogerpon here. Electro Drift into the Calyrex Ice Rider. No critical hit means that Calyrex is going to stick around to claim the KO on Grimmsnarl and get that attack boost thanks to the Chilling Neigh.
So seeing a lot of things kind of go in line. Carson Terastallizes, Paul gets to move first, maybe a little indication of training, or Carson just being the unluckiest person ever. Well, it's TBD on that one. But again, it's going to be a Miraidon for Paul that switches out to bring the Wellspring Ogerpon in.
And now, as we see the Ursaluna and Lunala in the back for Carson, there is, besides the Snarl, which is not going to be too strong into these two Pokemon, there's nothing stopping the redirection from Ogerpon Wellspring on this turn to attempt to keep the Calyrex Ice Rider safe.
Yeah, the Calyrex is such low health. You got two really, really strong Pokemon, and the Wellspring Ogerpon as well is something that if it is trying to redirect, and that can be a little bit tough because you're still going to be taking a lot of damage, especially when it's right on the other end. So how much do you value the Calyrex? We've seen Paul kind of play more so without it in the games, but it's still such a powerful restricted. So far, the value is, I really like this Wellspring Ogerpon, and I want to keep it around, but I guess we can keep the Calyrex safe too.
Yeah, might as well go for a little double protect in this spot, just to sift out what Carson wants to go for. And hey, if he clicks Trick Room, that's just going to be to the benefit of the Calyrex Ice Rider. It's the slowest Pokemon on the field. No Trick Room. Instead, it will be the Moongeist Beam going into that protect there. So nothing too crazy. At least Paul gained some information, but we're still kind of in the same spot. You still want to redirect to keep the Calyrex safe.
You got a little damage done with the Spiky Shield with the attempt by the Miraidon, but that's about it. But you got the information, you take that into the next turn. I don't think the Trick Room for Paul would have been too devastating. You kind of even hope that it was like that.
Right.
For Carson, you have the Miraidon on the field. I think I'm going to keep that speed here for right now. But you have that little bit of information. This is where you can try and capitalize. Follow me from Ogerpon.
Ogerpon becomes the center of attention, redirecting any attacks towards Calyrex into Ogerpon Wellspring instead. There's the Electro Drift. Oh, and that completely obliterates Ogerpon Wellspring. The one-hit KO, only going to be able to stop the one attack. Now Lunala with the Moongeist Beam right into Calyrex Ice Rider. More than enough for the KO, and that is a clean 2-0 turn for Carson.
And Paul, all of a sudden, in a decisive Game 3, is down to only 2 Pokemon left. Now you have your one restricted, you have this Miraidon, the most popular Pokemon of Milwaukee, and one supportive option. It's going to be that Iron Hand. So you have a powerful threat here, and you do have something to maybe stop this Miraidon on this turn with the Fake Out. So this is where you really have to make some big decisions. Notably, the biggest one being choice specs on the Miraidon. You do not have the opportunity to change this move. So whatever you lock into, it is done. since you have Terrestrialization out, it is nice that you can go for something like this Draco Meteor, since you know that there isn't going to be any immunities on the other end, and it might just have to be that. If you do want to lock into something like this Dazzling Gleam, the Lunala has the power to just keep clicking Wide Guard, which is going to put you in a really tough position. And you can't really go into an electric attack knowing that this Ursaluna has made an appearance in every single match so far. So it could just be a fun game with all these Draco Meteors, but first off, got to make sure Carson's Miraidon cannot move.
Yeah, that fake out will stop Miraidon on Carson's, and here's the Electro Drift into Lunala, breaking the Shadow Shield. So now Lunala is going to take the regular amount of damage moving forward for the rest of this game. Here's the Moonblast into the Assault Vest. Iron Hands does hardly any damage. Remember, it's not Terra Fairy or anything like that here in this game. Carson does have that, or if we anticipate Carson with the Ursaluna in the back for a Trick Room setup, Paul is kind of just baiting him with Iron Hands on the field, who would underspeed Ursaluna in Trick Room and hit it with Drain Punch into the normal typing.
I'm even looking at with Carson, Ursaluna in the back. Now you know Paul has just locked into an electric type move, right? You get rid of the partner Pokemon, your final Pokemon will win this match. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. So now Iron Hand has to be public enemy number one. You have two very powerful Pokemon to get it done. This Miraidon could deal a lot of damage, and Assault Vest or not, a Moonblast is still going to do a decent amount. Electro Drift first, falls Miraidon always first into Lunala. Shadow Shield broken.
It gets the KO! Lunala takes the normal amount of damage thanks to no more Shadow Shield, and Lunala cannot set up Trick Room. Lunala cannot Moonblast the Iron Hands. There's the Draco, and Iron Hands tanks it. Miraidon losing his special attack. Low kick in response for the KO, and now Paul Chua is one knockout away from moving on to top 4.
That was so much damage into the Iron Hands, though. Electricity is gone again.
The last turn of electric terrain, too.
Yeah, but again, this Miraidon is locked. Ursaluna is in the back. The Miraidon won't be able to do anything into it, and it's going to come down to those final two Pokemon, a full health Ursaluna and an Iron Hand that was so heavily damaged on the last turn.
Now this Ursaluna will come onto the field, does not have the Flame Orb activated yet. Now, yes, the Iron Hands, as Sierra is mentioning, Paul Chua is locked into an electric attack into a ground type Ursaluna. However, he's also ground normal, so Iron Hands has a chance to hit it super effectively with a Drain Punch. You have to protect this first turn potentially here to just keep yourself safe and activate the Flame Orb.
And that's going to be Terrestrialization from Iron Hand. So information gained into this water type on this turn. And hey, we're getting to the end of the match. We're going to rip the Terrestrialization for Paul and Ursaluna. Well, just to protect, you can get the Flame Orb, you get the information, and you just get to stay around for one more turn before we get to see the face-off between the Iron Hands and the Ursaluna.
Yeah, Miraidon is a spectator just like us at this point. Miraidon cannot, it does look like Miraidon is looking like Iron Hands, you better clutch this right now. Paul Chua wants to move on to top 4. One turn left. Ursaluna has the Flame Orb activated, so he will be doing super massive damage. You go for Facade, you go for Earthquake. It looks like Facade is the choice. Electro Drift, it's not going to affect Ursaluna whatsoever. Who moves next? It's the Iron Hands with the low kick. Not enough for a one-hit KO. So Facade in response to the Iron Hands. And now Miraidon cannot touch Carson, and Carson will move on to top 4.
The 1v1, but again, this Miraidon, nothing can be done. So again, just watching on, you look at the Ursaluna, you can't protect past the burn. So at this point, you either watch the Miraidon get taken down or throw it in.
There's the battle is canceled. Congratulations, Carson Confer, knocking out the Titan that is Paul Chua here in Milwaukee, moving on to top 4.
What a match. And for 3 games that really didn't feature too many changes in these Pokemon to play out so drastically different in all 3 is always such a treat. We've only really gotten to see changes from Paul's end between the Iron Hands and the Volcarona, and Iron Hands that I like that adjustment, you know, but the Iron Hands just not able to do enough damage in that end game, and having taken so much damage, sure, it survives on through the Draco Meteor and the Moonblast, but that was all those 2 restricteds really needed to do into the Iron Hands. Yeah, they can't pick up the KO, but at leads the way for the Ursaluna in the end to just do that last bit of damage that it needs. Even if it gone for a Drain Punch, you had taken so much, you still would have been in that Facade Rain. It was a really tough one, but what a well-played match from both of these trainers.
Oh, my heart is racing right now, Sierra, watching that match. We see the Ogerpon. Paul looked like Paul might not have anticipated that being a one-hit KO. Maybe Ogerpon in some other scenarios just barely endures that hit. Most of the time, who knows how these two Pokemon are trained, but the Munala with the follow-up, that was a huge turn for Carson. By able to get rid of both Pokemon, it forced Paul to lock into an electric attack to do the most damage to Lunala, but by focusing on Lunala, you now no longer can hit Ursaluna.
And it's so much pressure off of the restricteds in terms of, okay, well, I don't have to worry about this Miraidon when there's just the Iron Hands right there. And one of those things that's been really nice about seeing this new Miraidon set, maybe it's not the damage dealer, maybe it's not doing nearly as much, but hey, the Terra Electro Drift still got the one-hit KO onto that Ogerpon, and you're able to survive hits, you're able to change the moves, and the Miraidon on Paul's end, well, could never. There's the spectator that watched in the end as the Iron Hands gets taken down, and yeah, at that point you can't do anything. But that was just such an amazing match, and I'm curious how it would have been played out if there was maybe a change. But again, if it was the Dazzling Gleam, it could have just been a
Draco,
wide guard.
you're losing special attack every turn.
Yeah, you
right?
would then be relying on the critical hits and then just doing enough. Since you have the choice specs, you could do 2 powerful hits, maybe hope it's enough. It was a really, really tough decision, and in the end, Electro Drift, it was close. You got rid of the restricteds, but Iron Hands just wasn't good enough this time around.
Oof, man, this is what I love about VGC at the highest levels here. When we have the greatest trainers, especially in a format like this, I know there's some trepidation when the restricteds come back and the dual restricteds. They're so powerful. One-hit KOs left and right, but this is some of the most fun, on commentary when we get to watch these matches. The stakes it's just all enjoyment for us. We're not as nervous as Carson would have been on stage, I imagine. Let's ask Gabby, who's with our winner right now.
Thank you so much, Joe. I'm here with Carson Confer, who just locked in his second top 4 in as many weeks as you were just in Monterey as well, right?
Yes, I got second there. I lost to Riley in the finals.
So tell me about that. I mean, what restricted Pokemon did you use, and how was that run?
So I used a Koraidon team, kind of similar to the Koraidon teams that have been popular this weekend.
Okay.
I thought mine was a little cooler because it had a Tinkaton. So I really liked that team. I worked super, super hard on it. I worked with Audie, who I'm not sure if he won his top 8, but I know he was having a very good tournament here. So we worked together on that last team, and yeah, it was a fun tournament. Got second, had a good time in Mexico.
Awesome. Well, you're certainly not running Tinkaton here, and I didn't see a Koraidon on the field either. So how did you pivot so quickly to the new team? And honestly, how did you build such a unique comp?
So I didn't actually build this team at all. This team is from Xiliang Tang, and the rest of the people in that group are Justin Tang and Andrew Ding. Andrew's also in top 8 of this tournament, and Xiliang lost his win and in versus Dawei for top cut. But I kind of just begged them to let me be a part of their group because they'd already built this team before Monterey Regionals even happened, and I didn't let myself play Regulation I until after that event because I wanted to make sure I did as well as I could.
Yeah.
So I kind of just piggybacked off of their preparation and tried to get up to speed. I started on Monday, I think, of this week, so not too long.
Do you have any advice for anybody who maybe is, let's say, just put off their prep for whatever reason? Maybe it's because they had to get second at another regional championship. Maybe their name is Gabby Snyder and they were just really busy the previous weekend playing a game that's not Pokemon and they need to prepare for the regional and, they only have 4 days. What would your advice be?
So honestly, for most tournaments, like outside of Monterey where I prepped for a long time, all my prep is the week of the tournament. I kind of like to wait until the last minute just to see how things kind of shake out. And I probably do more preparation than is healthy for me. I think I play about 8 hours a night on that week before the regional. Go to work for 9-10 hours, come home, play Pokemon for 8 hours, go to bed. So that's how I do it. Probably not recommended for other people. It's not the most sustainable strategy. Didn't sleep the most this week.
Well, you're certainly doing well here. So let's go ahead and talk about that last match. It was very back and forth between you and Paul. Did you feel like you had a game plan going into it?
Yeah, I did. So last night I was super tired and just went to dinner and hung out with friends, but Xiuyang and Andrew actually prepared super hard. They did like 15 games, like battling each other, and Andrew was using our team, and then Xiuyang was using Paul's team, because there was a number of really strong players on that team in day 2. There was Alex Underhill, Paul Chua. I think they would have both gone really far, but they had to play in top 16 with the full mirror. I think William Brown also brought that same team. And so we wanted to, or I was kind of lazy, but they wanted to have a better matchup into that team and figure out what to do. So they prepared a lot, and I just kind of listened to what they said to do, and it worked out, so pretty happy.
All right, well, I have maybe some good news or some bad news, depending on how you want to look at it. So remember in Sacramento how in top 4 you played Marcus Dion, who you prepped with, and you ran the same team, and then you won that regional?
I'm playing Andrew Ding, aren't I?
You're playing Andrew Ding, so do you have anything you want to say to him before y'all get ready for your top 4 match?
Good luck, have fun.
All right, well, Carson, do you also have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, for sure. So first, shout out to my fiance, Sydney. She's watching at home, and my parents and the rest of my family are watching as well. Then shout out to my building group for this tournament for giving me the team, to Gambito and Tub for just helping me prepare in general, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, well, regardless of what happens in top 4 between you and Andrew, I think it's incredible that lightning struck twice and that you've found yourself surrounded by incredible builders that have gotten top 4 and obviously beyond at 2 tournaments this season. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
And we're going to be back with another top 8 match after a short break here, so please stay tuned, everybody. Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with our resident Meowscarada and Sylveon champion, VJ Sood, who before this regional was in Monterey at their regional championships. Now, VJ, tell us the 6 Pokemon you ran there.
Yeah, so it was Meowscarada, Sylveon, Tinkaton, Clefairy, Galarian Zapdos, and the last one... Hold on, how can I blank on the last one that I always use? Galarian Zapdos, Meowscarada, Sylveon, Tinkaton, Clefairy. Let me think about the last one. Yeah.
No worries. I mean, the point is Meowscarada Sylveon was there, right?
Oh yeah.
Now, tell me the 6 that you ran here this weekend in Milwaukee.
Yeah, so it was Zoroark, Terrapagos, Gouging Fire, Zacian without the crown, and then we had Cresselia, and then last one, Ogerpon Water. Yeah.
So, Zacian, the hero of many battles, without the crown, no Meowscarada Sylveon. What led you down this team building path?
Yeah, so honestly, I just kind of want to recreate the team I had, been using all the time. So I feel like Sylveon is really just Zacian without the crown, kind of. Clefairy is really just Cresselia and kind of Ogerpon. Meowscarada is kind of just Zoroark, and then so on. Galarian Zapdos is kind of just Gouging Fire, yeah.
So what is your process when you're team building then? I mean, I'm assuming you're starting with your favorite Pokemon, right?
Yeah, so first start out with what I like. But as far as this team, I think I want to keep seeing Specs Terrapagos. So when you look at the team, you see like, why is Zoroark there? It's such an odd choice. When you're using Specs Zoroark, you're so immune, you're so you're very bad into like body press, fake out. So having something that can like draw that all in and make them second guess is really good there. And Cresselia as well. When you have, Cresselia, you want something that's, immune to Ghost and so on. So really building it around like kind of the Terrapagos. I feel like having Gouging Fire, having something that's fast that outspeeds Miraidon right now, it's really good. Having something fast. As far as the Assault Vest, it looks really strange. I think it's for 2 reasons. Number one, if you look at the meta, there's so much fire type with like Koraidon, Chi-Yu, and so on. I thought there'd be more ground types like Groudon. I didn't see it at all. And like even being like not weak, being resistant to body press is really good. So Terrapagos is always gonna be a Terra Hog. It's gonna Terra every single time. You pretty much know it. So having something that doesn't have the weaknesses is really good, as well as not being like obliterated by like Miraidon and so on.
Yeah, and I mean, I call you the champion because you did very well this weekend, right? How did you finish?
Yeah, so in the end, I went 7-4. It couldn't make top cut, unfortunately, but I'm very happy, very happy.
Nice. Well, congratulations. Do you have any advice for anybody at home who wants to do as well as you do with your favorite Pokemon?
Yeah, I would say don't give up. The first couple of times it's not going to go well, but the more you learn about how to play against other people, the more you learn about the meta, what you did wrong, what you did right, how to adjust. It's a very gradual process, but I think eventually you'll be able to do whatever you want.
Awesome. Well, VJ, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. I officially dubbed the Meowscarada Sylveon champion of Milwaukee, even if you didn't have those 2 Pokemon on your team. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon. Thanks for watching.
I actually work for a major airline. So we do doubles, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double and then have like 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now. And then I was just playing Pokemon on my time off and then playing with friends.
You just kind of find it within yourself and make sure Pokemon Go is like an outlet. You're really busy and you want to take some time off and just have a nice break instead of like a chore or a liability. And when I find that good balance, when I enjoy the game the most.
I work part-time while I'm also going to college. So usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
It's a lot harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely achieve it. But also don't be afraid that every now and then you can take a break. You can just play some practice matches or just go to locals and take a break from regional for a month or two. It's okay. There's so much to do, but honestly, as long as you enjoy it, sometimes I might pass out at the end of the day and feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job. And I've just been trying to at least find little moments here and there to at least practice on live and at least try and get some practice for events like this, or try to find some local leagues, at least on the Pokemon website.
It should be all right if you find out time for that.
The balance for me is this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do it with friends, so it's social and I don't lose my mind over it.
The competition at the Milwaukee Regional Championships is reaching a fever pitch as we continue our way through the top cut bracket. Players are getting ever closer to claiming that regional championship title, and so we've got another match coming at you. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined again by Jake Muller to bring you through our next and final top 8 match of our day.
What a great match that last one was too, between Paul and Carson. 2 great champions that we got to see fight it out for a place in the Final 4, joining Andrew Ding and Luca Paz, who won their top 8 matches as well. And we have our final top 8 match between Joey and Dylan coming your way right now. It's going to be another great match. We got to see a fantastic back and forth with Joey back in his top 16 match. The play-in to top 16 match, the first round of our top cut. And he gets to play against Dylan Kleinven, who is a newer name in our top cut stages, but great to see a fresh face getting some great results here too.
Yeah, but Dylan's also done incredibly well in the 2024 and 2025 season, being able to get multiple top 64s, got a top 32 at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, a top 16 at Portland not too long after. Whereas for Joey, it's just consistently improving on the one regional performance he has ever had, and only regional appearance he has ever had at the Milwaukee Regional Championships this weekend. I'm a little disappointed we don't get any Cricketune on his team. We got to see all the plushies he's got and his little army of bugs helping him out here, but it is in fact going to be that team of 3 Quark Drive Pokemon alongside that Miraidon that we got to see put in so much work in the first round of Top Cut earlier today. It's going to be a Miraidon Mirror, but instead of a Ho-Oh, it is a Calyrex Ice Rider for Dylan. Calyrex Ice Rider has been the more popular partner for these Miraidon and one of the restricted duos that we expected to see find success this weekend. But if in case you missed Joey's team earlier on today, let's go ahead and dive into it with a bit more detail. Miraidon is going to look pretty similar to what you saw in our single restricted format, having the choice specs as well as Terra Fairy. Dazzling Gleam to be able to clean up endgames of a lot of our matches has been super key to Joey's success this weekend. But you also have Ho-Oh, maybe one of the newer faces in these restricted formats. Generator ability, providing you with some HP recovery when you remove the Ho-Oh from the field. But you also have speed control in terms of that Tailwind, and 2 very powerful same type attack bonus moves with Sacred Fire and Brave Bird.
I hope we get to see the Iron Treads again and have it put in a little more work than just swapping into an Earthquake in this match. And going up against a team like Dylan's with the Miraidon, with the Calyrex Ice Rider, and with some support Pokemon that might have some, ground and steel weaknesses, I do think this could be a chance to see the Iron Treads in action. That Steel Roller attack is very, very powerful. I believe it's 140, 150 base power, which is one of the highest in the game. The only drawback being you need a terrain in place to be able to use it, but there are 2 terrain setters across these 2 teams, including this Choice Scarf Miraidon that Dylan is running. I think we saw one earlier in the day yesterday, but not an item we see too often on Miraidon.
No, but it is going to help you win out a lot of those speed interactions with other Miraidon as well as Koraidon, since they do sit in that same speed tier. So having the Choice Scarf just ensures you are going to be that Pokemon to move first. And having Snarl is a great tech choice to have when you know that there are a lot of Shadow Rider Calyrex and Lunala running around the field as well. Dylan does round out this team with a couple of other Photosynthesis Pokemon, notably that Iron Hands to help pair with the Miraidon. But you do also have the Cornerstone Ogerpon, which has been a classic partner for the Ice Rider Calyrex, as we see that right on leads here from Dylan. And for Joey, it's going to be leaning into the future Paradox Pokemon with the Miraidon and Iron Hands.
Immediately a good spot for Iron Hands to be in. You're threatening a Fake Out to help set up that Miraidon for a solid first turn, but more importantly, threatening some big damage into that Cornerstone Ogerpon with a fighting type attack. And even a low kick into the Calyrex Ice Rider is a really big source of damage, especially with that electric terrain active. The low kick does more damage based on the weight of the target Pokemon, and Calyrex Ice Rider, pretty big boy. It's going to be taking that maximum damage from low kick.
I mean, that's 2 Pokemon put together, so I would think it would probably be a little bit more weight. But you do have that Ogerpon, which can redirect away some of those attacks. And so when you take a look at how Joey is going to be approaching this first turn, doesn't really surprise me too much with these 2 powerhouse Pokemon that Dylan decides to go for just a double protect here. Allows you to scout out for what this Miraidon is going to lock into in terms of those choice specs. And we see the reveal of the Volt Switch. So now Dylan can move forward into this next turn, assuming that Joey's only move option for this Miraidon is going to be to try to switch it out with a Volt Switch.
Pretty classic turn 1 against a Fake Out plus choice item Pokemon. A lot of the times you want to be able to know what that choice Pokemon has locked itself into, alongside of not wanting to have one of your Pokemon flinched by that Fake Out, especially the Cornerstone Ogerpon with that Sturdy ability. Doesn't want to be taking any possible chip damage before a Miraidon attack. But now that Dylan knows what Joey has decided to do with that Miraidon, you can kind of plan out this turn a little bit better. Maybe a Volt Switch plus attack from Iron Hands might not be enough for a KO into Calyrex, so you don't have to go for Follow Me. Maybe you can get a little bit more risky with that kind of play. Of course, the Follow Me there, we did see 2 single target attacks come out from these 2 Pokemon, so Follow Me will protect this Ice Rider for at least 1 turn guaranteed.
And if you wanted to go for something like the Trick Room, then maybe the Ogerpon is going to get knocked out here, but Dylan decides better of it, doesn't want to actually leave that Calyrex Ice Rider vulnerable on the field, so opts to switch it out instead for this Volcarona. That Volt Switch did an enormous amount of damage to the Pokemon upon switch, and because it's actually going to get the Volt Switch now, you can bring out something else that might be able to take an attack from the Ogerpon a little bit better. Farigiraf with that Electric Seed does make a fantastic choice here, because consuming that item is going to give you a defense boost.
The defense boost will come in very handy against this Ogerpon, which is a pretty well-known physical attacker. Heavy Cudgel comes out, so into that +1 defense for Farigiraf. Will do a little bit of damage, but not nearly enough as you might have wanted. Drain Punch will be enough for a KO into Volcarona after some Rocky Helmet chip damage and a possible Flame Body burn.
Well, let's see if that actually does come through. Volcarona is going to faint, and that is going to be 1 KO for Joey to take, and it looks like no burn. So safe this time around, but it's always super risky when you do see that Volcarona come out.
It might be a little bit difficult to deal with this Iron Hands now for Dylan. The Ogerpon Cornerstone Mask does not have a great way to damage it outside of the less than accurate Power Whip. Ivy Cudgel, of course, being resisted, and Iron Hands being able to heal itself up after taking much damage with Drain Punch. Now, especially with this +1 defense for Farigiraf, we're in a position where Joey can kind of pick his targets, as much as he wants. So you use some Drain Punch for recovery. You've got Foul Play on that Farigiraf to try and damage this, Psychic type Calyrex Ice Rider for some pretty good hits here. And this Iron Hands is now in a really great spot. Not much can be done to it on this turn, especially considering Drain Punch will get it right back up. You gotta find a way around it.
Ooh, but a Protect here. So Dylan, once again, playing it a little bit safer with this Pokemon and Power Whip into the Iron Hands. There is an option for this Iron Hands to terrestrialize to the water type, which would make it take those Glacial Lances a little bit better. So maybe Dylan hoping to capitalize on that. Otherwise, you're still doing some great damage. But the fact that you get the Drain Punch into that Cornerstone Ogerpon, you're going to heal up so much of the damage that Power Whip just dealt to you. And there's still an opportunity here for that Farigiraf to clean up. Unfortunately, it was going to be a move choice into the Calyrex, which protected.
That Drain Punch crucial there. If the Power Whip connects and you don't Drain Punch that Ogerpon slot, now you're in a spot where maybe a second Power Whip is able to knock it out, and you have found that way around this big bulky Iron Hands. Unfortunately, the Drain Punch into the correct target there in this scenario, because now Iron Hands will have to be attacked 2 more times to be knocked out, and that's not even considering this Farigiraf, which is still threatening some pretty big damage into Calyrex with Foul Play. Of course, any attack will knock out this Ogerpon now as well.
There is a terrestrialization committed though, and it's going to be onto the Ice Rider Calyrex. Fire Terra, maybe not a Terra choice that we've seen too often nowadays, but still one of the classics for the Ice Rider Calyrex to protect you from things like Will-O-Wisp. Not really super valuable as something that he has to deal with, particularly for Joey's team, but it's still nice to be able to remove your weakness to something like the Foul Play that Joey had opted for on that last turn, and is going to be the move that finishes off the Ogerpon on this one. With the low kick as well, yeah, I mean, that's already half damage to that Calyrex in just one hit.
That does a whole lot of damage there. The Cork Drive attack boost comes in really handy on top of the high base power of low kick against the heavy Calyrex Ice Rider. That is a 2-hit KO. Unfortunately, you have the Iron Hands coming in for Dylan. Since he did set Trick Room, that might give away that maybe he knows his Iron Hands is trained to be a little bit slower, might be able to finish off Joey's Iron Hands before it can KO the Calyrex. And thanks to that terrestrialization, dropping the weakness to the Foul Play, and not yet getting any Chilling Knight attack boosts, I don't believe Foul Play will be enough to knock out that Calyrex. Now you're in a spot where you're down to 2 Pokemon. It's 2 to 4 actually. You haven't taken any knockouts just yet. But if the Miraidon comes in for Joey in Trick Room, it's not going to be wanting to face down this Iron Hands and Calyrex. We haven't seen the 4th Pokemon just yet, but I think Dylan still has a shot with these offensive Pokemon here.
You have to assume if you're Dylan that both of the restricteds have come to this game. You do see the Ho-Oh now hit the field, so that's the 4th and final revealed for Joey. But Calyrex, instead of utilizing this Trick Room, decides to just go for the Protect on this first turn. It allows his Iron Hands to go for the low kick, but Farigiraf is not the heaviest of targets, but can dish out the Psychic in response. Assault Vest going to make sure that that Iron Hands does take that fairly comfortably, as we also see the Electric Terrain leave the field. That's going to remove the Quark Drive boost from Dylan's Iron Hands.
Quark Drive is gone, but now we've got a spot where a combination of Glacial Lance and Wild Charge into the Ho-Oh is probably enough for 2 KOs here. I don't believe we've seen the terrestrialization from Joey just yet, but we did see that the Ho-Oh is the Grass Terra in the earlier Top Cut match we saw from Joey. And so if the Ho-Oh decides to go for that Terra Grass to dodge some super effective damage from Wild Charge, it leaves itself weak to Glacial Lance. There's a nice combination of attacks here that, even if Joey tries to swap something in, obviously you can't swap right on into a Glacial Lance, and the Iron Hands on his side of the field is already pretty low, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to weather this storm now.
Ooh, kind of a risky play coming through from Joey, but maybe believing in the defensive capabilities of this Farigiraf to invest the Terra onto a fairly low HP Pokemon. Not something that we usually see unless you think that you can get mileage out of this individual turn. So with the Water Terra, you give yourself better defensive typing against something like a Glacial Lance. You have the increased defense from consuming that Electric Seed just a couple of turns ago. So let's see how well this Farigiraf can take this, and if there's any follow-up from the Iron Hands. As Calyrex unleashes this Glacial Lance, Farigiraf is going to take just a tickle of damage from that as the Wild Charge heads towards the Ho-Oh that just protected. That means that Joey gets away with reversing the Trick Room on this turn.
Huge turn for Joey there. The Trick Room going away means that now he has retained that speed advantage that he had before Trick Room goes up. Calyrex now could try and reset Trick Room, but it would be really difficult. I think a combination of 2 attacks from Farigiraf and Ho-Oh would be more than enough to knock out this Calyrex. Even if you do that, you leave the Iron Hands alone. I don't know if Iron Hands has enough left in the tank to 1v4 this match here for Dylan. So that terrestrialization coming in very handy, turning the Glacial Lance into a resisted attack on top of that Electric Seed defense boost, which still remains after the Electric Terrain goes down.
Okay, so going for the Helping Hand onto the Ho-Oh, just giving it a little bit of extra boost to its power as the Brave Bird connects onto the Calyrex and is able to get the knockout. Dylan does have a chance to get one more final attack off with this Iron Hands, but if it's a wild charge into the Ho-Oh, think about the amount of recoil damage that this Iron Hands is going to take. It's going to be the Drain Punch though, so maybe just a little bit of HP recovery as Dylan does take his first KO of this first game, but you still have to get through 3 Pokemon Joey has.
You get 1 knockout for the road here, but I think you bring in Miraidon, you go for some Dazzling Gleams. Don't even have to worry about missing a possible Draco Meteor, and you can seal this game up pretty well. Really well played by Joey there, getting some early offense going. You know, getting rid of that Volcarona early was really nice, because that was one of the things that could have been redirecting attacks from that Iron Hands, possibly getting some burns with Flame Body, getting more of that Rocky Helmet chip damage going. But Dylan had to kind of give that option up early in order to preserve that Calyrex and Ogerpon, which I think was worth it at the time. You know, if you were able to get that Frigoraph knocked out before Trick Room was reversed, you probably go on to win this game. Unfortunately for Dylan, not enough.
Just going to be a single target Dazzling Gleam, even without the Terra invested. That's enough to pick off that Iron Hands and bring Joey 1-0 in the series. Has he been picking up a Cricketune plush every time he gets a knockout?
I don't know. The Cricketune approved. They're all congregating to make sure Joey makes the right moves.
Well, I also think he's missing one. Like, we had 4 to
That's
start
true,
the
you're
tournament,
right.
and now there's only 3 left, but I swear.
It's 1 for every game he's won on stream so far. That was his 3rd game win.
Okay,
so there's 3
nice.
Cricketune.
Yeah, I don't think that's how that's been working, but you know what? We'll
we're
have
going
to
with.
ask him after the fact. Reliving some of these moments from the first game, though, Ogerpon, you can see the value that it brings, just being able to help support its partner on the field. But the fact that Joey was able to use the HP of the Ogerpon against it, being able to get that Drain Punch recovery onto the Iron Hands, I just felt like that put him so far ahead. And knowing the damage calculation here as well, to say, okay, if you don't double into my Frigoraph, I get a chance to actually reverse the Trick Room. That was a huge turn for him as well to just seal up that win.
There were also a lot of turns early on in the game where Joey decided to split his targets and make sure that some damage gets out. You know, early on, the turn where I believe was a foul play going to the Calyrex Ice Rider, and then the Drain Punch into the Cornerstone Ogerpon. You know, if either of them protect themselves and make sure no damage goes into that slot, you're still at least getting some damage on the board, which came in very handy. Of course, that Drain Punch into the Cornerstone Ogerpon was especially important because you got your Iron Hands back up out of range for a KO.
Well, let's jump into this game number 2, because we do see another appearance of this Iron Treads on stream. It was very lackluster the last time that we saw it, but how do you feel like it fares into this Ice Rider, Calyrex, and Ogerpon from Dylan?
I like it a lot. Steel Roller is a big threat right now. Again, it is a very, very powerful steel type move, but when you use it, the terrain gets removed. So it has to be terrain in play to use it, and you can basically only use it once per terrain. You'd have to reset it up in order to enable the Steel Roller again. But, you know, we are facing 2 Pokemon that are weak to Steel, and either one of them really does not want to take that full-powered Steel Roller. Of course, we have Fire Terra available to one and Sturdy to the other, so it might not be a KO just yet, but huge damage immediately threatened by the Iron Treads.
Well, the Iron Treads is going to stay on the field as we see Ho-Oh now take that Miraidon's place, and maybe you get a chance to see why some of the synergy exists on this team between the Iron Treads and the Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh, being a natural flying type, is immune to the Earthquake. So as Iron Treads lets it rip, it's going to bypass this Follow Me from the Ogerpon to deal some good damage to both of the Pokemon on Dylan's side. But critically, Dylan does get that Trick Room set up.
Trick Room goes up, which is really big for this Calyrex. That Earthquake doing a lot of damage, able to 2-hit KO that Ogerpon, which would have set up a possible combo of Earthquake and Sacred Fire for 2 knockouts on the following turn. But Trick Room going up ensures that Calyrex will be attacking first. Get the chance to possibly go for something like those Glacial Lances. High Horsepower is threatening a 1-hit KO into that Iron Treads as well. Since it is meant to be so fast and powerful, I imagine it's not been given too much training in that defense or HP stat. But at the same time, the Ogerpon is not going to be able to attack before the Ho-Oh. So since it had its Sturdy broken, something like a Brave Bird or Sacred Fire might be enough for a knockout before the Ho-Oh is able to do too much back.
Well, we have the Iron Treads that might not be too much longer for this game, but before we see how that ends up going, we are going to see Dylan invest the Terra onto the Ogerpon. So interestingly enough, you do remove that grass typing from the Ogerpon, becoming a full rock type. The Embody Aspect boost is also going to give you a defense boost, and maybe that's going to help you survive some of these attacks a little bit better or ensure a KO. Glacial Lance is just going to do some good spread damage across the board, but as Ho-Oh goes for the Brave Bird, it's just not nearly enough to actually finish off this Calyrex. with the Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon as well. That should be a big KO. Oh, never mind, it's onto the Iron Treads, so I guess not. And so the Earthquake here, you've removed your grass typing. You're just gonna do good spread damage to both the Ogerpon and the Calyrex.
I'd said, you primed yourself for a double knockout this turn if Trick Room didn't go up, but we almost got there anyway. I like that Terra from Dylan. You do remove the neutrality from both flying and fire type attacks. And on top of that defense boost, probably would have been able to survive an attack from Ho-Oh and retaliate with an Ivy Cudgel. Unfortunately, the Cudgel goes into the Iron Treads, which thanks to its steel and ground typing, double resists it and doesn't do too much damage at all. Possibly trying to predict a swap from that Iron Treads or even a Terastallization to maybe dodge some ground type damage there, but just an unfortunate turn of events. You end up losing that Ogerpon and getting your Calyrex down to very, very low.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought maybe the defense boost was going to be the more important thing from that Ogerpon, but yeah, I was also thinking maybe you would get that extra little boost to the damage, and that might be what helps you get that KO versus not. But unfortunately, Iron Treads able to survive a little bit better than maybe you would have hoped. As we enter into the next turn of Trick Room, Ice Rider Calyrex is still enemy number 1.
We did see in a Paul Chua game earlier on, I believe, that a 3 HP or a 6 HP Calyrex is still able to stick around for many, many turns, fire off some very powerful Glacial Lances, and we are in a position where actually that could be what happens here. If Glacial Lance come through, that is 2 KO, that is 2 knockouts for this Calyrex, which would result in 2 attack boosts.
Well, the Glacial Lance is going to connect onto both for a double KO, as the critical hit on the Iron Treads certainly doesn't matter in this situation. But it's funny to see it appear on screen. We're going to have that Ice Rider Calyrex get that +2 attack boost, and unfortunately Volcarona doesn't get a chance to join in on the fun in terms of the offense, but you do have options for Fiery Dance, yeah, Will-O-Wisp. There's not really anything there for this Volcarona to do on this particular turn. Joey now down to his final 2 Pokemon in this game. You can see Ho-Oh actually did get a little bit of HP recovery thanks to that Regenerator ability, but is it actually enough to get through the rest of this game? I mean, yeah, you have the Iron Hands out now, maybe a little bit of fake out pressure, but this Ho-Oh has got to get a lot of work done against 2 more Pokemon outside of this Ice Rider.
It does, and now I think advantage actually goes to Dylan. A lot of Volcaronas have not been running Protect, but Dylan's is, so now you have the option to double Protect in front of this Fake Out. There's plenty more turns of Trick Room left, so you're not going to run yourself out of time there. And if you're able to, avoid those Fake Outs, you can then go for something like the Rage Powder with Volcarona, protect this Ice Rider from the Iron Hands, and then get off a Glacial Lance to KO Ho-Oh and deal some big damage to Iron Hands, which could, Wild Charge that Volcarona for some big damage, but you are still risking the Flame Body Burn and, of course, Recoil from both Rocky Helmet and Wild Charge.
That would put the Iron Hands in just a much easier position, but I think at this point, it does look like Dylan should be able to clean up this game. Bar anything really wild happening, you have that +2 on the Calyrex. We still have this Terastallization that this Iron Hands can commit and protect on the Ho-Oh to at least get you out of this final turn of Trick Room. But I think it's still going to be a little bit dicey for Joey to find himself out of this second game and into that next round of Top Cut immediately. Dylan has done a great job in this game of getting that mental reset and coming back in, making maximum use of these Trick Room turns.
Water Terastallization once again to turn a Glacial Lance neutrality into a resistance. Could come in very handy for Joey here, as that is exactly what won him that first game, but it's still going to have to deal with the +2 Glacial Lances instead of the neutral ones this time around.
Ho goes for the Protect, which makes a lot of sense here as the Volcarona just tries to make sure that this Ice Rider can eke out every last bit of damage possible with that Rage Powder. But with the Glacial Lance into this Terra Water Iron Hands, so curious to see how much this is actually going to do, as it's still about a third. That's still a lot to deal with, as the Wild Charge into the Volcarona isn't enough to actually get the knockout here. And take a look at how much recoil this Iron Hands is taking. One more Glacial Lance should be able to knock it out, but there's no burn, and we do see the Trick Room expire.
That's exactly what Joey needed. Trick Room expiring this turn means that Ho-Oh now should be able to attack first. We saw the Calyrex also attack before the Iron Hands in Trick Room, which means that now that Trick Room is over, Ho-Oh could be able to knock out Volcarona. Especially considering, Ho-Oh cannot be burned because of the Flame Body, because it is a fire type. It's kind of what you want to be attacking into the Volcarona with in this situation. And then Iron Hands is primed to knock out this Calyrex. Of course, once Volcarona goes down to the Ho-Oh, it won't be able to use any Rage Powders for the rest of the game.
There's still one more Pokemon in the back here for Dylan. You kind of have to think that it might be the Miraidon that would be in the back, which would be the fastest Pokemon amongst the Pokemon that are left. But you still have to make sure that you've done enough damage that you can actually clean up both of these Pokemon once the Miraidon actually hits the field. Volcarona goes for a final Rage Powder. Brave Bird will knock it out. As we see the Rocky Helmet and, of course, a little bit of Brave Bird recoil. Ho-Oh is still looking mighty comfortable heading into the rest of this turn and the final couple turns of this game. Drain Punch to finish off the Calyrex as well, so it's a 2v1 as Joey still has his Iron Hands and Ho-Oh versus Dylan's final Pokemon in this game, number 2.
You do have to imagine it's the Miraidon, and that actually I think would be a win for Dylan in this case. Miraidon is maybe not known for being the most bulky of Pokemon.
No, but it's not.
It's not the Miraidon, it's Iron Hands instead. Oh, this could get interesting.
This could get interesting here because the Iron Hands does have the opportunity to fake out, but is that going to actually help stall you out? Ho-Oh goes for the Tailwind to make sure that Joey's own Iron Hands is going to be the fastest one on the field. It does allow this Iron Hands to go for the low kick. It's going to do half damage as the low kick in return will deal with the Iron Hands once and for all. It is a 1v1, Joey's Ho-Oh versus Dylan's Iron Hands. Who's going to actually take the win here?
I think this is going to come down to a Sacred Fire burn. If Sacred Fire connects and gets the burn on Iron Hands, a Wild Charge may not be enough to knock it out, but if there's no burn, Wild Charge is going to win the game.
Sacred Fire, there's a 50% chance for the Iron Hands to get burned, and it does not. So the Wild Charge into the Ho-Oh brings Dylan this second game victory and us into a game number 3.
What a great game. You know, I was pretty convinced Dylan was going to win at the end there if that last Pokemon was Miraidon, because it would have been able to take any attack from Ho-Oh, easily knock out that Water-type Iron Hands in the process. But Iron Hands on Dylan's side made it a little bit more difficult. I think the Tailwind from the Ho-Oh there was actually really smart. You're just ensuring that your own Iron Hands gets off a low kick before it goes down. And you obviously know that your Ho-Oh is going to be able to attack after that. But in that case, it just wasn't enough. The Sacred Fire did not burn Dylan's Iron Hands, which meant that it got the crucial game-winning Wild Charge off. Cleaning up after this Glacial Lance put in a ton of work for Dylan in this game.
Wow, I mean, yeah, this was awesome to see the double knockout for Dylan. You got that +2 from those KOs and then just able to get yourself into a great position with those Trick Room turns at the end of the day. I think also the Rocky Helmet recoil from the Volcarona did start to add up.
Yeah.
When you take a look at how much damage the Iron Hands actually took, there wasn't really a whole lot of recovery for this Iron Hands to get off of that very low HP Ice Rider Calyrex, but still, what a photo finish here for the second game. Now we go to a decisive third game to see which of our players, Joey or Dylan, will move on to the top 4 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
The Volcarona was really important for Dylan in that game. He was able to use that Rage Powder to redirect attacks from Iron Hands a couple times. On top of the recoil from Wild Charge and the Rocky Helmet, it really just kept that Calyrex protected. Again, a very low HP Calyrex is still a Calyrex, able to fire off those very powerful Glacial Lances, and that's what set up Dylan's Iron Hands to clean up the game at the very end there. If Dylan's able to keep that Volcarona safe and utilize it well, make sure you're redirecting the right attacks at the right times, I think that's going to be the key to winning this next game.
Let's find out. We've got games number 3 upon us, so let's see how these trainers decide to switch up their leads, if at all. Ogerpon and Ice Rider Calyrex for Dylan once again as Joey leans back into those Future Paradox Pokemon.
Would be pretty surprised to see anything but that double protect coming out from Dylan again. Again, it's just the most safe option here. You have a Pokemon that has to select a move that it can only lock into for the remainder of its time on the field. You have a fake out that could possibly flinch one of your Pokemon. You just gain info without really a risk of Joey kind of punishing that at all without some kind of aggressive swap, but there's not really a whole lot you could gain out of that anyway. So then you just, take your time, make sure you know what your game plan is going to be once Joey reveals some of his cards.
Would make a lot of sense to see that happen. I think it's just such a standard play and didn't actually work out in that first game to get Dylan the win, but we only see the protect coming through from the Ice Rider Calyrex. That is going to negate the Volt Switch here from the Miraidon, stopping it from being able to leave the field as the Ogerpon goes for the Ivy Cudgel. That's a lot of damage into the Miraidon, and Iron Hands getting the Drain Punch into the Protect is certainly not how Joey wanted to start off this first game.
A great turn for Dylan there. You got a bunch of free damage. You learned what Joey was locking his Miraidon into, and you took no damage in return. Sometimes a safe option isn't necessarily the best one, because if you take a little bit of a risk, you get yourself a lot more of a board position that you might not have had before. Now we're in a position position where Miraidon has to be really careful when it's on the field. One more attack will be able to knock it out from mostly any source.
Now Dylan decides, okay, I can go for the follow me. I still have that focus sash intact from just having the sturdy ability that he's gonna get broken with the Volt Switch, and Miraidon finally gets a chance to take a little bit of a break. As we see Iron Hands go for a follow-up. Farigiraf now hits the field with that defense boost, gonna be much better suited to deal with this Ogerpon and Calyrex, but rest of his turn can still go either way.
And you're going to see a Glacial Lance come through here after the attack from Iron Hands, which will be able to knock out that Ogerpon. Of course, no healing coming through just yet because it hasn't taken any damage. Now this, I think, is a pretty solid spot for Dylan to be in. You have the option after this Glacial Lance comes through and does a good chunk of damage to both of these Pokemon to possibly bring in that Volcarona, which is really where you want it to be. Against this Iron Hands, Volcarona is really, really powerful. It's hard for Iron Hands to attack right now because you're always going to be risking that Flame Body burn on top of that Rocky Helmet recoil. I imagine even just one set of Rocky Helmet recoil damage plus one more Glacial Lance might be enough for a knockout. And then you may have to force that Iron Hands to Terastallize once again, which then, if you bring in your own Iron Hands, it gets knocked out by a Wild Charge.
Yeah, there's I think a couple of different ways that you could approach this turn. Are you thinking ahead? Are you thinking maybe Dylan has decided, tried to go after these Trick Room turns and has been able to use them in that game number 2 to get that game win? Are you looking at maybe trying to find a way to just bully your way through this Volcarona?
Right.
I think there's a couple of different ways that really this turn can play out.
You have to also consider the Volcarona has Will-O-Wisp. That's a move that a lot of trainers have also dropped in their Volcarona, so you have the immediate threat of burning that Iron Hands before it attacks, not having to rely on Flame Body at all.
We're gonna see the Calyrex, though, decide to go for that Terra Fire again under the threat of a Dark-type foul play from this Farigiraf, while also being susceptible to some of this other damage from the Iron Hands. Just give me a Fiery Dance, though, into the Farigiraf. It does do quite a bit of damage, and you do get that small chance for that special attack boost as the Psychic now in return. It's just tickling away at this Volcarona, but the Wild Charge as well. It does actually get the knockout, but what about the burn chance that could happen here? We do see the Volcarona faint, and it looks like another dodge here as we just see that recoil and the Trick Room set up here for Dylan.
I like that Fiery Dance. You've now knocked this Farigiraf into range for more Glacial Lance. And the Wild Charge plus Rocky Helmet recoil means that I think the Iron Hands may be as well. You force a scenario where only one of them can Terastallize. The other one has to take a full power Glacial Lance without that resistance. And considering both of them are Water-type Terastallizations, a follow-up Wild Charge from the Iron Hands on Dylan's end might be enough to combine for a double knockout here. And if 2 Pokemon get knocked out, that means Joey's Miraidon is locked on the field against this Calyrex Ice Rider, and he'll just get immediately one-shot by a Glacial Lance.
Yeah, remember in that game number 1, Joey did go for the Terra Water on the Farigiraf to survive the Glacial Lance and make sure that he could actually reverse that Trick Room. But is Dylan going to be remembering that? Is that something that Joey's now conditioned him for? Can he play around it this time?
It's going to be really tough, especially combined with that Iron Hands, which you have to imagine is going for something like that Low Kick or Wild Charge for some more guaranteed damage. Something's got to Terastallize here, but it's going to be difficult for Joey to leave this turn without getting 2 Pokemon knocked out.
It's going to be the Farigiraf that does get the Terra Water, so at least you're going to be able to save yourself from something like that Glacial Lance. But with the Iron Hands moving first here for Joey, that Low Kick does quite a bit. Glacial Lance now, you've got to hope that your Farigiraf is going to be able to be just a little bit faster as that Glacial Lance does secure the knockout onto Joey's Iron Hands. That's one attack boost for the Ice Rider on Dylan's side, as the opposing Iron Hands is going to move for the Drain Punch. So unfortunately, this Farigiraf is not going to be around to go for a secondary attack, but you did deny this Ice Rider Calyrex from getting 2 KOs on the same turn.
Only 1 boost from Chilling Neigh means only 1 attack boost on this Calyrex Ice Rider, but it looks like that's going to be plenty. The Miraidon has already taken so much damage. The Ho-Oh will now hit the field without the ability to Terastallize away from that Wild Charge weakness. It looks like Dylan Kleinvan has locked himself a spot in top 4 with some really great positioning and great damage trades in this 3rd game. Again, the Volcarona so crucial, redirecting that Wild Charge, forcing the Iron Hands to attack it, take all that recoil from the Wild Charge and the Rocky Helmet, and put Joey in a spot where you can't Terastallize both your Pokemon away from the Glacial Lance weakness, and you just can't withstand the weather from this Calyrex anymore.
Calyrex is going to be the first one to move with that +1. It's plenty to actually knock out the Miraidon, and Ho-Oh gets brought down so low that any follow from this Iron Hands should be able to seal the deal. And one more KO. Dylan gets a chance to move on to the top 4, and Wild Charge is going to seal it.
What a great set from Dylan there. After what was an unfortunate game 1, he really turned around that set, was able to utilize Trick Room to his advantage much better in games 2 and 3, and especially make use of that Volcarona's Rage Powder and Rocky Helmet to spread some damage around without having to attack with it too much. Just a really nice expose on the way that these two Pokemon interact with each other. Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Miraidon kind of are on either end of the speed scale in terms of the restricted Pokemon available to the trainers in this tournament, and using the Trick Room very masterfully. I don't know if he even brought the Miraidon once.
No?
It just stayed at home. You just need the Ice Rider.
I think a lot of trainers have started to think about that, though. Yes, you have 2 restricted Pokemon on your team, and yes, they're very powerful, but do they belong on the field together? I think that's something that Dylan has executed really well, and in particular, when looking at the team composition, outside of the things that you just mentioned for these supportive Pokemon, you kind of look at how are Ice Rider Calyrex teams being built, how are Miraidon teams being built. I feel like Dylan took the best parts of both of those archetypes from single restricted and smashed them together on the same team.
Truly, you know, the team that we saw Dylan run, the 4 Pokemon brought at least in these games, it could have been a team from Regulation G, and maybe that's something that Dylan had a lot of experience with and thought, you know, I'm gonna kind of combine 2 archetypes that I enjoy and can use separately if I need to, you know, make this team that can give me a great set of 4 Pokemon for any situation. That, I think, is a mark of a good team that is built in a format like this, where you have these 2 restricted Pokemon. You're really tempted to bring them to every game, and we see most trainers do most of the time, but the flexibility to maybe leave Miraidon at home and still know I'm in position where I can just have Ice Rider carry this game, and I don't need Miraidon.
Well, if you play Protect the Ice Rider, I feel like it can certainly work out for you, getting those +1 to your attack boosts, also making sure that you've got just a great damage trade in terms of those Glacial Lances hitting your targets. But congratulations to Joey as well. I think being able to make a top 8 at your very first regional championship is such an impressive accomplishment, and he joins a very elite group of players that have come from other corners of the competitive Pokemon space to play a VGC regional championship and to do super well. So I really do hope we get a chance to see Joey again in the future. And I'm excited that we get to see Dylan in the future as well as he moves on to our top 4 at the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
We'll leave a career best finish for Dylan so far, which is really exciting. You know, it's great to see someone have their big breakthrough tournament, and he's not even done yet. He's got his top 4, has the chance to fight for a spot in the finals as well. So it's going to be really cool to see how Dylan stacks up against 3 trainers in the top 4 who I believe are all prior regional champions, if not just pillars of the community at this point.
I feel like you have to imagine you're going to run into some type of regional champion or world champion when you play at these regional events nowadays. But let's go ahead and hear from Dylan about how that match went and how he's thinking about the rest of Top Cut.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. I'm here with Dylan. Congratulations, not just your first top cut, but your first top 4 at least placement. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels so good. It still hasn't really hit me yet. You know, I feel like I'm just playing Pokemon.
Yeah.
I mean, so happy.
You're absolutely beaming back here right now.
Thank you.
I mean, you must be so excited. What's going through your brain right now?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, not a lot. Not a
Fair
lot.
enough,
I mean,
fair
I'm I'm like short-circuited a little bit. I'm just super happy to be here. I kind of picked up this team last minute, made some changes last minute thanks to my friends, and it's working out in a way that I couldn't have expected.
All right, well, let's talk about the journey. So you mentioned that you had gotten day 2 at a previous event a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah, so I've gotten 2 day 2s this season, neither of which went super well.
Okay.
And then last season I had a few day 2s. My best result was top 16 Portland. So blown that out the water, first top cut.
Yeah,
it's really
for
exciting.
sure. So what do you think is different, like comparing those events to your event today?
That's a great question. I think over time I've just gotten more comfortable with realizing that no matter like the level of my opponent, I just need to play how I want to play.
Yeah.
I got kind of caught up in trying to make a ton of reads or trying to adjust for how good I think my opponent is, and I've really just tried to focus in on what my game plans are no matter who the opponent is, and it's working out so far.
All right, well, let's talk about the team. You know, you mentioned picked it up last minute. What's last minute to you? Because depending on who you talk to, we could be talking hours or days.
Yeah, so I had some friends right after Atlanta who mentioned Choice Scarf Miraidon to me. And it sounded like a really cool idea. I had never used Miraidon, but just the idea of being the fastest restricted was really cool. I used Calyrex Ice throughout all of Regulation G, except for Worlds. I actually switched to Kyogre for that, but every other regional I went to was Calyrex Ice.
Okay.
And so originally it was Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow. We switched to Calyrex Ice really recently, and Volcarona came into the team on Friday. So the pieces fell into place right before we got here.
So it was indeed ours.
Yes, yes.
So then were you learning how the team sort of functioned as you were going through day one of the competition?
Absolutely. Like I knew a little bit. I had some basic game plans, but then when I ran into Polcho around 3 and I lost to him, I was like, okay, I really need to lock in and figure out how this team's going to work if I want any chance of making a run.
So then how did you do that? I mean, trying to figure something out as we go along is something that I think everybody finds themselves having to do at some point in their tournament run.
It's a great question again. I mean, I think, again, it just taking a step back, taking a deep breath, really thinking through your game plans, trying to find angles that your opponent might not expect, like during that last set against Joey, you know, being able to trick room kind of in the middle of the match, whereas originally I was thinking, like when I first picked up the team, I was just trick rooming right away. And so little things like that, as you get more comfortable with the team, you start to learn, okay, how can I get the most out of my turns?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because one thing that the casters focused on, especially sort of in their recap of the set, was that you always brought one restricted Pokemon. And in double restricted, I mean, you have 2 Pokemon with high base stats. You think high numbers, good damage. I bring those. Was that always the game plan?
It was.
Really?
I'm not gonna lie, I've probably brought Miraidon to maybe 30% of my matches.
Wow.
And a lot of that just comes down to I have played so much Miraidon myself, like against Miraidon in this tournament, and Choice Scarf Miraidon against opposing Miraidon is a little bit of a headache because it's a read as to whether or not they're gonna click Terra Fairy, and if they click Terra Fairy, I wanna click Electro Drift, and so in an attempt to mitigate those mind games, I thought it was a little bit more consistent to drop it.
Fair enough. So then going into this matchup, you know, you saw the opposing Miraidon, you saw the Iron Treads and the Iron Bundle, who obviously want to take advantage of terrain. You just dropped it.
I did. Yeah, we realized that his Iron Treads was probably faster than Miraidon. We don't know that for sure, but it's something where if he is faster and I get caught out by that, there's not really a switch in that my team has to a ground type move. So I decided, especially with the Iron Treads, maybe if there was no Iron Treads, I would consider it. And in a couple of those end games, I kind of wished I brought Miraidon in the back. I think it would have made my life a little bit easier, but it ended up working out.
For sure. I mean, if you want to talk about something consistent, 2 redirectors plus a Calyrex, regardless of which one it is, feels pretty solid.
Yes, it really does. Volcarona is like the missing linchpin in this team. I really think there's so much Iron Hands, there's so much Rillaboom, they both hate seeing it, so it has been one of the MVPs of my run for sure.
Amazing. Well, Dylan, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
I do, yeah. First off, I want to shout out my friends that traveled here with me. My fiance's here, front row in the crowd.
Aww.
My friends are sitting with her. They were cheering me on. First time on stream, so they got to watch me. And then the team building group that I was with. Charpy, Bobby, Andrew Block, all these people. I mean, they helped me so much. They honestly built this team, and I just kind of picked it up. So they put in all the legwork. I couldn't be thankful enough for them. Kay as well, very, very helpful. All the friends.
For sure. I mean, it takes a village. So congratulations to you. Congratulations to all your friends. I hope that not only can you celebrate this accomplishment, but I hope you can prepare and lock in for your top 4 match.
Hey, 2 more.
2 more.
2 more.
And we have probably 3 more matches we're going to show on stream, but we're going to take a quick break before we get to those. So please stay tuned, everybody.
Would you get annoyed if I talk to you?
What?
Would you get annoyed if I talk to you?
I can't hear you.
Oh, I guess that's
move it closer.
Would you get annoyed if I talk to you? Oh my God, it's so close. Can we lower mine? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay. All right, you guys are good to get started.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Good luck. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think for me, one of the best ways to handle pressure during matches is to really think about what I've been doing at home. So trying to simulate the home environment, trying to block out any outside distractions, and then just imagine that it's very low pressure and then go from there.
My best advice is to just breathe and remember that it's just a game. Because at the end of the day, yes, we're here to compete, and obviously, we want that prize money and, brag to all our friends how good we are at the game. But like at the end of the day, it's a game.
I try to find out what my best and worst routes are, and if both of those are highly unlikely, then I try to find a way to meet in the middle. And that usually is able to relieve pressure just because I know that I was making an informed decision, no matter what.
I think the best ways to handle pressure are to drown out everyone else and kind of go back to what you've practiced hopefully all season. Also playing some of the Pokemon that you're used to. You learn everything about the ins and outs of the matches, and you just go back to your practice.
So one of the best ways I handle pressure during a match is putting on my headphones while I play and just kind of like jamming out to the music. I like to just kind of move around a little in the seat, and it just makes it a lot more fun. It makes me feel like I'm there in the game. I may not win it all, but I'm gonna have fun while I'm here.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
We are in lovely Milwaukee, Wisconsin with our top 4 coverage of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We are fast approaching the end of the North American Regional Circuit this season and fast approaching the end of our Day 2 coverage as there are only 4 trainers remaining here. One of them will end the day as regional champion and get an automatic qualification to the World Championships this summer. I am joined by Joe Brown, joined by Sarah Dawn. I meant to set you up here because I heard you were having a great day, but it just got incredible.
Yeah, apparently I am now Joe Brown now, bringing you the coverage of the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
Oh
no big deal. It's been such a fun day. I mean, you have a Pokemon tournament that's electric. Now I'm Joe Brown, so that's pretty cool. I also got to meet Cricketune Guy.
Hey!
I met the legend themselves. I got a Cricketune. It's the best day ever.
Did he do the cry or no?
Are you gonna do the cry?
Are you gonna do the cry? I'll do the cry if you do the cry.
I don't know if I'm gonna do the cry.
All right, let's focus on the game here. Let's head on over to the stage for top 4 here in Milwaukee. Or head up to the bracket first, I should say. We're gonna be focusing on the bottom half here. Carson Confer and Andrew Ding, 2 very accomplished trainers here in the game. Carson beating Paul Chua in that electric set on stream, and Andrew Ding taking the win over Darsh Patel off stream. Going to be fun because as the Carson talked to Gabby, this is a mirror match. It's going to be the same teams.
There is something special about mirror matches that I love these ones so much, because especially when 2 people have a lot of this information about the team, and I'd love to see these different ideas come to fruition when all the ideas originated from the same place. It gets a little bit weird when you are looking at the speed ties, because assuming mirror, you're going to assume this true mirror with all the stats being the same. So you can either try to opt into that and accepting your fate. We've gotten to see that in the past sometimes with the mirrors. Or we can see a completely different play style, which is what we got to see at the Atlanta Regional Championships between Joey and Daniel, both in the finals. Exactly the same situation, a mirror match. So especially with 2 very accomplished players, 2 very skilled players, I'm curious with what route they're going to go onto into this.
Yeah, and don't let that lower third fool you, everybody. Andrew Ding has quite the number of accomplishments besides that 1 regional championship, an incredible amount of top cuts. But let's focus on Carson Confer here. He's feeling confident kind of at this point with already a Worlds qualification. This would just be a cherry on top to get that 2nd, regional championship this season.
Just collect them up, like no big deal, right? And talk a little bit about the team going back to this. We did get to see Carson earlier be able to get the spot here. But again, what has been really powerful about this team is 2 really strong restricted Pokemon, but a different look for this Miraidon. Assault Vest as opposed to the Choice Spec, so you have a lot more staying power on the field. You have the Snarl to really slow down the amount of damage these special attackers are doing. And yeah, Dual Knowledge is such a fantastic Pokemon. And we can actually just keep continually talking about the team, not really switch anything up, because yeah, again, same Z's coming out here from Andrew Ding.
Yeah, I think something that is, in particular with mirror matches, obviously the players know each other well, they built the team together, and they know how the team operates in a successful strategy. However, the other addition to this mirror match is Grimmsnarl with Light Clay. You don't see that Pokemon as often, especially in a mirror. So you're going to understand those calculations. You're going to understand what it's like to take a Moongeist Beam with and without Light Screen better than the rest of their opponents did throughout the entire weekend. So that's what's going to make it tough, is to go for these calculations when you are aware that your opponent also knows how much damage it will do.
That then goes back into the mind games, the most fun part of these mirror matches. So it'll be fun to see which route they take into this.
All right, Miraidon Grimmsnarl for Andrew Ding and Miraidon Incineroar. Different leads here for Carson Confer. One of these 2 trainers will be in the finals here in Milwaukee.
And looking at the Grimmsnarl, this is a really early way to be setting up the screens to make sure that you're not taking the most damage from the Miraidon on the opposing end. But Carson leading the Incineroar instead, it's not going to be the Intimidate that matters. That'll only really impact the Grimmsnarl at this point. But a potential fake out into one of those 2 Pokemon. Sure, the damage from Carson is going to be lowered thanks to a screen, but you have the opportunity to make sure that Andrew does no damage at all on this turn. And of course, much like the Choice Specs, Assault Vest doesn't let you use a different type of move, or like at least the Choice Specs that we don't have, the non-attacking moves, right? So there's not the opportunity to protect past this for either the Miraidon or the Grimmsnarl. So if you think that it's going to be the target of a fake out, you either have to sit here and take the hit, which means the Miraidon on the other end is going to do a lot of damage, or this is the opportunity to switch out, which is still oodles of damage. Staying in, though, that's the fake out.
Yes, Miraidon will not be able to attack by getting flinched from fake out this turn. However, Carson's can go straight for the Electro Drift into the Grimmsnarl. It hangs on in the red. That is not a one-hit KO. So he's able to actually Spirit Break instead of going for a screen at super effective damage and lowers the special attack by 1 stage. Grimmsnarl takes a lot of damage for that trade.
That is so much damage. At least with the Prankster, you do have this opportunity on the next turn to still set up a screen. So instead prioritizing lowering the damage, getting some chip, and that's about it. It's not really the most amount of damage, all things considered, considering there was that Intimidate and I mean, just Spirit Breaking Grimmsnarl is not the most offensively built anyways. But here's going to be the late screen now to make sure going on forward in the match, the Miraidon doesn't do the most amount of damage, but it will take some.
Yeah, it's going to get knocked out from that Draco Meteor. Andrew Ding finally getting attacked, or getting 2 attacks because it was flinched last time around, will knock out Carson's Miraidon here in this game. Incineroar with the parting shot onto Andrew's Miraidon, lowering its attack and special attack by 1 stage. That light screen is up, and at this point, since Carson's not going to have any attack going towards Grimmsnarl, that does allow Andrew an extra opportunity to click Reflect and have that light screen, or light clay, from Reflect for the next 8 turns.
Yeah, and the Miraidon being down so early on, and Andrew still having his around, it definitely hurts a little bit. And you called out the screens. Yeah, we only see the late screen up, but the Grimmsnarl not really being tested on this turn means that you can go ahead and set up the Reflect. Ursaluna, since it was because of a parting shot, does get to come in and instantly get the Flame Orb activation, which means that you can pressure a little sooner than if you did have to go for the Protect. And bringing Incineroar back in, the Miraidon that would like to, again, probably do an attack on this turn, has to either A, stick around. I don't think it's going to be an option when you're staring down at Ursaluna, or B, pivot out, which is still going to be a lot of damage into either of these options switching in.
Right, and remember that the way this team is constructed, it's the Terra Electric Miraidon, not like we saw from Paul last set, where it was Terra Fairy, you can get out of that ground weakness. Andrew is not able to get away from a potential Earthquake because you'd still just be an Electric type.
Looking on into this, though, if you are anticipating the switch, we get to see Carson go instead and look for that fake out into this Grimmsnarl. So if you don't want this Reflect to go up and maybe stop that secondary screen that would be trying to limit the damage from the Ursaluna, that'd be a way to get the priority attack into something that has such low health, but it's not enough.
Fake out, not enough. It will flinch and stop the attack here from Grimmsnarl, or the potential chance at setting up a Reflect, but it does not get the KO. Andrew gets to hang on for at least 1 more attack. This Volt Switch will go into the Incineroar. It was -2 on that special attack, so it does not do too much damage, all things considered. Lunala swapping onto the field, activating that Electric Seed to increase the defense by 1 stage. And the Headlong Rush goes into Lunala instead. So now Grimmsnarl just continues to remain on the field.
Which a lot of the times with the Grimmsnarls, you kind of wanted to do its thing and get out, but you only have that 1 screen up, and now you get, with priority of the Prankster, you can go ahead and get that Reflect. So Ursaluna, you want that to be the damage ceiling in this, and it's going to be doing a lot less. Headlong Rush into the Lunala as well, with that Shadow Shield, takes the hit so well. And Ursaluna now already has a lower defense and special defense. Terastallization, though, on this turn, and this is going to be eventually changing in this match, as it's going to be the Lunala, to everyone's favorite, the Fairy type.
Yes, Lunala having that 4 times weakness to Dart with an Incineroar on the other side is a little bit scary. So going to Terastallize into a Fairy type. Now Grimmsnarl finally setting up the Reflect for the next 8 turns. Carson's physical attacks are going to do half damage to Andrew's team. There's the critical hit into Ursaluna for the 1-hit KO. You hear the crowd go crazy on that one. That's huge. And the parting shot comes 1 attack too late to lower the special attack there. Now you will be able to switch out, but Carson's down to his last 2 Pokemon.
And with it being an Incineroar and a Lunala, this is a tough one. You do still have Terastallization, so you can get out of weakness. You do have Shadow Shield intact, but Andrew has so many of these resources on his team still that's really hard pressed by. And we get to see the main difference that these players have opted for in this match. The Incineroar for Carson and Andrew instead with the Grimmsnarl. Meaning at this point in the match, Carson does not have any screens to help keep his Pokemon safe. The only way to be lowering the damage is going to be Well, Intimidate's onto the Grimmsnarl. Again, it's not really doing the most. Or something like the Parting Shot, which is just going to take a little bit of time, and I don't really think that's time that Carson has on this turn. Lunala, the Shadow Shield's going to help you once, but you're not targeting a super effective hit into the Lunala on the other side anymore, and especially if you're on the wrong end of a speed tie, that's going to be tough. And even if you're on the right side, you get rid of Lunala, well then what's the Miraidon going to do?
Now that Lunala on Andrew's end is not a ghost type, he can get faked out, but Lunala for Carson will avoid the Thunder Wave, not going to have that speed lowered. Now it's time for Lunala to KO Grimmsnarl. Andrew finally getting his Pokemon knocked out. Grimmsnarl stayed around on the field for way longer than we usually see in a battle of VGC. Now the electric terrain has disappeared from the field, so this is a perfect time for Andrew to bring Miraidon back in.
That's where things get a little bit interesting. That would have been nice with the Thunder Wave to really make sure that within the speed tie situation for the Lunalas, that you would have been the faster one guaranteed and always the chance at the paralysis. We're in a situation now, Miraidon's out on the field, but Lunala has that Shadow Shield intact. And with Miraidon being the first to act, you would love to hit a really powerful something like an Electro Drift, etc. into that Lunala, but that's just going to be the Shadow Shield and the mitigated damage. And if you are then maybe outsped, if Andrew's Lunala is the slower one, then maybe there could be a lot of pressure here. But Terrestrialization at this point in the match could be at least a way to get out of the Ghost type weakness, but is it going to be enough past that? Because there's still so many threats to get through.
Here is the Terrestrialization on Carson's side to Terrestrialize his Lunala into a Fairy type as well. Since there's access to Moongeist Beam on the other end, getting out of that weakness. Here's the Electro Drift from Andrew into Carson's Incineroar, and that is enough for the knockout. So Carson down to his last Pokemon. Incineroar not able to knock off the Assault Vest, potentially on Miraidon, or go for any damage or a Parting Shot onto either of them. It's just Lunala left. Andrews is going to attack first. There is the Moonblast there, and Moonblast in response, but remember, Light Screen and Reflect are set up on Andrew's side of the field. It doesn't matter when it's super effective, however, with the critical hit, Miraidon goes down.
This would be so interesting now that you have this Assault Vest.
Look at the smile from Andrew.
Hey, you get the critical hit, smile, you got it. And now, critical hit, you lose a Pokemon. But at this point in the match, it's still a 2v1 and Shadow Shield is broken. And with no access to spread moves for the Lunala from Carson, you get the critical hit, and that's fine and dandy. You get it's still a 2v1 at this point. Ursaluna with the Protect, though. So maybe if it's another critical hit, that could be a big
Carson's
one.
moves first, so that does confirm it is a true speed tie in this true mirror match. There's the Moongeist Beam, but because of the Light Screen, it's just not going to be enough. Ursaluna protects itself on this turn to activate the Flame Orb. Trick Room is now up, and Ursaluna will be able to move first. Just click a Facade into this Fairy-type Lunala to wrap up game one.
Yeah, go for the Trick Room. You got an Ursaluna, and now, yeah, the Shadow Shield's broken. You can just go ahead and go for the attacks. And yeah, when we're looking at a mirror match between these two, I would hope that there's all speed ties, but it's not going to be enough from that Ursaluna. So now Lunala gets this chance to attack, but the double up, Carson's will go down.
Turned out the crit into Miraidon didn't matter, just allowed Ursaluna to get onto the field, and Andrew Ding is one victory away from securing a position in the finals here in Milwaukee. Obviously, adjustments are difficult on their own, especially in a top cut match like this. So much drama, so much intensity. It's even higher stakes when it's a mirror match.
100%. And looking back at this, mirror match, but played quite differently from these two individuals. And then I'm curious if Carson's going to take inspiration from Andrew going on into the next one. Because Incineroar, especially with the fake outs, seemed like a really great idea on paper. You get the fake outs, which means your Miraidon can move and, well, Andrew's can't. But unfortunately, you just weren't doing the damage that was necessary. And when Andrew got the opportunity to attack, you had no way to stop that amount of damage. Grimmsnarl sticks around for way too long, and even when Andrew was on the end of some bad luck, you get a critical hit, the Thunder Wave miss, etc., you were still in such a strong position because your Pokemon just weren't getting damaged fast enough that you still had the numbers advantage at the end, and a Lunala on the opposing end that could only deal with one threat at a time.
One thing that Andrew did really well in this match was forcing Carson to play at his pace, right? Being the one person to bring Grimmsnarl instead, and forcing to have, you know, lower damage output, force those fake outs to stop this pesky Grimmsnarl every turn, where that could have been maybe more impactful fake outs into other slots. I think Carson's gonna have to try to pick up the pace or force Andrew to play quicker if he's not gonna match Grimmsnarl's.
It's whether you have the damage output to play quicker. And with Grimmsnarl, again, for Andrew, it's going to be a way to slow things down, but not the only one. Carson will make an adjustment right away. Both players access the screens.
If you can't beat them, join them. Grimmsnarl and Miraidon on both sides for these trainers.
And looking on into this match, I feel like it's a pretty easy one to just kind of go ahead and go for the light screen. But if you are wanting to maybe have your Grimmsnarl have the better staying power, you can also just go for a double up into the slot, and right away, Electro Drift, no terrestrialization either.
And no Prankster for either of them either, because Prankster has priority. So since neither Grimmsnarl attack, this Draco Meteor's into Miraidon, and that's a one-hit KO. Carson losing Miraidon here in this game on turn 1. What are these Grimmsnarls up to? It's going to be Andrews attacking first into the opposing side. That is a super effective hit. There's no reflect, right? Special attack drop does not matter, so that is a huge attack. And responding with a Spirit Break of his own, now Grimmsnarl goes down. Andrew is not going to have any screens for the rest of this match. At least Carson, while at low HP, has access to clicking light screen this next turn.
You asked to pick up the pace, and the players delivered on that. Double a KO for each on first match. Carson losing a restricted Pokemon, and Andrew losing the Grimmsnarl. And it'll be interesting to see which is a little bit more pivotal into this. Of course, now Grimmsnarl, you have this opportunity for the late screen, and you will be the only one. When you're staring down this Lunala and this Miraidon on the opposing end of the field, that could be absolutely key here. And so if you set up this light screen and can start pressuring with the Lunala that already has a natural bulk and the Shadow Shield intact, that could be a way to kind of get around it. You can also just try and slow down the other Lunala if you want, but I definitely prefer the light screen better on this turn.
Yes, for sure. Let's see what happens here. While you have the Grimmsnarl advantage, that really helped Andrew win game 1. We'll see if that's going to help Carson in this game 2. Secure this victory, force a game 3, and terrestrialize the Lunala while we're at it. I think Andrew says, hey, that's a fine strategy. I think I'll do the same.
Yeah, we're not focused on
anything to get out of Moonguy's beam, yeah.
Yeah, it's all about the Lunala for this match, so their great minds think alike, apparently. Double terrestrialization on this turn, and light screen Grimmsnarl, making sure you're not going to be taking the most amount of damage from Andrew.
Yeah, lowering half of the special or attacking damage for the next 8 turns that Andrew's going to output. There is the Snarl. That's the variant of this team, having Snarl on Assault Vest Miraidon there to lower the special attack of Miraidon. Now you have a Moonblast into Lunala, and with the Shadow Shield, it does hardly any damage. It is broken, however, now. This point, Moonblast goes towards Grimmsnarl for the KO, and Carson down to his last 2 Pokemon.
And even though there is the light screen, so Andrew's not going to be doing as much damage, something like that Snarl is going to be pretty key for this Lunala in making sure that it's not doing the most amount of damage. And down to final 2 Pokemon, you can't switch that out to get rid of that drop. You're down to 2 Pokemon. The Miraidon can still pressure quite a bit. It does need to be switching out if it wants to be gaining that special attack back, but that still is something that could be pretty crucial in this match. We got to see in that first game that Trick Room was selected, so the Ursaluna had a better time into this. And when there is no Reflect on the other end, that is a way to maybe try and get this back more into your favor. And Miraidon, this will finally be the switch out as well. A Shadow Shield broken. What do we see in the back? Is it also going to be Ursaluna?
Ursaluna does not protect on Carson's end. You often see it protect the turn it comes in to activate that Flame Orb. That means Carson is going for raw damage this turn. Andrew does reveal Ursaluna as the 4th Pokemon in the back. There's the Moonblast into Ursaluna. It does not do that much damage. Headlong Rush from one Ursaluna to the other brings it down to half HP. And since Carson has not attacked yet, that means the Trick Room has been set up. Now we have 2 Ursaluna on the field that will have their Flame Orbs activated at the end of the turn.
It's all going to come down to, well, which Ursaluna loves you more, right? Because we're looking at the speed tides, we're looking at a Trick Room situation.
You're looking at wide guards too, or if you wanted to try to go for Earthquake compared to Headlong Rush. There's so much on the line here.
As well as even if one Ursaluna protects, well, the Lunala goes into it instead, that could then be a call. And if you have tacked into Ursaluna, there is so much going on into this. So do you want to just go for the speed tie with these Ursalunas, or do you try and one up and go for a protect and take care of the one on the other end? With the guts boost and everything else, any hit into these should be a KO from the other, and that's going to be Andrew with the protect.
Yes, his Ursaluna will be protected from any damage if Carson went for a headlong rush or a facade like we see here. That's not going to do anything. Now Andrew has a response, has an opportunity to try to target down Carson's Ursaluna. You will have Carson's Lunala attacking first in this spot with a Moongeist Beam into the Lunala, but remember the Snarl from earlier. It's not doing a lot of damage now, a -1 special attack. Here's the Moonblast from Andrew into Ursaluna, and it brings it down into the red. Not enough for a knockout, so we're back to where we were last turn. What do these two Ursaluna do?
I mean, and now at this point for Andrew, I'd be pressed to say that your Ursaluna is going to attack. Fishing for a double, that's going to be a 1 in 3. Going for the attack, and with the follow-up with the Lunala, knowing that Carson's Lunala isn't necessarily doing the most amount of damage, and if you're just kind of waiting this out, you can take down that Lunala in the end with the Electro Drift from that Miraidon once Trick Room's done. So now I feel like we just get to see the attack and just go for it, get a speed tie.
The story of Milwaukee here this weekend, Sierra, has been about these two Moon Pokemon. Lunala and Ursaluna have dominated, and Andrew outspeeds under Trick Room. Will get rid of Carson's Ursaluna. Now it's just a Lunala left at -1 special attack against Andrew's 3 Pokemon. This Lunala will attack the Moonblast into Carson's, bringing him down to half, and you're not going to have enough damage, even with the light screen helping you here. It still doesn't KO Ursaluna. The Flame Orb is technically gonna get the knockout, but all this does is allow Andrew to bring his other restricted back in and target Lunala, who does not have Protect, 2v1 as Electric Terrain can re-enter the battlefield.
Ursaluna going out on its own terms, but now Andrew, full advantage, 2 Pokemon, no spread damage attacks. Electric Terrain gone, Hadron Engine brings it right back. So yeah, you can target a Moonblast into the Miraidon, but you have the Assault Vest, you're not doing the most amount of damage, and there's still going to be the Lunala to try and punish back after, but Carson's Lunala will go first.
Here is Moonblast into Miraidon, but remember, it's -1 special attack and an Assault Vest on the Miraidon. Finally, you get a special attack drop, but it's just a little bit too late at this point. Andrew with the Moonblast into the Lunala on the other side, and now with the Electro Drift to clean it up, they take the headsets off, and Lunala's gonna get KO'd. Andrew Ding in the finals of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Two great friends in a mirror match, hugging it out after an intense battle.
At least you know that the team gets to see some representation in the grand finals there. Always hurts when you have to play against a buddy, someone you've worked on a team with at this point of the tournament, but a testament to the strength of the team that was built and everything else going on into this. And the adjustment going on into the game too, the Grim Snarls coming out from each, it was so fun to see each trainer and where they kind of prioritize. We got to see that Andrew wanted to, well, take out the Miraidon, where on the other end, it was the Grimmsnarl, and how like the different paths merged, despite bringing the 4 same Pokemon, despite bringing the same wave. It was just really cool to get a little insight to the thought processes there.
Yeah, and I think very impressive from Andrew to not only win game 1 with the, the slower pace, I'm going to set up the screen strategy, but then picking up the pace, picking up the action in game 2, not setting up the screens, and still coming out on top when Carson was protecting himself with a light screen.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you just take like one person, you take the screen, there's just so many different roads to go down, and being able to press on the go button so early on was so key, especially too with the Lunala and that terrestrialization in the fairy type just being so crucial, so important. Going for something like that Draco meter on the very first turn to really be able to pave the way for the rest of it. You take down the other restricted, it just makes so much sense, and that was just such good momentum to come out.
Absolutely, just incredible decision making from Andrew there to understand a lot of trainers, Miraidon can be somewhat of a terrestrialization hog, right? We hear it all the time. Understanding that the game plan in this mirror match, it's not about Miraidon sweeping through. The Lunala was so crucial to Andrew's success. Having that consistent Moonblast or consistent Moongeist Beam damage over time was going to be way more important than the immediate output of damage that Miraidon could put out in game 2.
It was amazing to see, even in that end game. I know that there was, stuff like green. I know there was stuff like Assault Vest and the -1 special attack. but these Miraidons and how differently they're built than how we got to see Miraidon in Regulation G, with G being so much more bulky. The Snarl adaptation as well to really ensure that was really, really nice. Lunala was more the damage dealer near, more so the tail end of that, and a really big testament on why we get to see so much of teams with these two restricted together. Even if you do have two Pokemon that are more so on that special attack aspect, well, that's fine, because you have the Ursaluna that we call Raging Bolt, basically third restricted. The Ursaluna's been putting in so much work in some of these matches.
Yeah, no, honestly, pretty much at that point, Ursaluna's been incredibly powerful. I think, as I mentioned in the match, it's really been the story of the weekend. And it makes sense because if 42% of Day 2 players have a Miraidon on their team, and obviously there's Miraidons and Iron Hands and Raging Bolts, all these electric types, then certainly Ursaluna usage is going to skyrocket.
Yeah, everything is just so much synergy, makes so much sense, and I'm excited to get to see a little bit more of this team, even if we'll have to wait till the finals and, well, I'm surely not a mirror match there, to see how it's going to be able to take down the field, especially too, since again, the Miraidon, there's a reason that 7 out of 8 of our top 8 spots were piloted by this Pokemon. It's so strong, but I think that this one pairs exceptionally well into all those other Miraidons out there.
Yeah, it just seems like a very well-balanced team, and what's funny is that there's an Incineroar, there's an Urshifu. We've seen this team on stream, I think, 4 different matches at this point, and Urshifu has never come out. And that's kind of bizarre. You don't really see that when so many formats have been riddled with Urshifu on every team.
Yeah, I think it's it goes back to there's 7 Miraidon in the soft cut. I don't know if the Urshifu wants to make an appearance around here, but I would love to see the matches. Maybe we'll get to see it in the finals. Maybe we'll get to see the Urshifu reappearance. I feel like it's been very absent all weekend despite the high usage.
Right, yeah, we shall see what happens, but exciting. We don't just have one player in the lounge with Gabby for our winner's interview. Both of our trainers are ready, so Gabby, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe. I'm here with both Andrew and Carson. Thank you both for joining me back here. Carson, I know you mentioned that you wanted to do the interview after Sacramento with Marcus, and now you're back here. So thank you. I really appreciate having you back here as well.
Yeah, I think it's fun to do interviews with both of us since a lot of the mirror matches are just speed ties, so it feels like we made finals together.
For sure. So, Andrew, I do want to talk with you first about the rest of your tournament, as this is the first time we're chatting this weekend. Carson mentioned in his interview that you spent last night doing a lot of prep with Shi Liang. How did that prep work out for you today? Do you feel like it gave you a leg up?
Not really, because I didn't hit the matchup that we prepped for.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I still appreciate Shi Liang for helping prep.
For sure. So let's go ahead and talk about this mirror matchup. So both of you, same team, obviously, lots of speed ties. Were you trying to build, assuming that your opponent was thinking the same thing when you were picking your 4 Pokemon, or were you just trying to hope that, maybe luck was on your side? Let's start with Andrew.
Yeah, so I think the only thing I was thinking is if this is an Incin or Grim game, and just because Grim can mitigate damage on both sides, I just thought that would be better. And because our Miraidon isn't specs, it can't really die to anything. And so it's like pretty guaranteed to get at least 1 or 2 screens up. Yeah.
Carson, so you started with Incineroar in that game 1. What was your thinking behind that?
Yeah, so I thought the fake out after I pivot Incin once, so I get at least 2 fake outs. I thought that would be more valuable than the screens, but after game 1, I was kind of like, okay, I think the screens are better.
Well, I did crit you.
You did, and there's just a lot of speed ties with the Miraidons because they can both kill each other, and it's also like a 50-50 roll to kill with Draco on the AV set. So game 1, I Volt switched, but I didn't get to go for Volt switch because the Draco just hit and killed me first. So I don't know. I don't think Incin was bad per se, but game 2, I definitely just played into the Grimmsnarl speed tie and lost that, and it put me on the back foot pretty immediately. So I mean, what can you do? It's every Pokemon speed ties itself. It's just a matchup.
I was gonna say, knowing that there were so many speed ties going into this, and really honestly knowing that one of you was guaranteed to make finals as the outcome of this match, do you feel like that changed your mindset at all?
Yeah, I definitely got pretty lucky with the speed ties, I think, for sure. And yeah, I think I would have been happy if either of us made it to finals, as long as whoever makes finals wins. So yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna be happy either way. Andrew and I have been friends for a while, and like this is his first tournament back since I think Worlds. And
Wait,
so
really?
I was just excited to see him. So I was really happy we both met in top 4. I wish it could have been finals, but I didn't really care who won, to be honest. Like, we just kind of had fun with it because we knew it was just kind of going to be luck who won. And honestly, I'm a little glad he won because since he's only played this tournament, if he wins, he'll get his Worlds invite, and otherwise it might not happen. So
I was just about to say, you say you want to meet in finals. If you win this tournament, get your Worlds invite. There's another Worlds finals down the road, right?
Yeah, that'd be great.
That would be great.
Well, Andrew, I do want to ask as well, how has it been coming into Regulation I as your first tournament since Worlds last year?
Actually, historically, I really don't like double restricted formats.
Okay.
Whether that was 2019 or 2022. I just think there's just like too much stuff to cover for, but yeah, this event went smoothly, so.
All right, well, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, for sure. Other than Carson, Justin Tang and Shiling Tang, those are the other 2 members of our building group. Especially Shiling, he put in most of the work, I think. So,
definitely.
Yeah, just huge shout outs to them, and to all my friends watching from home, shout outs to you guys too.
Awesome. Well,
and shout out to Izzy for helping me get my Pokemon in game.
Honestly, it seems like Izzy and Shiliang are the 2 MVPs for you two this weekend. So
shout out to Rafa for getting my mons as well.
Well, congratulations to you both, Andrew. Best of luck in finals. And we're going to take a short break before we determine who Andrew will be facing off against in that finals. So please stay tuned, everybody. You're not going to want to miss this next match.
Regardless of how you play the game, just to have fun. I've made so many friends in this community, and I'm currently a VGC judge, and it's the best experience that I've honestly ever had. And as long as you're having fun, it really doesn't matter what happens throughout the day.
The best piece of advice I was given from my friends is just to relax and believe in yourself. It's just tapping on a screen, like don't overthink it. Just calm down, relax, take that deep breath, and tap away.
Set a tangible goal for your first time and stick with meeting that and allow yourself to be, happy with achieving that tangible goal. And if you do anything better than that, then it's just a cherry on top, but at least you know that you came here, you did what you came to do, and you can just kind of leave knowing that you accomplished something, then you can be proud of that.
So the best piece of advice I've been given by a friend when playing Pokemon is being okay with losses. Something that's really helped me out is seeing like, it's not really truly a loss unless you can't learn from it. And so even through your losses, like, oh man, my attack didn't do as much damage. Great, now you can use that for the next game. Or like, oh man, this opponent used a really cool Pokemon. And actually, I've been inspired by my losses to use some of my favorite Pokemon of all time. So yeah, be okay with winning, be okay with losing, because at the end of the day, it's about learning and evolving.
I started playing Pokemon 10 years ago. A lot of my friends were into it, and I don't know, the game just looked really fun. My favorite Pokemon would have to be Flygon. I like Flygon a lot. It just looks so cool, and I'm a big fan of Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire, those games. The furthest I've traveled to play Pokemon would probably be down to LAIC, Brazil. Not this year, but in years past, I'd say. I would say the person I look up to most in the competitive scene is Michael Zhang, a player who thinks very differently about the game, a good friend of mine. The highest I've ever placed at a Pokemon event would have to be getting first at a regional tournament. That's the best I've done. I've done it 3 times, but always looking to do better. Internets, Worlds. I try to eat something simple, something easy. I love a burrito. I don't know. I might not finish the whole thing, but you can save the rest for later. I would say between milkshakes and smoothies, I'd probably pick smoothies. I'm a big fan of boba, and you usually find boba in those. Maybe not so much in milkshakes. It's a much easier drink to have at any point in the day. I would say I really liked going to Japan. Japan was such a unique place, something so different than anywhere I've been before. And going there for the World Championships last year, it was a good time. When I listen to music, I usually like alternative stuff. I went with Sprigatito because I'm a big fan of the kitties, and I was really, excited to see what it ended up evolving to. Meowscarada is a really fun evolution. I like it a lot.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. I am back on the desk with Jake to bring you through our next round in our top cut, and we're already down to just the final couple of competitors after 2 incredible days of competition.
We're so close to the end. Andrew Ding is waiting in the finals for the winner of Luca Paz and Dylan Kleinven, 2 trainers who have very different stories coming into this event. Luca Paz is a former regional champion, winning the Liverpool Regionals a couple years ago, and Dylan is on his best event finish already, making it to the top 4 and looking to secure a spot in the finals.
But both of these trainers are also still chasing their World's invitation. Neither has an automatic invite yet from a win in a regional or a top 4 at an international, so they're both sitting at around, 500, 600 championship points. A top 4 here is certainly going to help push them towards that goal of that World Championship invite, but a win would be even better to secure that auto qualification. So a lot on the line here for both Luca and Dylan as we get ready for this top 4 match.
It's gonna be really exciting too. We have another Miraidon mirror, except instead of the Lunala mirror as well, we've got the Calyrex Ice Rider for Dylan next to the Lunala of Luca. It's cool that we have 3 Miraidon Lunala in top 4, and the 4th trainer is also running Miraidon, so it just goes to show how successful those 2 Pokemon have been this weekend. But of course, Ice Rider Calyrex always going to be a titan of any format in which it is legal. Just again, looking at Luca's accomplishments, a couple regional top 4s, a regional championship, and a top 8 this season as well.
Yeah, the top 8 is definitely something that you cannot scoff at. It's been very difficult to even just get into the top cuts of these regionals and get even more out of that. So Dylan, of course, also very grateful for the opportunity to be here, and not just his, I think, first real big top cut, but also making this an even better finish as we look towards the end of our Milwaukee Regional Championships. Luca, though, on this team, diving in a little bit deeper, we do have that choice band Urshifu. So we have a lock-in that you need to select, but also a lot more power behind each of those moves.
Very similar team to the mirror we just saw in the first top 4 match as well. I believe the same Pokemon, except a Whimsicott instead of the Grimmsnarl, so a different Prankster support Pokemon. Both have a light screen, but Whimsicott opting more for the Tailwind and Encore forms of control over the match instead of Grimmsnarl's Reflect and Thunder Wave. But of course, accompanied by that Assault Vest Miraidon with the Electric Terra, Choice Band Urshifu, like you called out, alongside the Guts Ursaluna, the Rocky Helmet Incineroar with U-Turn and Will-O-Wisp, a cool combination of moves on that Pokemon as well.
Yeah, Incineroar has been just such a key piece for a lot of these Miraidon and Lunala teams that we've seen. Incineroar just gives you a lot of that support power, but also just the ability to help out with these Intimidates, which have been very impactful. A lot of these physical Pokemon have not had clear amulets outside of maybe like the Ice Rider Calyrex or even the Koraidon. And of course, the Calyrex Ice on Dylan's side does have that clear amulet item, so you can't get those Intimidate drops on it. But what about the Ogerpon or the Iron Hands? Both very good targets for this Incineroar.
Choice Scarf Miraidon again coming out from Dylan. We didn't get to see it in his top 8 match against Joey, but something that could come in very handy here. You know they're going to be faster in the possible Miraidon mirror, especially if, you know, even if something like the Tailwind goes up, you're probably able to outspeed Pokemon like that Urshifu, maybe the Lunala, depending on how they're trained. So that speed advantage could give you an edge.
Yeah, but Dylan was very much leaning towards those Trick Room strategies when he played in that previous Top Cut match, and that Volcarona is also very important. So let's see how our trainers decide to approach this top 4 set as Dylan leads with the Miraidon and Iron Hands, and for Luca, it's going to be those Restricteds both out right away.
Notably, no Protect on either of these two Pokemon. Lunala cannot be faked out on account of its Ghost typing, but the Miraidon on Luca's side of the field is vulnerable to something like the combination of a Fake Out and a Draco Meteor from Dylan's Miraidon, which we do get to see hit the field for the first time in this tournament. Iron Hands in a pretty solid spot here as well with that Assault Vest facing down 2 special attackers. Lunala is the Terra Fairy Moonblast set, not the Power Herb Meteor Beam set that we've seen a little bit this weekend. So it's threatening super effective damage on both of these two Pokemon, but without that same type attack bonus, not going to be too much damage coming out just yet.
Miraidon knows it's under threat, so it decides to pivot out, and Incineroar now taking its place. Might be able to handle a Draco Meteor just a little bit better, but also you're getting that Intimidate drop onto the Iron Hands that got that attack boost from the Quark Drive thanks to the electric terrain. And Incineroar's going to take the Fake Out as well, so nice Rocky Helmet recoil going back over to the Iron Hands. As it's just going to be an attack into the Lunala, as Miraidon's able to do a good sizable amount, but the Moonblast back. I mean, without that Terra Fairy, it's just not going to be able to secure the KO onto this Miraidon just yet.
Breaking that Shadow Shield with an Electro Drift means that one more Electro Drift might be able to take a knockout on that Lunala, but a nice swap into the Incineroar there. You get some Rocky Helmet chip damage with that Iron Hands Fake Out, and of course you have the threat of your own Fake Out on this coming turn. So even though Miraidon has already put this Lunala in a bit of a precarious position, the Incineroar is there to protect it with a Fake Out of its own. I don't believe... Well, okay, Fergraph exists. Like, Fergraph could actually be a big deal here if Dylan did opt to bring it. That's always kind of the dance you have to do when you're facing a team that has that Fergraph on it. Is it in the back? Is my opponent going to swap it in immediately to try and block any Fake Outs?
Oh, it's actually going to be the Miraidon that switches out, though. So after getting that Electro Drift, you're going to see the Ogerpon now take its place, and maybe a little unfortunate because the Fake Out from the Incineroar is going to go ahead and break that sturdy ability on the switch-in. As the Drain Punch, though, into the Incineroar, it is super effective, but because we did see that Intimidate drop, it's not going to be dealing as much damage as what could have potentially been for this Iron Hands. Lunala also ends this turn by going for Trick Room, so now gets the speed advantage.
Speed advantage for Lunala over that Ogerpon, but the Iron Hands on Dylan's end is the naturally slowest thing on the field. Based on how these Pokemon are trained, it might be attacking before anything else thus far and might be able to take a knockout on that Incineroar with another Drain Punch. Lunala itself, though, still in a pretty solid position. Of course, the Iron Hands being at -1 attack means it might not be able to take the knockout with a Wild Charge. And of course, the Ogerpon having its sturdy broken by that Fake Out is a kind of a trade you had to make there if you were Dylan. You really didn't want that Miraidon taking any damage, but the sturdy is a big thing to lose.
Ooh, I mean, yeah, the Wild Charge. Lunala actually takes that pretty comfortably. If there's any follow-up there from the Ogerpon, then I think you're going to be in a great position if you're Dylan. But Luca gets a chance to actually preserve this Incineroar for later. U-turn, kind of one of those odd moves we were calling out on this Incineroar. A great option to have here. Just make sure that you can have that pivot for later and get your Ursaluna in basically for free. Lunala does have this Moongeist Beam, and as that targets into the Ogerpon, you actually see that it's still able to take that despite the fact that it's still a large source of damage. Is this a trade that Luca is willing to make with the Ivy Cudgel actually securing the KO onto the Lunala? You get your Ursaluna in for free, but what cost?
You've now lost your Wide Guard Lunala, and there's nothing on Luca's team that takes less than super effective damage from Earthquake, actually. So the ability to go for an Earthquake next to your teammate is now pretty reliant on going for a Terastallization. In particular, it kind of has to be this Incineroar that is the Terra Bug, which would resist ground. And unfortunately, the Miraidon is Terra Electric, so that's not an option there. Of course, the single target damage, still a huge threat from Incineroar. There's no Intimidate for Dylan, so there's not really any way to mitigate that damage. And the Terastallization still available, so the Ghost-type Terra is something you could make use of. Dylan, well, not Dylan, but I guess we saw Joey earlier trying to capitalize that against his match against Lou. But in this case, the -1 Iron Hands, probably not going to be doing too much to Ursaluna if it does end up predicting that Wild Charge. And Ursaluna now is primed to start dealing some huge damage.
I think Ursaluna would just being able to go for headlong rushes into the Iron Hands is great. Miraidon, of course, doesn't want to take that either. You still have multiple turns of Trick Room to be able to capitalize on if you are this Ursaluna. They'll decide to just take this Iron Hands, put it back, bring it back out later, actually reset those Intimidate drops that it's taken so far, as you might just have to kind of sacrifice your Miraidon here. It's already very low. It was able to get off just a couple of Electro Drifts. And so, yeah, maybe it's time when you know that Trick Room still has a couple turns to go.
I think this Miraidon is kind of the best use for it in this case. You know, Trick Room is up. It's going to be very difficult to attack with this Choice Scarf Miraidon that's very, very fast with the speeds reversed. And the Facade is able to take out the Miraidon and give Luca the 3 to 4 Pokemon advantage in this case. Trick Room still being up, I think, is still a great spot to be in. We don't necessarily know the speed interactions between the Ursaluna and the Iron Hands just yet, but the Calyrex Ice Rider has hit the field now. We'll be able to threaten this Ursaluna with those Glacial Lances. And thanks to it being a very bulky Pokemon, it's one of the few things that can somewhat comfortably take a Facade from this Guts-boosted Ursaluna.
And what's really great about Luca's position here is that called out this Incineroar as Will-O-Wisp. Well, Dylan's Calyrex is Terra Fire. You could invest that. If you're Dylan, make sure that you're going to be immune to those Will-O-Wisps, but it does make you very vulnerable to a Headlong Rush or an Earthquake.
It does. You know, you have to make sure that if you do opt to go for that Earthquake, you're essentially done with this Incineroar for the rest of the game. I believe the Ursaluna is probably going to be attacking first. I guess we don't know that for sure, but that's what you might expect on a team composition like this, as it does go straight for that Terastallization to remove the Ice-type weakness.
I can also actually see the Ice Rider maybe just even going for something like a high horsepower into this Incineroar, but it is just the Glacial Lance to get that spread damage. Very powerful Pokemon, but Incineroar does hang on from that attack. But with the Earthquake, you're going to be dealing the final blow to your own Incineroar, taking out the Ogerpon with it.
I don't know if this is a great spot for Luca anymore. I think if Trick Room doesn't run out this turn, I lost count of that myself.
There's one more turn.
One more turn. All right, so the Miraidon now is locked on the field in Trick Room against a Calyrex Ice Rider that is going to be attacking before the Ursaluna, which actually might just be knocked out by another Glacial Lance itself. So despite the Trick Room going up, being a pretty great start for Luca, we're now in a position where someone that set up the Trick Room is having it used against them. It's kind of a theme of Trick Rooms we've seen being set up on stream this weekend.
And Iron Hands coming back in can just go for the fake out into this Miraidon, at least stop it from attacking, make it a little bit easier for this Ice Rider Calyrex to actually clean up because you can't protect it. So,
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, the Trick Room looked really good. The Ursaluna was set up to do a lot of damage. You know, it got a good Earthquake off. It got a good Facade off to knock off that Miraidon. But Dylan made pretty good use of his own tools in Trick Room. We got the slow Calyrex and the slow Iron Hands. It's possible that Luca made some assumptions about the training on Dylan's Pokemon, especially that Calyrex, saying, okay, maybe I think you're a little bit faster, so I'll be able to attack first in Trick Room. And if that was the case, oh, they speed tied?
Well, there's no fake out, that's for sure. So the Facade is going to just get a clean knockout onto the Iron Hands. So it's all on this Calyrex to try to get a double KO. And it's going to be at least not able to do it to the Miraidon, but the Ursaluna is, just barely. There's going to be burn damage at the end of this turn, though. So I think Dylan just takes this game.
Looks like it. Dylan's going to go up 1-0 in this top 4 match. Am I wrong, or did the Calyrex attack first last turn? I thought it did. Maybe I just got that mixed up. So it's possible that I just flipped that in my head, but the Calyrex being able to get that final Glacial Lance off was the big difference maker. Of course, coming very close to the KO in the Ursaluna, but the burn from the Flame Orb activating Guts was enough to take it out. And again, it just comes down to that Trick Room that Lucas set up with the Lunala kind of being used against him. That Miraidon was a sitting duck against that Calyrex Ice Rider, and even if it's trained to be a little bit bulky, it's hard to survive a super effective Glacial Lance.
I feel like some Miraidon nowadays are trained to have just a little bit more defensive investment.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one definitely not, unfortunately. So that was a good KO for this Ice Rider Calyrex to take. And unfortunately for the Ursaluna, it just didn't have enough HP to actually survive to the end. But Trick Room was going to expire at the end of that turn, so the Ursaluna would have been at the mercy of this Miraidon, or the Ice Rider Calyrex regardless. But yeah, this was I feel like it was good for Luca until we saw the Trick Room turn start to go.
Thinking back too, I'm pretty sure that is a speed tie on the Calyrex and Ursaluna, because on the turn that the Incineroar got Earthquaked, the Glacial Lance barely didn't knock out the Incineroar, and then Earthquake did. And Trick Room was up. So they had to have just been speed tied and kind of flipped the orders on those 2 turns. Really good for those players to know, just knowing that, okay, maybe I thought I trained mine to be a little bit faster or slower given certain circumstances, but no matter if Trick Room is up or not, the Calyrex and Ursaluna are going to be trading back and forth in terms of who goes first.
Yeah, we'll see if Luca decides to actually go for these Trick Room turns now that we've seen that speed interaction happen. But I think for Dylan, like, I don't think you make any changes. I feel like you're okay with how that game played out. Maybe you start thinking ahead of, okay, well, if Luca's going to actually make an adjustment here, maybe I start to think ahead about how I can beat that. But I feel like a lot of these trainers have been able to find the advantage by making sure they're the ones taking the proactive plays. So Dylan is going to make an adjustment, though, for the second game. Already being up 1-0 in the series, you do have a little bit of wiggle room to do that, as Dylan's going to have the Farigiraf and the Miraidon. And this time around, Luca has decided to bench at least one restricted for now, as it's the Lunala next to the Incineroar, with this Lunala capitalizing on the electric train that Dylan has set for him.
Immediately getting that defense boost from the Electric Seed, which might not look too relevant against 2 special attackers, but Farigiraf is again running the Foul Play attack, which uses the defensive stat of the Lunala, so that will be really helpful. You know, it is a double super effective attack thanks to the dark typing, but even if the Miraidon's able to break the Shadow Shield with something like a Volt Switch or Electro Drift, one foul play shouldn't be enough to knock out that Lunala. We'll allow it to stick around and maybe get some damage out with the Moonblast, possibly save it for later for a Trick Room as well.
We're going to see a Terrestrialization invested, though. For Dylan, it's going to be the options of the Farigiraf being able to grab something like the Terra Water, or we're going to see the Miraidon just take the Terra Electric, removing its Dragon-type weakness to these Moonblasts. But even when we saw the Miraidon take the Moonblast last game, Miraidon held on pretty okay, and even able to come back in to sacrifice itself to get Dylan a better board position later. And the Electro Drift with the Terra Electric, though, actually does a sizable amount of damage. Moonblast now in return does even less because you're removing that super effective weakness. But with the foul play from the Farigiraf, it's just not enough to actually get the knockout onto the Lunala, as Will-O-Wisp now comes through from the Incineroar to burn the Miraidon. Luca really just kind of covering in case you actually saw some type of switch there. If it was a Bolt Switch from the Miraidon, you get the Will-O-Wisp onto a physical partner in the back.
I do like that Will-O-Wisp a lot. Assuming the Miraidon goes for Volt Switch was a pretty great move to be using in this situation. You do get a burn onto presumably either the Iron Hands or the Calyrex Ice Rider, which are the 2 most likely Pokemon to have in the back, and neither of which would enjoy being burned. But the Electro Drift Foul Play combo there leaves Lunala pretty vulnerable to another follow-up attack from either the Farigiraf or the Miraidon. Farigiraf here especially is in a very good spot. This Incineroar is not using a dark move, and it has the Flare Blitz U-turn and Will-O-Wisp on top of the Fake Out. So not being threatened by too much damage at all right now.
Incineroar just leaves the field. Ursaluna comes in. Well, if there's a Trick Room, that's going to be great for the Ursaluna, but Dylan can still play around this. Terrestrialization onto the Lunala is going to be important here to at least boost up some of these Moonblasts if you want to. Also removes your weakness to those foul plays. So if we do see a Farigiraf try to attack this Lunala again, it is going to be a little bit neutralized. But the Electro Drift into the Ursaluna, that's why Luca decided to switch it in, because it was going to be a great target if it was the Incineroar. And take a look at how well this Fairy Terra works out defensively. Lunala is now safe to be able to go for the Trick Room here. And now Ursaluna is positioned perfectly. Gets to come in, get that Guts activated by the Flame Orb right away, and start going after these KOs.
Perfect turn by Luca there, swapping the Ursaluna into the most likely target for that Electro Drift. Means that Miraidon is now stuck on the field against this Ursaluna, and Lunala has also stuck around to set up that possible combo of Wide Guard and Earthquake to make sure you're getting damage onto both of your opponent's Pokemon without damaging your own. Of course, you can also go straight for, more single target attacks. Facade is a huge threat here. Facade is a 140 base power move after the burn on top of the Guts boost, on top of same type attack bonus. It is really, really difficult to take Facades without losing too much of your HP, especially combined with this Lunala, which is now threatening with boosted Moonblast thanks to the Terastallization. So what was a rough start to the game for Luca has now turned into a pretty great position where this Ursaluna is primed to start taking KOs.
Wonder how this Fergraph is going to fare. I mean, you have the Electric Seed that does boost up your defense just a little bit to be able to maybe help out versus something like this Ursaluna. But you're right, Facade has been so good in this format because of just how many KOs it's actually able to get, or what can actually switch into it. We're going to see Dylan make the choice to remove the Miraidon from the field to try to stall out a couple turns of Trick Room. And this Ogerpon is going to take its place to take this Facade. But I mean, like, it's not very effective. And you basically bring the Ogerpon down to its Focus Sash. Dylan is free to reverse the Trick Room, though.
That's a really nice play for Dylan there, swapping the Ogerpon in, especially because that Sturdy will make sure it doesn't get one-hit KO'd. That is a resisted Facade, by the way, doing that much damage to the Ogerpon, but as long as the Ogerpon sticks around, it is now threatening a really powerful Ivy Cudgel into this Incineroar. Cannot Terastallize away from that weakness as Lunala already has, and more importantly, Ivy Cudgel is not a contact move. Ogerpon is in range for being knocked out by a Rocky Helmet recoil damage, but if you use Ivy Cudgel into Incineroar, you don't actually take that recoil, and combined with something like Helping Hand might be enough for a KO. Nothing, well, Urshifu is there actually, is a nice rock resist in play for Luca, but it's a really rough position to be in still.
Yeah, we're actually going to see the Incineroar get removed once again as Lunala, already at very low HP, takes the field and is going to provide an okay partner here for this Ursaluna, I think. As we see the Helping Hand onto Dylan's Ogerpon, the Ogerpon just goes for the Ivy Cudgel to secure the KO onto the Lunala. It would have been nice to be able to get that targeted into the Incineroar, but Luca understands. I think this Lunala has done what it needs to in this game, and I've really got to start thinking ahead towards the rest of the end of game number 2. Earthquake now from the Ursaluna. Pretty good to at least get the KO onto the Ogerpon and remove that rock-type threat for the Incineroar, and just do a little bit of damage there to that Fergraph.
I think a worthy sacrifice that Lunala served as this turn. Since Trick Room did get reversed, and since it was at such low HP, it would have been knocked out by almost any attack from the remainder of Dylan's Pokemon. So at this point, you were not setting up Trick Room again as much as you wanted to. Urshifu does replace it, though. We are seeing this Choice Band Urshifu come out for Luca for the first time on stream. Is threatening some pretty big damage with that Choice Band Surging Strikes, which would be able to bypass the defense boost from the Electric Seed on the Farigiraf. But the Miraidon is the fastest thing on the field still with that Choice Scarf, and you are being threatened by a very powerful Electro Drift. You can't possibly go for Aqua Jet to try and get some damage off before you get knocked out thanks to the Armor Tail.
And you can't protect either because you are Choice Band locked. So this Miraidon could just continue to go for Electric Drifts. Incineroar's not going to want to take that either. You could see Luca hovering to see just how many turns of Electric Terrain were left. This Ursaluna can still go for damage because Dylan has to make the choice. Do you want to just use the Miraidon now to just go for these electric type attacks? Or do you want to actually try to make sure that you have some move that you can lock into to deal with this Ursaluna? There's still a 4th Pokemon there for Dylan, so that's why we see the Helping Hand into the Volt switch to go into the Urshifu, and it's a one-hit knockout. So Dylan gets a chance to use an electric type attack for that super effective damage, secure the KO, and change that move later as Dylan gets to reveal that 4th and final here.
I think the Helping Hand there just covering in case the Incineroar swapped in there to make sure that it gets knocked out. Calyrex will be the final Pokemon for Dylan, so it will have to take an attack from this Ursaluna as it swaps in. As we've seen, the speed interactions here are a little bit weird, so this Facade, after it does a big chunk of damage, sets up this Calyrex for a possible knockout on following turns. Incineroar will be the remaining Pokemon for Luca here, so it's going to be, that Incineroar coming in with the Intimidate. Again, Armor Tail cannot allow the use of Fake Out here for Incineroar, so there's no Fake Out pressure for the remainder of this game. Now it's a 3-2, but this Miraidon can only lock into one attack for the rest of the game as well.
I still think it's a really tough position for Luca to be in. Like, this Incineroar can do a lot, but with its move choices, you don't even have knockoff. You just look at U-turn, Flare Blitz as your damage options. U-turn's not going to get you any sort of pivot. It's just going to be doing damage. And for the Will-O-Wisp as well, you can burn the Calyrex that is an option, but the Calyrex is going to protect on this turn, and we'll have to see what the Fergraph can make do of the rest of this situation. Foul play into the Ursaluna is still going to do a pretty good amount as the Flare Blitz just misses the mark there because the Calyrex protects.
Ursaluna has the chance to fire off an attack here, and it will be the Facade into the Fergraph. Thanks to the +1 defense, might have been able to take that, but the critical hit comes through and knocks out this Fergraph. And now, Rosemary, we might be in a situation where Speed Tie is going to decide the game. Miraidon comes back in here, probably with that Electric Terra, is able to one-hit KO this Incineroar, and then it comes down to, does the Ice Rider Calyrex or the Ursaluna attack first?
Well, the Miraidon is certainly going to be the fastest thing for now. And so, I feel like in this position, you need to lock into Draco Meteor, no?
Possibly, yeah. I don't know. If you lock into Electro Drift, you do, the game just hinges on the Speed Tie. If you lock into Draco Meteor, you give yourself the option to keep attacking with one of your Pokemon. The Double Protect, though!
The Double Protect onto the Calyrex means that you just have another attack negated, but the Draco Meteor misses in return. So the Ursaluna is not going to get knocked out on this turn, despite the fact that the Incineroar was trying to go for the Flare Blitz into the Calyrex. What a turn! Ursaluna is going to go for Earthquake, and it actually is going to attack the Incineroar next to it, as well as the Miraidon on the other side. And so two knockouts for this Ursaluna, and it's just Calyrex versus Ursaluna at the end of this game.
You were right, Draco Meteor would have been a great lock there because it would have forced the Incineroar to kind of 1v2 the rest of this game, especially with that double protect. But the miss on Draco Meteor means it is now down to the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Ursaluna once again.
Oh my gosh, at least you know that this Glacial Lance would be super effective into the Calyrex, but this Ursaluna is certainly packing a 1-2 punch, and the Calyrex moves. It's gonna get the Glacial Lance to the Ursaluna, finish it off, and Dylan Kleinven moves on to the finals of the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
What a great set. Dylan showing that Ice Rider Calyrex is still the one to beat, even with the surge in Miraidon and Lunala. Wide Guard is not enough to stop this Ice Rider from Glacial Lancing its way all the way into the finals. And Dylan has set himself up a date with Andrew Ding in the finals of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. How exciting.
Wow, what a finish to the final game. I can't believe the Draco Meteor miss. I was like, well, the Double Protect is wild. And then you've got the miss of the Draco Meteor, and I guess, all came down to that final 1v1.
It really did. I mean, let's think if the Draco Meteor did connect, but also the double protect didn't happen. The Incineroar and the Miraidon would be the last two Pokemon remaining. At -2 special attack, I doubt Miraidon's able to win it KO the Incineroar.
True.
Flare Blitz might be able to KO the Miraidon, so then we're going to a game 3, but the combination of the double and the miss on Draco Meteor made that much more interesting in the very end.
It sure did. I love how the Electric Seeds both came into play for the Lunala as well as the Fergraph. I think Dylan played really well around the use of this Choice Scarf from the Miraidon, and you can kind of see why the Choice Scarf has been such a critical key to success here, especially in the Miraidon versus Miraidon. You always know yours is faster.
Yeah.
You can see how the Helping Hand was really making sure that you could make up for the lack of choice specs.
Exactly.
So yeah, just a great choice and great team building decisions here from Dylan.
The Helping Hand and the Electric Terra itself also are great substitutes for those choice specs. They're both the same multiplier, I believe, so you're getting that same 50% boost solely to those electric type attacks in terms of the Electric Terra. But with the Choice Scarf, you get the boast of both speed and special attack, and that can set up your Miraidon to be a huge threat. Especially, even we saw Trick Room go up, and the Miraidon that was faster, that team was still winning, and so it's really nice to see the way that this speeds are set on those two restricted Pokemon. We often talk about speed sandwiches, where you have a really fast one and a really slow one to make sure you're going first no matter what. And we saw the Trick Room, be more advantageous for Dylan in that match.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, even just outside of this particular match versus Luca, the first time that we saw Dylan in this top cut, I was just really excited about how Dylan was capitalizing on a lot of this positioning as well. I think something that we were already seeing formulate in Regulation I with the double restricteds is it's position-based, but it's also fast. Like, one small little misstep is going to be a difference maker for a lot of these games going in one direction or another. And so I think for Dylan, just buying yourself a little bit more time with a fake focus sash on the Ogre Pond with Sturdy, just having the additional chip damage from the Volcarona Rocky Helmet, having that small chance to actually get a burn if you make a contact move with Flame Body.
Yeah.
I think really, like, great team building. I can see people picking this up and utilizing it later.
It's a great way to make sure the restricted Pokemon are getting, the most value they can out of any given game. Even though we saw, I believe, the Ogre Pond swap into an attack and have the Sturdy broken in both games, it was still a really important piece of the puzzle there. We saw the Ivy Cudgel threaten being a huge source of damage there, and it essentially forced Luca to sacrifice that Lunala, about midway through that second game, especially considering the Armor Tail from Farigiraf, another great way to keep your Pokemon attacking as much as they can. Can't get hit by Fake Outs or any other priority moves. It's a great way to enable some of these really powerful Pokemon.
Well, what a great top 4 match to get us ready for the grand finale of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll find out whether it's going to be Dylan Kleinvan or Andrew Ding who takes home that regional championship title.
Kind of hard because most of my family knows already about it, but I know there's some that usually don't travel with me, so I'll probably just let them know that I won Worlds. My favorite Pokemon, it's a tie between Mousehold and Tatsugiri. I just think they're cute. The farthest is probably just Japan for the World Championships in 2023. Honestly, not really. I've been playing for a while, so it's I feel like I'm equal to most of the people. I don't really like to view people above me or below me, so everyone to me is just equal. I think I'm usually just a morning person, just because usually nowadays I just wake up really early, so it just allows me to just do whatever in the morning, just an early start to the day. My favorite food is usually just any kind of sandwich, like a ham sandwich or something, and then French fries usually. I would not want to face off against Smeargle because I feel like whenever I face one, I always have a hard time with it. And I feel like I have a pretty negative record against it. So I think my favorite city I think it's still the Yokohama in 2023. I definitely liked how the whole area was decorated Pokemon too, so I think that also helped to making me like it a lot more. Honestly, I don't really have a certain type of music I listen to. Honestly, I just let the playlist play and just whatever goes on, I just listen to. So I'm not too picky with the type of music I listen to. That's a hard one. I think I like Mew just because I like the fact that I can learn almost every move.
It's time to kick off our Pokemon North America International Championships. And we're about to kick things off across Pokemon GO,
and we dream bold. Unknowns and heroes among us, going for the ultimate
Pokemon UNITE.
They came from all over, every one of us with a different story. Competition unites us. Now it's time to claim your glory.
The Pokemon trading card game.
We have the same mission, so let the games begin.
And the Pokemon video game.
Gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win. Let's go. Come on. We came to win.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO.
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime capture. Andrew Hedrick taking the win. Patrick through the paralysis and with a critical hit takes the win.
It's a lot of practice and getting a lot of games in with your team, feeling comfortable with it, and it really helps to have people alongside you to help with the team building and also helping you get more games in so you know what to play when.
So I scrim with my teammates and then as well with my friends. I think it's really good to be comfortable with the team that you're using and the individual Pokemon as well, so your understanding of the matchups and how you can capitalize off of each of their, specialties and typings.
You just need to put a lot of effort in it and work and do a lot of practicing to get better. And When you get better, you just keep competing, and then you get even better, and you could win regionals or worlds, so yeah.
So I like to work with my team building group here in SoCal and really have a good time just iterating back and forth with them. And I like to use mons that I'm comfortable with. And so building 6 and running through them to make sure I know my matchups into everything that I could face at a tournament, or expect to anyway.
I think one of the biggest things to prep for upcoming tournaments is doing practice tournaments. So servers like Flash tournaments, Inadequance has a server called Candle Cults where he hosts practice tournaments, and getting into the rhythm of show 6, pick 3, which is really, really different from GBL where you only have 3 Pokemon to choose from. Having 6 potential choices, it means you have 180 different combinations of Pokemon that you can bring to the table. So getting that practice against other players playing that same format is so critical. And then I like to adjust my team based on which teams of 6 that I see. So that's how I like to prepare.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm in a very interesting part of the regional championships. We're actually at the fan experience area, and I'm joined by one of the organizers, Stacky. How are we doing today?
We're doing great. It's a lovely day.
That's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about the fan experience area?
So the fan experience area is for anybody. It is a free experience. We have board game tournaments. There is no prizing, but we do it for fun, or you can just check it out. We also have origami classes that are done every hour on the half an hour. Things like this. We have instructions and instructor, and then we also have coloring, and anybody can do coloring. We have bookmarks and just coloring pages.
That's awesome stuff. I'm definitely going to have to do that Metapod origami. It looks a little bit tough, but I'm sure you guys can guide me. Wait, yeah, do you tell me about the people that come here? Are there a lot of kids, a lot of parents?
There's a little bit of everything. There are some loners, there are some families, adults, pretty much anything in between.
That's awesome to hear. There's definitely a lot of artists there back behind me. How about we check out a couple of artwork while we're here? All right, I have all my artists here with me. How about you show us all your drawings? Point at the wall, wave it up there. Yeah, all right. I just have one question here for everyone. Are we having fun in the Milwaukee Regional Championships? Amazing stuff to hear. A lot of fun here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, but we're gonna throw it back for more Pokemon action.
Do you want to be legendary? Do you got what it takes to win here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships? That is the question we are asking our 2 final trainers remaining in the Masters Division of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Andrew Ding and Dylan Kleinvin will answer that question right as we get set up for the final, Sierra.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun one. Going into this weekend, we've gotten to see top trainers square off. And in the end, these are the 2 best players remaining. Dylan Kleinvin, someone who has been getting results at events, but haven't really been someone that we've been featuring. And then Andrew Ding on the other end is someone that has gotten these results, is someone that we've gotten to see on the stage before, and having the opportunity to just return, take down the event, easy peasy, right?
We will be crowning a new regional champion this season with their guaranteed spot in the Anaheim World Championships later this summer. Either Dylan or Andrew. There are some commonalities between these 2 teams, right? In the Miraidon choice of Restricted, it's the difference between Lunala and Calyrex Ice Rider as the secondary Restricted.
Looking at the achievements, there's definitely some great achievements on both ends, but the one important achievement I want to talk about is for both of these players, you need some great championship points at this event to help you towards that World's invite. For Andrew, he actually doesn't have any, right? But for the winner of this match, you are not just going to be crowned the Milwaukee Regional Champion, you are going to earn an auto qualification for the World Championships, and I think that is going to be a really big factor into this match between 2 teams that both have a lot of strengths that we've really gotten to see throughout the tournament. We'll start with Dylan here. Miraidon, 7 out of 8 in the top cut. Not surprising here. I love this set though. Instead of going for the Assault Vest for the longevity, the Choice Specs for the damage, you go for the Choice Scarf. We are not playing speed ties around here. We're going to make sure our Miraidon goes first. But you have a faster and a slower mode to this team. The Calyrex Ice Rider for the Trick Room, Farigiraf Iron Hands as well.
Yes, and the supportive Pokemon like Farigiraf, like Ogerpon Cornerstone, even the Volcarona with Rage Powder, you have double redirection, right? In a team like this where it's really about succeeding with Miraidon or Calyrex Ice Rider, having 2 separate redirectors in Ogerpon and Volcarona are going to help you to get your success. Helping Hand also from the Farigiraf, stopping priority attacks, stopping fake out, right? Helping Hand Glacial Lance is certainly very, very difficult to endure that hit.
A lot of pieces here to protect these 2 restricted Pokemon in the battle. Looking on Andrew's end, there's also a lot of key pieces to be protecting these Pokemon, but instead you're looking at the Grimmsnarl with the screens to achieve that. Reflect, Light Screen, no matter the situation, Grimmsnarl has got you covered. Thunder Wave as well, a really nice way to be able to slow down the pace. You have to worry about paralysis, all of that other stuff. And this is the Miraidon that we were talking about in comparison, that Assault Vest, something to also help you survive those hits and Snarl to slow things down. But don't be, alarmed. There's also some really powerful attacking options on this team too. The Ursaluna has been one of the biggest Pokemon of this weekend, really finding a great home in this meta. And when you're looking at this Earthquake and the Headlong Rush to really pressure the other team, that has been really nice. I think the only real thing about this Pokemon is the speed tiering can be a little awkward sometimes, but that's where the Lunala, that's where the Trick Room comes in. And if Dylan wants to go for a Trick Room situation, then Ursaluna is still something that can really kind of just catch him off guard, and that could be a really key piece for Andrew here.
Yeah, both of these trainers have access to Snarl on their Miraidon, so there are ways to lower the opposing special attackers, those restricted Pokemon, lower their damage, and of course Grimmsnarl can lower both physical and special attacking damage. But it's finally time. It's been a great weekend, a great introduction to Regulation I with our double restricted format, and let's crown a champion. Andrew Ding, Dylan Kleinvin, Andrew with Miraidon and Grimmsnarl versus Dylan with Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon.
And Dylan is looking for early momentum in this match. You're not just bringing one restricted out to party, you have both. And this again is going to be then the situation for Andrew where you have to decide what you prioritize more. Is it that Reflect for the Calyrex, or is it going to be that Light Screen? We've seen a lot more of the times that the Grimmsnarl opts to go for this Light Screen to make sure the Miraidon's kept a little bit more in check, especially too with a really powerful attack from the Miraidon that can threaten. But again, Assault Vest version for this Miraidon means it's not going to be quite as powerful as a couple of the other ones out there, but Terastallization right away to get this started.
Yeah, immediately on turn 1, neither player switching any of their opponents or any of their Pokemon, just wanting to get into the battle, wanting to throw down with this Choice Scarf Terra Electric Miraidon on Dylan's end. And Andrew's going to respond in kind with a Terastallization of his own on his own Miraidon. They're both Terra Electric, however, we know the speed advantage is on Dylan's side because of that Choice Scarf held item, boosting Dylan's Miraidon speed by 1 stage at the cost of having to lock into 1 attack. Reflect from this Grimmsnarl is going to mitigate the physical damage for the next 8 turns that Dylan is going to output there. There's the Volt Switch into Grimmsnarl. It is not enough for the 1-hit KO, so you're going to need the Glacial Lance to be able to secure that KO. The question is Andrew potential Draco Meteor, potential Electro Drift into the Calyrex? Is Dylan going to get the chance to Glacial Lance that Grimmsnarl?
Again, both of these Miraidons aren't the Choice Specs, so the damage isn't going to be quite as great, but at the end of the day, it's still a Miraidon, and at this point, you have the Terastallization into the Electro Trade. You have the terrain, so now seeing this Electro Drift.
There it is, Electro Drift, but into which spot? On the switch in Ogerpon, or no, into the Calyrex Ice Rider, and it hangs on with 13 HP in the red Calyrex. Will Glacial Lance into both of Andrew's Pokemon, KOing the Grimmsnarl and getting solid chip damage onto Miraidon, getting 1 boost to his attack stat with that Chilling Neigh ability.
What a survival from the Calyrex. And now the Grimmsnarl has only been able to add 1 layer of screens that reflect. So when Miraidon comes back in later for Dylan, that can be a lot of damage. Pokemon goes down, so it's going to be Lunala, Andrew's other restricted, now coming to join the fray.
Yeah, Lunala has been absolutely crucial. We've seen it so successful this weekend, not just with Andrew's team composition, but every other time it has been on stream. You have access to Wide Guard to stop Glacial Lance, or you can even just try to go for a straight up attack to knock out the Ice Rider.
Yeah, and with Ogerpon, this cornerstone one, I know your favorite, joining the field, this is something that could do a lot of powerful damage. Of course, there is going to be the screen for the right here, right now of it, but there is always the possibility of these critical hits, and this Ogerpon, again, sturdy. You cannot take it down in just one hit. Just like the Lunala on the other head and the other end with that Shadow Shield, so that is also going to be a double up. Looking at the speed tierings of this all, this Calyrex Ice Rider is in a very precarious situation, so a swap here makes sense, but that means something coming in is going to take a lot of damage.
And that means Dylan is foregoing that attack increase on Calyrex Ice Rider for when it comes back in. It'll be back right down to neutral. We got to preserve it for later. So Iron Hand switching into this position. The Ivy Cudgel from Ogerpon, no critical hit, does not get the KO into Miraidon, and now a Snarl into 2 physical attackers. Really not going to matter too much there. Andrew maybe anticipating a switch in from a special attacker. Lunala, it's time to click the Trick Room and twist the dimensions. Now for the next 4 turns, the slower Pokemon will be outspeeding the fast Pokemon like Miraidon.
And so when Iron Hands joins the field, Iron Hands is something that is tending to be on the slower end. So that is something that can pressure a lot right away, especially when you're looking on the inherently speedy Miraidon on the other end. Things like the Ogerpon is going to be a little bit more awkwardly positioned, though, especially seeing how fast it was on that previous turn. It is going to be one of the slowest, if not the slowest Pokemon that we have, but it's going to be the Iron Hands first. Wild Charge, only really good for breaking a Shadow Shield, a little bit of damage, but Moongeist Beam in return.
Now that Moongeist Beam is going to be pretty solid damage into the Ogerpon, and more than enough for the KO, so you do not have to be concerned on Andrew's end about an Ivy Cudgel critical hit with Ogerpon being KO'd. Now Miraidon is able to Volt Switch out. You don't often see Miraidon moving the last of the turn, but that's because of Trick Room. It's going to be moving last. You want something maybe slower in the back on Andrew's team that can take advantage of a Trick Room, say an Ursaluna.
There is the Double Moons out on the field, the Ursaluna, as well as that Lunala, and having the Volt Switch, Ursaluna hits the field, instant Flame Orb activation. And that is going to be putting a lot of pressure now in this situation. And now there has to be a decision on Dylan's end, because Calyrex is something that's also good normally in a Trick Room, but you've taken so much damage. Miraidon is one that's going to be a little bit more hard-pressed in this situation, especially with the Choice Scarf. You do have this pressure with the Iron Hands, but that Ursaluna is kind of staring you down.
It looked like Dylan's just not having enough confidence that the Calyrex Ice Rider would underspeed or attack first under these Trick Room turns compared to Ursaluna on Andrew's end, or even the Iron Hands. Usually we see it at the high ends of speed, where a lot of them are trying to figure out their speed tiers. Here it's under Trick Room. We need to learn the attack order. Wide Guard from Andrew's Lunala is going to stop itself from taking any Earthquake damage. However, this Flame Orb Guts boosted Earthquake into both of Dylan's electric types is a double KO.
What an attack coming out from this Ursaluna. Lunala stays safe. Dylan, you cannot say the same. And now both of those Pokemon go down, and there's only one left in the back, and it's this Calyrex Ice Rider that's taken all the damage.
It's so low at this point. Even if it does get to attack first, it's not going to be able to knock out the Lunala. And Andrew is in such a commanding position at this point. Lunala is so strong, even after the Shadow Shield was broken, was still able to set up Trick Room, still getting Ursaluna onto the field, and Andrew in the spot. I mean, when you terrestrialize immediately, right, you're going to be in a different spot. When you have Terra Electric, you can't even opt out of that ground weakness.
That's one of the issues, and now Wide Guard Lunala again is going to stay safe as anything, even if there is the Glacial Lance, if you don't quite know the speed tierings, but Facade here.
That's going to be enough for the KO, and Andrew Ding's Moon Room duo has gotten him one victory away from a second regional championship.
What a match as well. Being able to set up that Trick Room aspect of the Moon Room to really enable the Ursaluna at the end. Volt Switch, you instantly get the Ursaluna in, you get the Flame Orb, and from there, it was just destruction from Andrew's end. Looking back at this match too, it was really interesting to see a couple of these same pieces like these Miraidons and how differently they're built here. And it was Andrews that was able to do so much more, even if hey, this Calyrex kind of got to stick around. It got to take down the Grimmsnarl. You had already taken so much damage, so it looked like a really cool survival in the moment. It was nice for those early moments of the match because you didn't have that Grimmsnarl to set up another layers of screens or anything else. But in the end, when it was a Trick Room situation that could have been maybe a little bit more beneficial, you just had run out of steam.
there's this somewhat of a rock, paper, scissors appeal to this trio, Sierra, of Miraidon, Lunala, and Ursaluna kind of covering each other's weaknesses. And in positions where Ice Rider or, you know, maybe Iron Hands or Miraidon might feel strong into Lunala or feel strong into other Pokemon, then the Ursaluna with the spread Earthquakes is just going to do so much damage into your two electric types, your rock type Ogerpon on the other end as well. It's almost like, where does Dylan have the damage or the damage mitigation, the damage preservation on his side to endure these super strong hits under Trick Room?
That's the difficult part, because the first thought would be terrestrialization, but again, that cannot be for the Miraidon when you are looking at that terrestrialization into the electric type. Iron Hands instead could be something that if you had saved the terrestrialization like for that, but again, into the water type, it's still just going to be neutral hits from something like that Lunala. And the rest of the Pokemon on this team, even the Calyrex Ice Rider, if you try and save that for the later game, well, that's the fire terrestrialization.
Fire, right?
That doesn't help you out.
Still weak to ground. So at this point, Ursaluna, if it is able to properly switch onto the field, I think at any point, if Dylan sees Lunala, he has to be worried at any point that immediately Ursaluna can swap onto the field, because that Shadow Shield essentially ensures, almost like a pseudo free focus sash, you're going to take less damage at full HP, that Lunala can set up Trick Room for Ursaluna.
So it's going to be if you can stop the Trick Room, which is a difficult one, or how you can navigate it. Anything, but it's time to now head into game 2 here and see the leads.
Yes, Dylan Kleinvin, with his back against the wall, wants to force a game 3 to have any chance of walking out as the Milwaukee Regional Champion. Iron Hands, Calyrex Ice Rider versus Andrews, Miraidon, and Grimmsnarl yet again.
And what a difference of lead here coming out from Dylan. When you opt into the Miraidon v Miraidon, you see the terrestrialization spent early because you kind of have to. You got a lot of damage, but again, it just wasn't quite enough. Now, Andrew does have the opportunity to go for the screen, but you do have the chance to even just go for the Trick Room. You have Fake Out on your side, and when you are staring down a faster Pokemon, that could be key. I would be worried about a Volt Switch or even just a Hard Switch into something slower in the back, knowing that you do have 2 slower Pokemon for Dylan, and a Trick Room is very tempting. So right away, a swap, and that's a Lunala sent in.
That's also a Ghost type that's not going to take any damage from Fake Out. A normal type attack gets the defense increase from the Electric Seed, activating thanks to the electric terrain being on the field. So it's going to be even stronger into these 2 physical attackers. Does not take Fake Out damage, and Grimmsnarl sets up Reflect. So really, Dylan is going to have most of his damage mitigated here. Calyrex doesn't even click Glacial Lance. He sets the Trick Room up for Andrew. Now with Iron Hands and Calyrex, they are the naturally slowest Pokemon on the field.
The Lunala is definitely a Pokemon that can survive into this Trick Room situation, but I still think when you look at the speed advantages, until the Ursaluna hits the field, if Andrew does have that in the back, the advantage still for Dylan in this position. Shadow Shield is intact for Lunala, so that's going to be the first step, but no Wide Guard, so this will be taking the attack.
That's right. Shadow Shield is broken. Wild Charge into Lunala that does have the Quirk Drive boost, and it still does not do a lot of damage. That's how bulky Electric Seed plus Reflect make this Lunala. There's the Spirit Break into Iron Hands. It is a critical hit. At that point, that could be absolutely massive because it looks like the follow-up on the next attack would be enough to knock it out. Does Moongeist Beam go into the Ice Rider? Yes, it's super effective, but not enough for the knockout. So at least Dylan will get one more turn with each of these 2 Pokemon. But if you think about it, I mean, it's still a very healthy Lunala, and it looks like Iron Hands will get knocked out on the next attack from the next Spirit Break.
And we get a little insight to what Dylan has brought to this match, and there is no other restricted Pokemon in sight. Miraidon has been left at home. So you are trying to take this to a game 3 with only 1 restricted Pokemon, and it is not very healthy at that. Sure, the speed is in your favor, but there's Reflect Up on the other end. You're not dealing that damage that you really need, and you are just 1 turn away from losing the only restricted you have in the match. It's Iron Hands that is going to switch, though, into this Volcarona.
There's so many mind games right now where if he wants to click Glacial Lance for any attack, any strong damage, at any point, Lunala can just click Wide Guard and negate that. For now, Grimmsnarl is just going to hit the light screen, mitigating damage from special attacks for the next 8 turns. Moongeist Beam goes into Calyrex Ice Rider's Protect. So Volcarona does get to sit on the field very safely, not taking any damage. You do have access to Rage Powder to redirect away attacks and keep Calyrex safe.
It depends on what Andrew wants to go for here, because if you're, of course, you need to keep this Calyrex safe. This is protect this Calyrex. And if you go for the Rage Powder and attack with the Calyrex, if all of a sudden Andrew just sets up this Wide Guard and you've gone for something like the Glacial Lance, which would have been your best attack probably in that situation, that is not going to gain you any momentum. But Calyrex, another way to protect it, switch it out for Rigorath, is going to be joining us.
Fergrath with an electric seed of its own. This was kind of, Fergrath was doing Lunala's job before you were allowed to have a second restricted on your team last regulation with the psychic type electric seed trick room access as well. Ursaluna swaps into that Grimmsnarl spot, and there's a wide guard. That's not going to matter here since the Calyrex Ice Rider had swapped out. So no damage from Andrew's end of the field. Will just be Volcarona firing off a fiery dance into the Lunala spot, bringing it down to half HP. Special attack increase on the fiery dance as well for this Volcarona, but Andrew does activate that Flame Orb for Ursaluna.
So this Ursaluna is something, especially now that we are still having a one more turn of Trick Room, can output a lot of damage. Volcarona getting that boost is going to be nice, but will you be able to really take advantage of it? That's going to be the big question here. If this Ursaluna gets to attack, you have 2 full health Pokemon, so that could be a nice little thing for this moment. But again, the Fergrath doesn't have Protect, so if you do think that this Ursaluna is just straight up underspeeding you, the Volcarona is the only thing that can really protect past this turn.
Volcarona will protect in this final turn of Trick Room to keep itself completely healthy. Want to hold on to that special attack boost, and Ursaluna does not care. Will Facade into the Farigarath. Foul play into this boosted defense on the Lunala is just not enough to take it out. Will get the damage back into Farigarath, who is in the red. Dylan is slowly but surely losing HP at this point. All of his Pokemon, as Trick Room finally expires, they've all, except for Volcarona, taken very heavy damage.
And this is what's going to be really tough about this situation, because you've taken so much damage. Trick Room is no longer up, which is good for the Volcarona.
That's great for Miraidon when it switches back in.
Yeah, it's good for the Volcarona, but it's kind of bad for everything else on Dylan's team, and Andrew's going to be the one that profits. If a Pokemon gets KO'd at this point, it's a Miraidon that can run away with the match. So Volcarona goes first. That will claim a KO.
Yep, does get the knockout thanks to that first special attack increase. Now Volcarona is going to pick up a second. Wow, we're at it. +2 special attack on this full HP Volcarona. And the foul play into Ursaluna. That's a pretty high attack, but it actually doesn't help out there because of how Burn operates. Facade with the one-hit KO into Volcarona, and now Dylan has lost his sweeper with that +2 special attack. I feel like that was the way for Volcarona to try to take this game, but it's gone.
Yeah, the foul play is not doing the damage. You don't have the speed. Calyrex hits the field. It doesn't have the health either, and maybe you protect something, you allow a Pokemon to go down, you bring the Iron Hands in for a fake out, but then it's still what you're able to do past there, and I think Andrew just has too much momentum in this position, and with Lunala going down, Andrew again was the player that brought 2 restricteds into this fight, and now this Miraidon sitting there on the field. I think the only one thing is, hey, this Miraidon doesn't actually have the Dazzling Gleam, but when I'm staring down all of these Pokemon, I really don't know if that one's going to matter in the end.
Yeah, there's such low HP at this point that any type of attack would be enough to knock it out. Calyrex will protect itself on this turn, allowing the Electro Drift goes into that protected slot there. So now up to Farigarath to attack next, or the Ursaluna getting the Facade before Farigarath even attacked. Farigarath can't even get any more chip damage before it goes down. Dylan down to his final 2 Pokemon, and they're heavily damaged.
An opportunity to get back into this, especially with Tyrion, maybe go for a Trick Room, maybe be able to underspeed, maybe any sort of momentum. But now Farigarath goes down. Calyrex was good for that turn of the game, so Iron Hands will be allowed to hit the field. You get the Cork Drive, but notably as well, you're going to get the Fake Out on this turn. This is going to be your one turn to try and get as much momentum as possible. But again, when we're looking at this Calyrex that doesn't really have boosts, how much damage are you going to be able to do into the Miraidon? If you can Fake Out and do enough, well, there might be a way.
Dylan has to hope on hope at this point that this Iron Hands with the Quark Drive boost will be able to do enough to force a Game 3, but his back is certainly against the wall right now. Grimmsnarl swapping into that Miraidon position here to take the damage instead. Finally, time to terrestrialize in this game. Looks like the Ursaluna turning into a ghost type. You do not want to take super effective fighting damage from the Iron Hands on the other side. So now that's going to be, and also Glacial Lance would be super effective. So very smart defensive terrestrialization out of Andrew. The fake out goes into Grimmsnarl, who didn't even attack this turn, just swapped in. Glacial Lance into both, but because of the reflect, Grimmsnarl and Ursaluna will hang on. Ursaluna is going to knock out everyone else on the field, and Andrew Ding walks into Milwaukee with a crazy weekend, a crazy team, and he will leave it punching his ticket to Anaheim.
And what a crazy set, and so dominant throughout. This Moonroom team being able to take advantage of the twisted dimensions, but also have the fast Pokemon. At any point in this match, it was so clean for Andrew, and just huge congratulations. That was so well played. Such a deserving regional champion.
That was a commanding victory from Andrew. He felt so confident. Obviously, his entire tournament getting into the top cut, clearly playing at such a high level. One of the best trainers in North America for sure. But the kind of the battle he went through to get to this position in finals, winning the mirror match against Carson in top 4, it was almost like, okay, Carson has passed the baton, right? Carson beat Marcus with the mirror match to win the regional. Now Carson's passed it on to Andrew to take the title home, and they'll both be making it to Worlds.
To actually come into this event too with no championship points, we have, well, I guess now only one more regional left. This was the second last NA regional that we've had this season. It's a brand new format. You show up, you dominate this new format, and you get your Worlds invite. This was just spectacular through and through. And without this, like throughout this match too, the adjustments that Dylan made, I love the thought process here, and you do not have to bring growth restricteds into a fight, but unfortunately, especially with these speed series, you have limited turns in this Trick Room situation, and you're facing down an Ursaluna that had just never stopped putting on this pressure. The Pokemon had just taken so much damage that as soon as this Trick Room was done, Andrew was just able to clean up the match, and he didn't even have to. We were talking about the Miraidon being able to clean up the match. Ursaluna is all it took.
The real restricted cleaned up the game, exactly. I mean, honestly, congratulations to Andrew. I think that really is the story of the weekend. It's how strong Ursaluna is, and the stronger Miraidon gets in this format, obviously, the stronger the value. It seemed as if Ursaluna didn't even care as to which dimension it was operating in. It was great under Trick Room. It was great under normal dimensions as well.
If you can't KO it, it's going to KO you, or it's going to underspeed you in the Trick Room. It does not care. It literally just does not care. It does its own thing, which is just taking names, taking KOs, and that's about it.
So what are you, I mean, as we're just sitting here kind of, you know, excited to see and excited to get Andrew's words on this victory and celebration. Like, I'm just trying to see how this metagame is going to develop. It's not as if, like, I don't want to overstate that this came out of nowhere, right? Obviously, in grassroots tournaments leading up to this event, our first official Regulation I event, there were very common that Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider, or Miraidon and, you know, Koraidon, or Miraidon and Lunala. Like, we knew there were really strong restricteds, but Andrew is really the first person to solidify his core, his duo, as the team that's on top.
So what is, like
what's your thoughts going, how the meta's going to evolve?
Oh, how it's going to evolve is such a big question, because already going into this event, there was a lot of meta adaptations that I didn't quite foresee. Miraidon going away from being so bulky and maybe even as speedy. A lot of conversations was you kind of need to be outspeeding, etc. But going more into bulky builds, sometimes going further on into the meta, we get to see the meta start off really powerful, strong, and fast, and then kind of slow down into more bulky, more balanced. But we got to see a lot more of these balancing, more slow teams from the get-go, which then, do we get to see the continuation of that going forward, which seems counterintuitive to having really powerful restricteds? Or is it going to be someone in the future that just has a priority moves or like a tailwind and just dominates? Like, there's so many questions, and I don't know, I'm really liking this format so far. I think if somebody gets caught up on usage stats and is like, oh, it's all restricted and all this, they're missing out, because a lot of these were just built so differently. This was really fun to like experience it all. Like, that's, I think that the format's just going to be great. I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a very complex format, and even if you're using the same Pokemon, right? We've seen Choice Specs Miraidon, we've seen Choice Scarf Miraidon, and the Assault Vest Miraidon winning with Snarl, other ones with Draco, right? Other ones with just Dragon Pulse. It's just, even if you're using the same Pokemon, it's the same argument with Incineroar or Shifu or Rillaboom. Just because they're the same on the team doesn't mean they're operating the same. And I think the most impressive aspect of Andrew's victory is he won a regional with Urshifu and he never even brought it. You never saw Urshifu on the stream at all in all his matches.
Yeah, Urshifu is a weird one, because there was a lot of players that brought it. There's a lot of teams that had it.
Very popular, but what are you going to do when there's 42% of the field has a Miraidon on the other end?
I'm sure it was used out in the field. I'm sure there's a reason for the Urshifus to be here. It's just we didn't get to witness it. We didn't get to see it. And I know there's going to be someone out there in the crowd like, yes, I didn't get to see your Shifu. But now we get to look over at the top 8. And again, if you are caught up on the pure usage stats of Miraidon's at 42%, oh no, you are missing out, because this top 8, sure, this is 7 out of 8 Miraidons, but tell me where these teams look the same minus, you know, the mirror. But besides that.
Exactly. I mean, Joey's Miraidon team is completely different with Ho-Oh and 3 Iron, future Paradox Pokemon. That's very different than how Andrew and Carson's version of this team operated, and different from how Paul and Alex Underhill's version of this core operates.
And shout out to Jonathan Quinones, which is the only player who did not have a Miraidon here in the top cut. Congratulations, love to see it. Someone had to get it done for the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Terrapagos, but Miraidon just proving that no matter what iteration of the team it is, just a little too powerful for this event.
And I really do enjoy Dylan's team construction. I think Volcarona also had kind of a glow up this weekend. Some very solid performances in many different stream matches, but just unfortunately, with that redirection, or with Cornerstones Follow Me, or with Fergaraf stopping priority, there's nothing to stop an Earthquake. There's nothing to stop the facade on the other end, especially when Andrew's keeping his own team healthy with the screens from Grimmsnarl.
Another reason we really get to see Pokemon like Lunala just really do so well in this double restricted format, having something like the wide guard. So whether you are wide guarding and then also using Earthquake on your own team so you don't take damage and to protect against your Pokemon's move, or if you just have a Lunala, no Ursaluna, but can protect yourself up against something like these Earthquakes. Lunala has also proved its weight in gold this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Andrew Ding on this victory. I think it's been an exciting week, and I was so excited to come back to Milwaukee after we skipped it out last year. Now it's been 3 of the last 4 years we've had a Milwaukee Regional Championships, one of my favorite cities. Absolutely. Your first time in Milwaukee. How's the weekend been for you?
It's been awesome. It used to be Madison Regionals back in the day, which is the only time I got to attend. And then that was just such an amazing time. Like, I have the highest regard for the Madison Regional Championships that I got to attend. So I was already coming into this weekend like, Milwaukee, I'm sure is cool, right? But no, this like exceeded expectations. This has been so fun. Everyone has been so nice. The format has been amazing. You guys are all amazing. The crowd has been awesome. Like, this has just been a great weekend overall.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a fantastic time. I think it's been a great introduction into the Regulation I format. You always wonder when when the Regulation G started, we said, what's it going to look like in Anaheim? And we just had no idea. Now we have no idea in Hawaii. Now we have no idea what Anaheim is going to look like, but it's certainly going to be fun. We are ready to head on over to the stage for our award ceremony. So Gabby, please get us excited.
Thank you so much, Joe. And thank you to everybody here in the hall and everybody at home for joining us for what has been an incredible regional championships here in Milwaukee. So let's hear a round of applause for everybody. I think you all did a fantastic job this weekend. All right, but without further ado, I'd love to introduce you to our regional finalist, Dylan Kleinven. Dylan, congratulations again on your finalist placement. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels so good. I was not expecting anything close to this, and so finalist, I'll take it.
What has been your favorite moment from the weekend so far?
Honestly, just getting to soak it all in up on stage. I'd never been on the live stream before, so finally getting that opportunity and then being surprised with 3 back-to-back opportunities. That's probably my favorite.
All right, and if you had to pick one Pokemon for your team as your most valuable Pokemon for the weekend, who would that be?
Oh, so easy. Volcarona. Brought it to almost every game, did exactly what I wanted it to do. I love that Pokemon now.
Amazing. Well, Dylan, now that you're our regional finalist, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Oh, shout-outs to all my friends, Mitch, Tyler, Mac. They were all here in the front row. Toria, Ed, my fiance Katie right there filming me. Everybody who helped me build this team. I love them all. I mean, I couldn't have done it without them.
Awesome. Well, Dylan, congratulations for your accomplishment. Let's hear it one more time for our regional finalist, Dylan Kleinven. All right, and now, without further ado, your 2025 Milwaukee Regional Champion, Andrew Ding. Andrew, congratulations. I noticed on your accomplishment slide, you only had one accomplishment, regional champion. I think you're going to add something else there now, right?
Yeah, 2 regionals now.
How does it feel?
It feels good. I honestly was planning on taking this entire season off, and so this is my first event since Worlds, and I wasn't planning on going to Worlds this year or anything, but I guess I'll go to Worlds now.
I mean, it's pretty awesome that you came here, considering that you won. If you had to pick a most valuable Pokemon on your team from the weekend, who would that be?
Ursaluna.
And why is that?
It just does so much damage, and a lot of Pokemon, especially like Miraidon and stuff, in the current format don't have a way to protect, and so if you can set up Trick Room, it's really easy to just set up positions where you can pin your opponent. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, 2-time regional champion is quite the accomplishment. Do you have any advice for anybody at home who's hoping to reach those heights?
Find a good friend who's good at team building, because I'm not very good at team building, but my friend Shiling is very good, and so shout out to him for the team.
All right, and any other shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, just all the boys who are watching, and Izzy for making the team.
Awesome. Well, let's hear it one more time for your 2025 Milwaukee Regional Champion, Andrew Ding. All right, Andrew, thank you so much. And that's it for me here from Milwaukee. Let's go back to the lounge to wrap things up.
Thank you, Gabby, and congrats to Andrew Ding, your 2025 Milwaukee Regional Champion. I'm Jake Muller here with Rosemary, Sierra, and Joe to close out the day. And what a fantastic weekend of Pokemon it has been.
New format? Pretty exciting. I feel like we got treated to some incredible matches, a lot of variety, so I'm hyped to see what Regulation I is going to bring next.
It has been such a time. Obviously, going into a new format, you never really know what to expect. But going into it, there's a lot of expectation. Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, a little centralized, and that is the exact opposite of what we got. We never know what was going to happen, and a lot of different builds than maybe we've gotten accustomed to in Regulation G, really showing that an old dog can learn new tricks, and it was just a great weekend overall.
Yeah, I absolutely learned a lot of information this weekend on this new format and what duos are viable and what. It's not even just about restricteds. It's also about those supplementary other Pokemon, Ursaluna, or even the Grimmsnarl as well on Andrew's team, right? It's not just about restricteds.
Of course, and also crazy to hear from Andrew. He was planning on taking this season off, decides to show up to one regional, and then accidentally qualifies for Worlds.
What
a story.
That's my favorite story. I wasn't going to attend this event, and then I decided to last minute, and I accidentally won.
Oops, guess I'm going to Anaheim.
My bad.
Well, as we take a look at our 2025 schedule, it is getting down to it, you guys. There are only 2 more events before the World Championships here in North America. 1 more regional, and of course, NAIC.
Oh, man. So weird to be looking at this calendar and so many different events that have been grayed out already. Can't believe we are just a couple of events away from seeing all of our top competitors at the World Championships this year.
It's sneaking up on us because Portland, we're in May already, guys. I don't know about you guys. I'm still feeling like it's winter, January, and we're in May. NAIC is just over a month away. Where does the time go? Genuinely. Dialga, what are you doing?
It feels like just yesterday we were all counting in unison with Mousehold in Baltimore, and yet here we are in May already.
Now we're counting the number of protects. Somebody can get back to us.
Well, if you are over in Europe, our very next event will be the Utrecht Special Regional Championships. That will be from May 17th to 18th, so just 2 weeks away. It's one of the final events over in Europe for this season as well, so make sure to get in on the action.
And our first look at how Europe is going to tackle the Regulation I format. I want to see if there's anything that they take away from the Milwaukee Regional Championships this weekend, and maybe some new surprises that get a chance to develop the meta moving forward.
Especially with all those regional differences, because something that more so originated in Europe was stuff like the Terapagos, the Heatran, the Screamtail, and Terapagos was probably one of the least seen of the powerful restricteds from this weekend. So I'd be really intrigued to see if they're more attuned into this Pokemon, or if maybe just Regulation I is not it for this turtle.
Yeah, I expect to see a little more Rillaboom after so much Miraidon dominance, but also the tendencies of our EU player base as well. They do enjoy the good Rillaboom play.
Or Moongus.
True, or Brubonnet.
Love Brubonnet.
Of course, the next regional championship here in North America, as you may have seen on our schedule, is the Portland Regional Championship. With just 1 week after Utrecht, it is the final chance to get some championship points before the North American International Championships. And Portland's always one of the best events of the year as well.
Hopefully it'll be a little warmer.
It may. I really, really hope
It's been so cold here this weekend in Milwaukee.
It has.
It's going to be a banger for sure.
It'll be fun. Even if it's cold outside, the fire Pokemon matches will heat you up.
Oh, the puns. Where's Koraidon though? Actually, where was Koraidon? Where was Shadow Rider Calyrex?
We got one Calyrex Shadow Rider in Top Cut, but
Questions.
yeah, Koraidon for being like one of the top converted Pokemon going into day 2 was kind of pretty absent from our Top Cut. It was kind of it made its way there.
It kind of struggles. It's essentially a fire type, right? It always terras. It kind of struggles into Ursaluna.
A little bit, yeah. I don't know, maybe you want to be the one to take Koraidon to an event and get a win with it. There is still space to sign up for our events in Pokemon VG, TCG, and GO. So if you want to join the action here, you like what you saw this weekend on any of our broadcasts, please don't hesitate to sign up. It is always a fantastic time at these events.
You could be the next Andrew Ding, show up to an event and win it, and then, oops, going to Worlds.
My bad. Just a regional champion, no big deal.
Yeah.
Of course, you can also compete from home. We have another grand challenge coming up very soon. Sign-ups end May 8th, and that entire weekend you'll get to play up to 45 battles in the Regulation I format on the Battle Stadium. Always a really, really fun time.
Yeah, looking at the best of 1 format, there is opportunities if you're one of those more creative team builders, if you're you can bring some wacky stuff, but it's also a really great way to get a lot of practice against top trainers. There's been people that have won grand global challenges and then went on to win an event, really showcasing that the work that you put in there can really be converted into those events at the regionals where you can't get those Worlds invite. And there's a lot of points on the line there too.
Well, I'm excited for the Miraidon held item roulette of the Grand Town. There's going to be other choice scarves, going to be choice specs, going to be assault vest, maybe sprinkle some life orb or a focus sash in there while we're at it.
When is focus sash Miraidon come out into play?
Oh man, well we'll have to keep a tally. Anytime you see a new Miraidon item, you gotta let us know.
Gotta get a bingo sheet going for everybody for playing at home.
Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Please follow our channels on YouTube and Twitch at Pokemon just to make sure you're keeping up with all of the action. All of our events are broadcast here. We want to make sure you guys are able to tune in. Of course, you can always check online at pokemon.com/broadcast to get info on all the upcoming events. The Utrecht, Portland, NAIC, Worlds will all be listed on there for you guys' viewing pleasure. Guys, any final parting thoughts? The first regional of the Regulation I format is done.
Where's Groudon? Where's Kyogre?
Rose, I got some really bad news for you.
There's a new
I have some bad news. We can talk about this after the broadcast, Rose. It's not going to be pretty.
I'm going to need a hug.
I'm sorry you had to find out like this.
Honestly, Jake, I just love the storyline this weekend. I love the passing of the torch from Carson to Andrew in the in top 4. He said, take this. I'll see you in Anaheim.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much for watching. It's been a fantastic weekend. On behalf of Rose, Sierra, Joe, and Gabby, I've been Jake, and this has been the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We'll see you guys very soon.